highlight horses that are the leaders or big contenders in their respective divisions. Really looking forward to that stakes action later on.
And here in New York at Belmont at the Big A meet, we will have our America's Best Racing Race of the Week, and it is the Bed of Roses, a Grade 2 event coming up a little bit later on the card. Race 10 of 11 today in New York. 7 furlongs on the main track for the fillies and mares. And as mentioned in that open, Flying Connection finished third last time out in the Grade 1 Derby City Distaff behind Vava and Alva Star, kind of the big two of the filly and mare sprint division.
And the question is if she is just an improved horse over her last 2 races. And you could even argue before that, in that Grade 1 Apple Blossom at Oaklawn, finishing second to Adair Manor, one of the top heavy hitters in the older fillies and mares, going a route of ground as well. So she's kept that solid company throughout. She's gotten quite a bit faster over her last 2 races. And if she replicates this effort, she's likely to do well coming up in this spot. The pace, she might get a little bit of a question.
Some horses that we've seen here locally rematching, Big Pond and Leave No Trace. They finished in the top 2 in the Vagrancy last time out. Leave No Trace, a horse that had really kind of gone the opposite direction. It seems, Sarah, like she's finally been able to really put things back together this year.
And they tried so many different options with her. Of course, your Grade 1 Spinaway winner as a 2-year-old, but turns out she's a dirt sprinter. She's been undefeated doing just that so far in her career, and that return to dirt sprinting has really elevated her in terms of the numbers she's been able to run lately. Big Pond trying to close the gap late, making her first start outside of California for Belmont.
Looking forward to seeing what they will do. You can make a case for a lot in this field, though. A group of 10 very competitive fillies and mares. Looking forward to that Bed of Roses coming up a little bit later on today. But as we mentioned, there is a ton on the program this afternoon. It's going to be fast and furious with all of the stakes action throughout the card. Here's what's coming up. Today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. Race 3 in New York is off the turf. The other races still on a good turf course. We have that Bed of Roses and a Pick 6 carryover, which kicks off in the 6th as well. 4 stakes on the program at the Jersey Shore, down over at Monmouth, fast and firm today. Reminder, you can join NYRA Bets today and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200 and you can earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NYRABets.com for your $200 deposit match today. We kick things off with the New York bred maiden special weight, and so we'll welcome in the 3rd member of our team here in New York, champion jockey Richard Migliore here with us as we see Ironman NYRA currently as the heavy favorite. Richie, what are you seeing from these maidens warming up?
Well, there is a lot to like from your favorite, and no doubt about that. But I'll start down on the inside with the one, Saka Shaka, a horse that getting back to dirt. I thought flashed good speed on debut, tough debut distance of a mile. It's a Chad Brown runner, and I wasn't sold on this horse in the winner's circle. I mean, in the paddock, excuse me, Freudian slip. But on the racetrack, warming up, I thought this horse really made a nice impression and elevated in my eyes. The 3-horse Tyne Bar is a first-time starter by Arrowgate. This is my top selection. This horse won me over in the paddock. He won me over in the warm-up. He's trained by Hall of Famer Bill Mott. He's got a couple of nice 5-furlong stamina building works up at Saratoga. And then he fired a bullet, best of 54, going half a mile and 48-3 on the Saratoga training track. So that's always a good sign when a horse is coming into a race sharp and he's taking money. And then Ironman NYRA on the outside makes a lot of sense. He's got Irad Ortiz for Rick Dutrow. Good post, coming off a big effort, a horse that's improved a little bit in every start, and he's going to be a handful, but I'm going to try the first-time starter. Another thing just to mention, guys, got a pretty steady headwind on the backstretch. I wonder if it'll affect times a little bit, maybe a little bit slower fractions early on from the starting gate. It's about a half-a-mile run to the far turn in these mile races, and it is a pretty steady headwind here. It kind of makes it more comfortable for me out here, but maybe a little bit tougher on the horses running into it.
Something to watch, Richie. Thank you. We'll see how it plays out. First race of the day coming up here. Sarah, you have some interest in that first-time starter as well.
I do, and that's a workout that Richie was talking about that does match a horse that we'll see later on in today's card that I think has a very live chance as well coming up for trainer Bill Mott. And look, the pedigree isn't overwhelming per se, but there is some precocity in the second dam, and perhaps this is one of those horses that you just want a new face in this kind of field relative to what we've seen from the horses with experience. And I like the Arrogates going a little bit farther as well to start off.
Debuting at a mile, New York bred maiden special weight coming up here 4 to 5 on Ironman NYRA. Does have the speed, but that's a short price to take.
It is, and a horse that had run well in his last 2 starts, but that price keeps getting shorter and shorter, especially with Ira Ortiz Jr. aboard and that outside post in a short field.
See how it plays out. Graduation day for one of these New York breds in the opener on this lovely Saturday afternoon. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin, who's standing by with the call.
Accidental Bid and Ironman NYRA to the outside. Hesitating briefly there, Accidental Bid. Accidental Bid. Front of the gate now open. Jose Lascano aboard. Is in now. Last to load will be Ironman NYRA. Sitting at 4 to 5. Ironman NYRA is in, all set. And they're off. Good break from Ironman NYRA towards the outside. It was a slow break for Accidental Bid, who's the early trailer. Here comes Sorority Prank, and Sorority Prank is now ahead in front. Ironman NYRA is going to stalk out in the center of the racetrack. At the rail moving forward is Saka Shaka. In between horses comes the red cap. That's Tyne Bar, who's going to be tightly bunched here in behind that leading group as Accidental Bid and Hagrid's Flame. Only about 2.5 would cover them all. Very tightly packed here as they work to the backstretch, and it's Sorority Prank, who is now 3/4 of a length in front. Ironman NYRA is right there, perfect position, stalking here from second. At the rail, it's a tight hold for Saka Shaka and Manny Franco. In between horses, Tyne Bar is at a nice spot, is covered up, is in 4th. Then comes Hagrid's Flame towards the outside in 5th. The one losing some ground is Accidental Bid, is now a 5. 6 lengths the trailer, less than a half mile to go, and they work into the far turn. Sorority Prank is in front. It's Sorority Prank, Dylan Davis with the lead. Ironman NYRA, and here comes the run from Tyne Bar. 3 wide, and Tyne Bar means business towards the outside of Ironman NYRA, who's encouraged in between horses, 3 across the racetrack. They haven't caught Sorority Prank yet. It's Sorority Prank who's all in here at the rail. Saka Shaka's trying to make up some ground from 4th, Hagrid's Flame, and still far back, Accidental Bid. They reach the top of the stretch. Sorority Prank is still there. It's Sorority Prank fending them off so far. Ironman NYRA, here comes a big run towards the outside from Hagrid's Flame. On the grandstand side, Accidental Bid is also in it. It is still Sorority Prank, but here comes Hagrid's Flame on the grandstand side. Hagrid's Flame is now pushed on by inside the final 16th. It's going to be Hagrid's Flame. Geared down and wins this nicely at 7 to 1. Hagrid's Flame, Accidental Bid's in a photo with Sorority Prank. Final running time, 1 minute 38 and 4.
Hagrid's Flame with the late run, able to run down his tired foes and come on for his 3rd career start and make it a winning one.
And he has shown a little bit of promise in his debut. He did not get out of the gate all that quickly. He really made up some ground in the middle of that race. Maybe not quite as good in that second start, but really capitalizing on the hot pace ahead of him today, which didn't fall apart to his credit. He made that nice outside sustained bid, and it really always seemed like he was the one traveling best as of late.
You have to give credit to the 2 Sorority Prank, who was the one setting the pace, and I think he actually just held on for second. It was tight there towards the wire, but a game effort. Unfortunately, looks like he lost the bob. He did, but a big effort from that horse who was forwardly placed. The first-time starter, Tyne Bar, the favorite Ironman NYRA, they all took their shots, and just everybody was crawling in the stretch, whereas the winner, Hagrid's Flame, able to make that last run.
And maybe Accidental Bid, a horse to look out for next time, because this horse broke very slowly, made up that nice ground towards the inside, and showed a lot of professionalism to rally inside of horses, even as this was a race that did go to the top 2 being closers late. But as you mentioned, your favorite Ironman NYRA as well as Tyne Bar, they had every opportunity to pass Sorority Prank, and they just stalled out in the stretch.
4, 5, 2, 6 in the opener. 7-1 upset. Luis Rivera Jr. in the saddle aboard Hagrid's Flame. High fives all around. Prices and more when we come back. We'll also turn our attention to Monmouth Park. Racing kicks off at the Jersey Shore.
Club American Oaks.
4K to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Hey, Lafitte.
How are you?
I'm great. Glad you made it. Hey, Polly.
Hey, Keisha.
Hey, Polly.
Hey, Keisha. 1, 2, 3,
I
4.
can hear
1,
you
2,
now.
3, 4.
Hey, Keisha.
Gotcha.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Okay.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NYRABets.com or download the NYRA Bets app to get started. That Sand Palace here at Monmouth Park. Greeting all visitors at the Shore's greatest stretch. Gorgeous. Picture perfect afternoon for this Haskell preview day. And we'll get to the 4 stakes races. Specifically, the NYRA Bets Haskell coming up a little bit later on this evening. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Yeah, so they're on the track for race number 1 and getting ready for this Haskell preview day. What's that all about? Consider it a final dress rehearsal for the Haskell. That, of course, is Monmouth's signature race. Will take place on July 20th. It's not really a playoff scenario, win and you're in. But for those who perform well this afternoon, a chance to perform in some of Monmouth's biggest events on the 20th of July. Take a look at that field for the NYRA Bets Haskell. 3-year-olds, just like we saw, concluding the Triple Crown. That's actually today's stakes rundown. 4 stakes races, 3 of the graded variety, and that NYRA Bets Pegasus post time around 5:24. So I'm joined by my co-host. He's a 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca. Paul, we'll get to this first race in just a moment, but first taking a step back, big picture with the Triple Crown now behind us. 3 races, 3 different winners. What does that mean for the second half of 2024 in this chase for a 3-year-old title?
Sometimes we focus towards a horse that's maybe going to a Triple Crown. I think it's beautiful. I mean, revolving doors, right, to see who's going to be the best 3-year-old at the end of the year. And obviously with Dornick surprising everybody in the Belmont, but a horse that at 2 showed some promise, obviously, by winning the Remsen. So I think it's going to be exciting for the rest of the year to see what really happens with the rest of these horses. If you were to rate horses right now in the 3-year-old division, I would give a slight edge to Mystic Dan, because Derby winner, second in the Preakness. Sierra Leone, without winning a race, you could probably put, second on the list, which is kind of crazy, but he made up a ton. I've watched the Belmont. He made up a ton of ground after that unbelievable start on a racetrack that you could not make up ground. So he might be the most talented, but till he figures it out, we'll see. I think Mystic Dan's still
uber talented.
Yeah.
Uber talented, his own worst enemy. So yes, it's wide open, this chase for a 3-year-old title in this NYRA Bets Pegasus, the final local prep for the NYRA Bets. Haskell, Just Step On, is out, as is Uncle Heavy, so a field of 6 mile and a 16th. Let's start with Tuscan Sky, drawn inside on the strength of this win, Paul, at Fairgrounds in March, went on to the Wood Memorial and was considered a serious contender going in.
Yeah, he was a serious contender going in, and he disappointed. He was 2.5 or 3 to 1 that day. He had a little bit of trouble. He was steadied. He didn't break well that day. The concern that you have with Tuscan Sky, both of his really good races have been on wet surfaces. Now, after the bad race in the Wood Memorial, Todd Pletcher puts the blinkers on, so a little bit of change maybe to wake him up a little bit out of the gate, and we'll see what goes on from there. But at 5 to 2, you would think Javier Castellano, who's going to get aboard him for the first time, might push and get involved a little bit today.
Statistically, Todd Pletcher adding blinkers in stakes races, not as productive as you might think. We'll see how that changes things for Tuscan Sky later on this evening. 5 to 2 morning line favorite for the NYRA Bets Pegasus. Plenty of time for the 3-year-olds in the Pegasus, those 4 stakes races, as we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Maggie, it's a key 3-year-old prep for the NYRA Bets Haskell. And oh, by the way, horses on the track for the first of 12 races.
Well, to echo your sentiment, Lafitte, we couldn't have asked for a better day here on the Jersey Shore. That rain did come in last night, just kind of cooled things off a bit. So we are dealing with a little bit of moisture in both surfaces, but nothing to, I think, change any of your handicapping angles, as we will talk a little bit about the Pegasus. And I'm interested in the barn battle, if you will, between Eddie Owens, who is the former assistant to trainer Joe Orsino. He'll send out C Streak, the Long Branch winner, the kind of local prep for this Pegasus, and Hades for Joe Orsino, who pulled off that upset down in Florida against 2-year-old champion Fierceness earlier in the year. And so I'm interested to see what these two do. Both look to have forward position early on in this Pegasus, but C Streak, he's at his home court, if you will. He might have home team advantage here at Monmouth Park, being a New Jersey bred and loving this surface. But taking a look at horses here on the track, I have no problems with Always Audacious. I better say that, given she goes out for my husband, Tom Morley, but you're missing the party here. She was 41 to 1 last time, just got nailed, and now you're taking the worst of it at 2 to 1. So taking a look at some long shots here, beginning with number 3, Symphony's Overture. She makes her second start now as a 3-year-old, and I love the stretch back out in distance, facing much better company. The only time she tried it back in August of her 2-year-old season. I think she fits beautifully with this group here and should appreciate getting more ground and that belt race under her belt, because last time out, Keeping in Touch just literally ran them off their feet. She spread out that field in a blink of an eye, so I think she's going to be much more comfortable getting out to 1 mile and a 16th today. Taking a look at Pretty Lily, who goes first off the claim for Tyler Service, son of John Service. Daughter of Mendelssohn goes on her first try for the turf. There isn't much on the bottom side, though she didn't win a race. She did run better numbers on the turf. So I do see a bit of turf with her. She was a little obstreperous to get the tack on. They did so, and she handled it much better when they opted to take her on the walk. She was a little bit nervous out in track, but has settled in nicely. So I do think she makes a good deal, since she doesn't have a pony with her. As you can see, the outrider kind of galloping over to her to maybe give some assistance, getting a little bit wound up as she's making her way to the gate on the turf course. And rider Jairo Rendon doing a great job of kind of keeping a lid on it. So we'll keep an eye on her. Wish she was a little bit more settled. Here's a long shot at 37 to 1. That's an interesting pedigree play, and that's on the outside with number 11, Money Slot. Mastery, well, his progeny hasn't been that productive on the turf. But if you go back a generation on the bottom, the dam is half to multiple Grade 1 winner on the turf and synthetic emollient. And while Money Slot is a little bit on the smaller, more petite side, wish there was a little bit more of her, as this is the dam's first foal, she does look as though she'll handle the turf. So she's really intriguing, Lafitte, as a complete outsider in this field, and has a little pedigree to possibly pull her through.
41-1 outsider to start this Haskell preview day. We'll see. Money Slot towards the outside. Live long shot about to find out. 2-1 favorite. Good luck, Maggie, with Always Audacious, Tom Morley. Paul, who takes down the first of 12 here at Monmouth?
Well, the one in here for Tom should get a great trip, and you got to love that the horse did run well last time out.
I prefer the price last time.
Yeah, you know, I get it, 41-1, but 2-1 is still a winner, right? I think she's the one to beat in here. I landed on the 8, Captivating Sound. You know, Tony Wilson claimed this horse. This horse has been down at this level. Gate issues has been the problem. This horse did make up some ground, so I'm going to side towards the 3-year-olds, towards the 4-year-olds in here, there's only a couple 4-year-olds in here. I thought this race was actually wide open. I even think the 3 for John Service had a little bit of a look stretching back out. He tried it one time when she was a 2-year-old. He's trying it again as a 3-year-old. So, you know, I thought I had this race 138, 831, those 3 numbers.
It's interesting. Captivating Sound, who you touched on, number 8. We don't know if she possesses 0 tactical speed or if she just can't break. As you mentioned, her 2 grass starts, she walks out of the gate. If she figures that out, who knows, maybe a change in style, and she doesn't have to fire from so far back, but that's just still an unknown until we see something different.
You're right. 100% true, and she's thrown in that late run, especially against these maiden 16s, which are at this level. And then when you look at this race, you don't really see anybody kind of dropping in class from that maiden special weight level, except the 2. So if you're into that, the 2, you're getting a good price at 11-1.
One of those days when you were during your baseball career, you'd say, let's play 2. That kind of afternoon, glorious afternoon at Monmouth Park. Post time for the first of 12. On this Haskell preview day, number 8, a contender who you had on top, Captivating Sound, acting up. Something about that starting gate. Let's turn things over to Matt Dinneman.
4. Jersey Shore 6 carryover of 100,000 jackpot carryover. Good luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running on Haskell preview day 2024. Always Audacious gets the first call of the afternoon, comes out of the chute, is taken a hold of, will stalk the pace. Symphony's Overture is quickest out of there. First Rain takes the second spot with Highland Holiday, and Pretty Lily, who's deep on the course, joins second. Butterfly Queen is next with Always Audacious, down on the inside in a pocket, about 4 lengths off the lead, a gap of 2 to Shamu. Callie Ray, they're side by side. Money Slot is third last in the early part. Queen Catalina at the rear with Captivating Sound. 11 fillies and mares charge around the clubhouse turn. Symphony's Overture emerges from the crowd, takes a 1.5 length lead on Highland Holiday, who's clearly into the second position. Pretty Lily third, First Rain to the inside, swinging up the back stretch. Always Audacious in the 2-path is now off the fence with Butterfly Queen and Money Slot, who drives level with those rivals. Money Slot within 3 lengths of the lead down the back stretch. Shamu is next, Captivating Sound alongside. Callie Ray in the second last spot. That leaves Queen Catalina to trail. There's a half mile to go. They start to pack up. Pretty Lily up to challenge on the front end here. Symphony's Overture right there too. Highland Holiday a neck off as they go into the far turn. Pretty Lily back in third while under pressure now as they round the turn. First Rain is waiting down on the inside. Has run First Rain at 13-1, and so does Butterfly Queen as they come to the top of the lane. Many chances as they come off the corner. Symphony's Overture being swarmed. First Rain finds a seam down at the rail. So does Butterfly Queen between horses. Always Audacious on the far outside. Queen Catalina, Butterfly Queen with a big burst to the lead, accelerates, opens up 2.5, and this race is over. Butterfly Queen and Jorge Hernandez win it. First Rain was second across the line, Photo for third, Always Audacious and Queen Catalina.
This strong meet for trainer Mario Saray continues. Butterfly Queen, first after the claim, explodes late. to take down this first of 12 at Monmouth Park.
Yeah, they didn't really go very fast around there, but the 7 always sitting a very good trip in here. And, you know, Jorge Hernandez has done a good job for Mario Serret. This is a horse he claimed last time out for the Kelly Breen barn, and last time was 3 or 4 wide, but not today. It looks like it's 7-2. Photo looks like the 5 ran third. I don't know who was in between the 2 and the 5, but it's definitely 7-2 here. And the 2, you get 11-1 first reign here at 13-1, but Butterfly Queen, no doubt about it. 10th win is a charm. You see Jorge with a little fist pump.
You see, that looked like a cavalry charge, Paul, with like an eighth of a mile to go. And in an instant, Butterfly Queen, you could tell that the real racing was for second at that point.
Yeah, 100%. She just like the 8 again, just she can't get out of the gate.
Another bad break.
She tried to make a wide move, was not happening. Tom's horse got kind of caught in traffic, the 1. And, you know, the 7 just found like just an open scene. We'll go back to the start and just listen. You called it right before the race. The 8 was acting up. And when your horses turn sideways already, that's the problem that you have. When you have to turn a horse's head sideways to keep him straight, you're already in trouble.
Out of the blocks, another poor start. Maybe she'll figure it out before long. A non-factor on this afternoon. That photo for third not yet available. No question about the winner, 7-2. Butterfly Queen turns it on late. Graduates in her 10th lifetime start by a former would-be Derby favorite, Omaha Beach. Butterfly Queen, and make it 7-2-1-5. Unofficial order of finish in the opener at Monmouth Park. Just getting started on this Haskell preview day. When we come back, Paul's teammate in Los Angeles, not only a World Series champion, but now a Belmont Stakes winning owner, Jason Worth, and who knows, maybe the owner of a future champion. Dorna, chase for a 3-year-old title, is on.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
26 Black almost there. 26 Black.
And Roos.
Torigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
The breeding shed is still open. Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Monmouth Park's newest featured race day is Haskell Preview Day, Saturday, June 15th. Wager on the NYRA Bets Pegasus for 3-year-olds, plus 3 graded stakes, all on the road to Haskell Day Saturday, July 20th. Play into 6-figure pools all day long, starting with a $12.50 first post. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Hill & Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. We're back in New York and ready for race 2 coming up next. Maiden and Claiming here, going a mile on the main track. That's a look at Dark Devil, currently 5-1 as he'll stretch back out in distance. Sarah, though, gotta say, I loved him sprinting last time.
And I think last time was a race where maybe he was supposed to win that race, and you don't necessarily want to take him at a short price yet again, but maybe he has that excuse of the wet track last time out. Ran very well on debut at a big price.
Certainly did, and with some traffic trouble as well. 9-5 right now for Linda Rice, making his third career start. Did have more speed on debut and going a bit longer, so can expect him to be forwardly placed, stretching back out in here.
And I think he'll be sitting second early on.
Mm-hmm. Meeting the field, starting off with Remember the Chief, blinkers on.
This is a horse that is taking that drop from maiden special weight to maiden claiming and switching trainers as well.
And very sharp out on the track. Manny Franco taking him away from the pony, getting that big warm up to get that nervous energy out. There's True Connection.
Disappointed as the favorite last time out at Parks, but has yet to run for a tag here in New York.
He's also getting a big warm up. Here's Guile, the number 3 for Bobby Robato.
Did finish second in an off-the-turf race last time out, but overall needs to get faster to compete with some of the other contenders.
Big price on the board at 14-1. Here's Get It to Matthew, layoff and drop in class.
A horse that I'm hoping is the speed. Blinkers do go on, taking that drop in class, and got involved in some pretty hot fractions early on that fell apart last time out.
And for some talented horses, including eventual Bayshore winner Reasoned Analysis. Here's Dark Devil, the favorite.
Did improve from start 1 to start 2, now getting that distance added and maybe can have more forward position, as you mentioned, with that stretch back out.
First time starter, Jackson is back, debuting for Mike Maselli.
We'll see what we get from this one. Does have some solid workouts overall, but modest pedigree.
Not much to really sink your teeth into. Son of Shaman Ghost there. And Mr. Papa Giorgio. Lafitte actually sent me the video of the Mr. Papa Giorgio from the movie Vegas Vacation. If you are not familiar with it like I wasn't. Very entertaining, though he did say it's 5 minutes of your life you'll ever get back.
I mean, I feel that way a lot around here with many of the jokes that we get from some of our colleagues. But look, this horse ran very well first and even second time out in an impossible spot last time, but needs to get out of the gate a bit quicker. Maybe Ira Ortiz Jr. can make that difference today.
And getting blinkers on, too, with just an 8-day turnaround. But we'll see if he can be a little bit better in here today. Going back to May 10th, in which Dark Devil and Mr. Papa Giorgio finished 2-3. This is here at Belmont at the Big A, both sprinting that afternoon behind Aaliyah.
And Aaliyah, a little bit of an upset winner that day. And it seemed to me as though Dark Devil, he had his opportunity to go by and win this race, and he just didn't really go on with it. And then Mr. Papa Giorgio, you see him as the one horse who was rallying from far back. Those gate issues maybe going to catch up with him a little bit. He puts in this nice late run, but how is that really going to help him stretching back out in distance, maybe with a little bit less pace?
See how it plays out in here. Let's head in trackside and check in with Richie.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting race. We'll start down on the inside with the one, Remember the Chief. I'm sure named for the late, great Alan Jerkins. Everybody referred to him as the Chief, making his first start here for Carlos Martin. It really caught my eye in the paddock. Sometimes you can't really even put a finger on exactly why you like something, but just that this horse kept commanding my attention. And he's making a drop in class as well for that first start for Carlos Martin, also adding blinkers. The 5-horse Dark Devil, very logical, very well placed. Linda Rice does that so well. She's not only a terrific horse person, but she's a terrific manager, and I just think this horse is well spotted here. The 6, Jackson is back. This is a big, raw-boned chestnut son of Shaman Ghost, actually bred by the University of Kentucky. They have a program there where the students actually breed horses and sell them at auction, and this one went for $30,000. His owner, Bobby Terrell, 75 years old, was a jockey, was a trainer, and still comes out and gallops horses, and he's been galloping. Jackson is back, and Jackson is back is named for his grandson. I do think he'll be better for having a race under his belt because he's just such a big, strong horse. And the 7, Mr. Papa Giorgio, he'll be my top selection. He's turning around on very short rests, 8 days, coming out of a much, much tougher spot. This is a much more realistic spot. You get Ira Ortiz, blinkers on. And because he has that propensity to break a touch slow, I think the outside post is a big benefit to him. You know he's not going to get, squeezed back between two horses.
Co-favorite now at 2-1. Richie, thank you. Lots of changes in equipment for Mr. Papagiorgio. Do note 2 bar shoes off today. They just added the bar shoes last time for the one race, and coming back quickly with them coming off. A good sign is that basically with a horseshoe, the full, it's basically a full circle around the horse's hoof, but allowing a little bit more surface pressure. But first, this race is named in honor of the Belmont Child Care Association graduates. Congratulations to Anthony, Axel, Kennedy, and Victoria. So exciting to get a chance to see those smiling faces in the BCCA. So wonderful here around Belmont Park and up at Saratoga as well with Anna House and Faith's house. And we love getting a chance to see these kids and their success.
What do you get when you graduate? A gift? A present? Where were you graduating
It looks
from?
like they had a diploma.
I mean, maybe they get that horse to play with.
I'm sure a lot of them are very talented around horses already.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Early training.
Early training. We love it. Congratulations to the BCCA graduates. Quick thoughts, Sarah, here on race 2. You like a little bit of a price?
I'm just hoping that Get It to Matthew can go to the lead and get a comfortable advantage early on in this field, but it seems like everybody else has the fact that there's not a lot of speed in mind with those big warm-ups we saw, so I don't know how easy of a time he's going to have.
Pretty much everybody except for Dark Devil, I think, had a big warm-up.
And sometimes when there's no pace on paper, suddenly you see pace out on the racetrack, so hoping that doesn't materialize in here and Get It to Matthew, you can take this race from start to finish.
There goes Romero Mirage climbing aboard. Guile always loading without the rider up, as we'll see how race 2 does play out. 9-5 favorite on the 5 Dark Devil. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
3 out. There's Dark Devil stepping forward. Dark Devil. Jackson is back. Moving forward. Last to load will be Mr. Papagiorgio. Mr. Papagiorgio goes in. All set. And they're off. Mr. Papagiorgio broke outward, but did break quickly, is right there with Dark Devil in between horses, trying to join them as Guile. Now going to take back, and at the rail, Remember the Chief. It's a challenge up front. Dark Devil with a nose in front of Mr. Papagiorgio out in the center of the racetrack, and Remember the Chief is going to draft right in behind. The leading duo wanted to get some cover, is right in behind the top 2. Then at the rail, there's Guile, and Guile is reclaiming the 4th position with Jackson is back. The rail is open. True Connection moving forward is now taken 5th. Far back, the Triller. Get It to Matthew, 23-3 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing Dark Devil. Dark Devil is 3/4 of a length in front of Mr. Papagiorgio. Mr. Papagiorgio inches closer now. Guile's in between horses, doing it on his own, is now moving up. He's in between those rivals. At the rail is True Connection, is trying to make up some ground as well as a challenging 3rd. Remember the Chief is asked the question, not cutting into the margin so far. 47.48, the half-mile time. The rest with a lot to do. Tailing off there, the 2 trailers. That's going to be Jackson is back, and Get It to Matthew, just not in it right now as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Mr. Papagiorgio has now put a nose in front. All in as Dark Devil is trying to sustain that bid towards the inside. True Connection is all in from 3rd. Guile is trying to make up some ground as well as Dark Devil is not relenting, and now Mr. Papagiorgio straightens up. Mr. Papagiorgio is pushed on by. Dark Devil still not going away, comes right back to the inside. It's been these 2 all the way. Mr. Papagiorgio, Dark Devil continues to battle on. Mr. Papagiorgio, and Dark Devil. Mr. Papagiorgio wins the photo. Mr. Papagiorgio over Dark Devil. Then came another photo. True Connection with Guile. Final running time, 1:37.1.
A big effort from the 2 favorites, Dark Devil and Mr. Papagiorgio, just pretty much dueling throughout. But with those blinkers on, Mr. Papagiorgio breaking so much better today, Sarah, and into the race earlier.
And that made such a big difference for a horse who had gotten off slowly in his first 2 races and able to have more forward position on that stretch out, where the horse that I like to go to the front there was no shot that that was going to happen once the gates open and we see those graduates there in the winner's circle. It seems like they have bears.
They have a teddy bear for the
very
graduation.
cute.
Oh, that's fantastic. Congratulations to our BCCA graduates as we take another look at what took place here in the second. Again, those top two finishers just pretty much locked horns early on in the race and then dueling in the stretch, and maybe just Mr. Papagiorgio with a little bit more foundation, dropping in for maiden special weight, and again, just being more forwardly placed really did seem to help him a lot, even with that quick turnaround of just 8 days.
Right, exactly. Getting to a more realistic class level, making all of those changes that we had discussed before the race. It ended up paying off for this horse, and he was able to have that position that allowed him to get into this race more so than he had in any of his previous starts.
There he is with Red Ortiz Jr. in the saddle, dueling with Dark Devil there in the stretch. 5-2 over 9-5 in race number 2. Mr. Papagiorgio, I guess his luck paid off today, getting the victory there in the second to break his maiden. This race, too, named in honor of our Belmont Child Care Association graduates celebrating in the winner's circle. When we come back, we'll bring you prices and more. We'll also talk about some news from legendary jockey Frankie Dettori. He has got some big news, and no, it's not that he's retiring again.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races from Monmouth Park. The best of the best that have performed here over the years. Skip Away, eventual Breeders' Cup Classic winner, War Emblem. So the Triple Crown didn't work out, but he came back with a vengeance in the Haskell Big Brown. Last 2 starts of his career right here at Monmouth Park. Rachel Alexandra handling the boys with ease in the 09. Haskell, American Pharaoh, biggest crowd ever to witness a horse race at Monmouth Park. The Triple Crown winner, the best of the best, Hall of Champions. here at Monmouth Park. I don't know that these are the best horses, Paul, we've ever seen at Monmouth. Coming up next, just a $5,000 claiming crew. Fillies and mares a mile. Good betting race. Vegas weekend, though, here. Even money.
The horse to beat by far. A 6-year-old mare that's really, dropping in class and it's got the best numbers by far. I think this horse is going to be in the 3 to 5 or so.
We'll meet the field in just a moment. Now that we've had a week or so to digest everything that took place last week at Saratoga, a first ever Belmont Stakes. At Saratoga, let's go back and revisit what took place at this 1.25 mile Belmont, Paulie. And right from the beginning, Dornick on the muscle, mind frame from the outside, forward, Sierra Leone sideswipe backward.
Yeah, and credit Luis Saez to push forward, to go towards the lead, but not to go too crazy. He just let the horse kind of just run after he got into the stride, and he was able to back up, which I thought was incredible. What I mean by back up was he was able to rate off Seas de Gray, which a lot of us did not see coming. So now he's able to put that horse away, and now you have, an inexperienced horse, but very talented horse to his outside that starts bobbing and weaving. But now what ends up happening here, Dornock shows his class, the class that he showed in the Remsen, that when he gets to the front end, he is a tough customer, and he proved to be a tough customer on this day.
Theme of the 2024 Triple Crown, just run straight. Just run straight. For Sierra Leone, an issue again, perhaps not as bad as the Derby, but still an issue closing in vain and mind frame. Matter of inexperience. That left hand that Arad Ortiz went to, he has a chance to win a Belmont Stakes. I understand why he did it. He's not worried at that point about how much or how little experience mind frame has. I don't know if he gets there. I know it's much, much closer.
I don't think, excuse me, I think I've ever been a part of a Triple Crown where a lot of people think Mystic Dan probably wasn't the best horse in the Kentucky Derby, and a lot of people will look at Dornick and say he wasn't the best horse in the Belmont. It's crazy.
One of the more compelling storylines, co-owner Jason Worth, and what that win in the Belmont meant in terms of career highlights.
I'll put it up there with anything I've ever done. This is the top of sports. Horse racing is the most underrated sport there is. This is as big as it gets. These are the emotions you feel when you play in a playoff game, when you win a World Series game, when arguably when you win a World Series. This is the top of sports. Is the top of sports, and that's where we're at. In my career, you had a lot of control of the outcome. At least you thought you did. So you did it every day, and it was just business. So there was no nerves, there was no emotions attached to it, which is a total polar opposite of what horse racing is. I think this sport is just scratching the surface of what it can be and where it can go. And we need to get more. We need to get more retired athletes in this game.
Great story. The added eyeballs it puts on the sport. Jason Worth, who you played with in LA and you were in contact with very shortly after the race.
I actually ran into him right before the Derby, and I was like, are we calling this horse Dornick now? And he was looking at me like, yeah, I guess we are now. Jason ended up being a good friend of mine, and I think this horse kind of embodies Jason. You could see the tears in his eyes, and I've mentioned this many times. I could hit in front of 35,000 people, and it be no sweat, but one of my horses would run in a $35,000 claimer and I'd be a nervous wreck. And Jason is experiencing that. And then when talking to him, he was a guy kind of like me. We sat at a Denny's one night deciding whether we wanted to hang it up or not. To be honest with you, he was a guy that was not getting any love, drafted as a catcher. You see the size of him. He's almost as big as Dornick. I mean, he's giant. And so he ended up being one of our left fielders, and what ended up happening was we released him. We weren't giving him at-bats. He went to Philadelphia, remade himself, became a champion, and like he said, he was able to control things, hit big home runs. He's a World Series champion. And for him to sit on a podium and cry, and I kind of cried with him because he said to me, I remember you telling me, never, ever leave the field to take the shirt off your back. I was taught by that by Mike Scioscia. Listen, there's always a chance if you have your name and jersey on the back. And Jason took the same approach with Dornick because a lot of people were saying, why are you running this horse in the Belmont? And him and Danny Gargan sat around and said, I'm giving this a go, just like my career.
Great insight and just the candor, Paul. Thanks for sharing. And end of story, we will continue to follow. Co-owner Jason Worth, Belmont Stakes winning owner Jason Worth, World Series champion Dornick. These are the races now where that title is going to be decided. Today, NYRA Bets Pegasus. Big prep locally for the NYRA Bets Haskell, Jim Dandy Saratoga, DraftKings Travers, of course, the Midsummer Derby, and the Pennsylvania Derby. Wide open right now, this particular division. The horse racing's glamour division. For Dornick, are you expecting to see more of what we saw in the Belmont Stakes? Or prior, what was a little bit of a disappointing start to his 3-year-old season, albeit with excuses along the way?
I don't see why not. I mean, he proved himself. I think he proved his valor. I think he showed another dimension to himself. And I think what makes it interesting is we've had so many different winners. I think they're all going to come back and challenge each other again, which makes it fun.
Can't wait to see how it all unfolds. The 3-year-olds, 4 stakes races today, and the NYRA Bets Pegasus. A little bit later on to the winner, a spot in the NYRA Bets Haskell starting gate. Segue to these $5,000 claimers, Paulie. In Vegas weekend, who you predicted? A heavier favorite than when we last checked. Now 1-2 as we reach post time.
Yeah, and the horse to beat, as you see, your horse, Mr. Papa Giorgio, get the job done at Belmont. Vegas weekend for JXX Racing, just a big drop in class. Claim from the Wayne Potts barn for Claudio Gonzalez, who's monstrous off the claim, 19%. And you look at the other runners in here, I do see the 7, who's very consistent. So I think the public does have it right. The 4, the Wayne Potts barn's been a little, suspect. Needs to get on the muscle a little bit, but the 5's going to be really tough here, 1-2.
If it's not her day, if she stubs her toe, if she just doesn't feel like picking up her feet, who is the most likely poised to pull off an upset?
Well, I would probably say the 7, but the way Mario Cerri's bar is going, the 1 I would think at 15-1. I mean, this horse doesn't have really a winning race that can maybe beat the 5. It's if you go way back when. But the way his horses are just running here, and it seems like they get a little better second time here. I kind of like 5-1 here.
Cerri looking for the early double sweep. Matula at 15-1 at the gate here. 1-2 Vegas weekend. Why not? Mr. Papa Giorgio in New York. Vegas weekend here. As we're set for a start to the second race, $5,000 claimers. First dirt race of the afternoon, fillies and mares. Matt Ditterman with the load and call. It's post time. Second race, Monmouth Haskell Preview Day live on Fox Sports 2.
11 months later to post 3 next up. Sweet Blindness coming up. Three back, Vegas weekend. 1-2 currently on the tote board as Vegas weekend takes her spot in. Motown Annie. And Our Little Tiger to the outside. Here's Our Little Tiger. We're ready to go. That's the 6, Motown Annie, who threw Ramon Moya out the back. Horse is okay, jockey's okay. Ramon Moya getting back in the saddle. Looks like we're ready now. They're going to back out Motown Annie just to straighten her out in there. They're going to reload her right now. There we have it. We're ready. And Lyra, uneventful beginning 11 months later, up on the pace, broke pretty sharply today. Sweet Blindness is there with her. Matula down on the inside, squeezing forward in a tight spot there. Matula got really tight in there, but Matula found a way through and darts forward to take a short lead. Sweet Blindness second with 11 months later. Our Little Tiger advancing position on the outside to press the pace. Now it's pretty fast and contentious, these two front runners, as they set that quick tempo. Matula, the leader a half length. Our Little Tiger to the outside. There's a space of 3 to Vegas Weekend, the favorite, watching the action unfold in front of her. She's third, a length and a half clear of 11 months later, and Sweet Blindness to the inside. A gap of 3 to the last two there at the back together, Motown Annie and Mystic Dreams. They're down the back stretch. Matula, Cesar Gonzalez trying to slow the pace down, leads 3/4 of a length. Our Little Tiger and Melissa Iorio hounding from the outside. 2 back to Vegas Weekend, nickeled along a little bit, but has gotten a perfect trip and is right behind the leaders. And now she's moving up. Vegas Weekend. Big run from her, the big favorite. She went off at 1-9 and just swept past the early leaders. And Vegas Weekend, Sammy Camacho took a confident peek back, and he's got to like what he sees because nobody's close to her now. Vegas Weekend with a 1/4 mile more to get. All she has to do is keep going here. Vegas Weekend by about 2.5 coming off the turn. Matula second. Our Little Tiger fading in third. Then Sweet Blindness with about a furlong to go. Vegas Weekend is asked to strut her stuff, and she's got plenty for the stretch. Sammy Camacho, all he's got to do is guide her in the right direction here. Vegas Weekend by 5 now. Vegas Weekend with a stroll in the park here in the Jersey Shore. Vegas Weekend easily. Good battle for second. It got tight between Sweet Blindness and Matula. Our Little Tiger was fourth.
More drama regarding the second place finisher, Paulie.
I think I got popped for my exacta 5-1, 1-9. You got to pay attention to some of the will pays, but yeah, my 5-1, the one was holding on for dear life at the rail, but the 4, Jorge Fernandez, why you got to do this to me? I think he popped me at the wire. It got very close.
You don't miss photos, so
hold on.
Upon further review in a second look,
I got popped. Oh. I know you're seeing this right now, but watch the 4 just rip the 1 at the wire.
No question about the winner, Vegas Weekend. Usual table, Mr. Papa Giorgio.
Ouch.
Who'd you think got it?
4 got it. I don't miss him, Lafitte.
You don't miss him. That's why I'm...
Especially when I got the 5-1.
I'm not questioning him. I'm not going to be the fool over here, man. Paul does not miss photos. Vegas Weekend, no photo needed there. It's just Gallops turning for home. It was only a question of how far, and the price reflecting just that, 1-9. Sweet Blindness. The good news is you're like 100% with the photos. You just happen to be on the wrong end of this one.
Yeah,
so.
that one too. That's when you're supposed to go 5-all-1, you know. But you know what? I'm sharp as a marble right now.
Vegas Weekend.
Yeah, 1-9. Like the drop in class, Claudio Gonzalez. Wow. Almost got the job done. But if you got the first 2 in the pick 5, you did get a $12 double. That's not awful when you consider you got 3-1 to 1-9.
Yeah, now you have to think about that tough photo during your lunch break over the next hour and change.
Do you like me, Lafitte?
I do. I say it's safe for me to say this on television. Like, he's not going to do anything on television. I might be in trouble during the break, but that's besides the point. Paul stepping aside as our coverage continues here at Monmouth Park. The favorite delivering in race number 2. Much more from Aqueduct and here at Monmouth Haskell Preview Day. Vegas Weekend strolls in the second.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Zandon's poetry in motion. Big horse, but light on his feet. And he's always showed up and been consistent and been right there with some of the top horses in training. In the Bluegrass Stakes, he showed his determination and his raw ability.
It's over. Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
I feel breeders will be really blown away by what a striking, outstanding looking horse he is.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry saw room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
Back in New York, here is America's Day at the Races continues. We have the third race coming up. This one off the turf, now to be run at a mile on the main track. It's the only race on the card that's taken off the turf. So do note that's the later races still on the grass as scheduled. So a couple of scratches in here, non-winners of 2 in life, the fillies and mares in the spotlight. And Sarah, the 3 next on stage, who's a dirt horse taking most of the money. But first we'll kick off the post parade with Allie's Song, Stretching Out.
Also a dirt horse, but not quite as fast as some of the other contenders.
There's dirt horses and there's dirt horses with speed, like this one next on stage.
Exactly. I definitely don't mind Ricardo Santana Jr. getting aboard as Manny Franco is out of town. And look, this horse has run some solid efforts.
10-10, also a horse that's only run on the main track.
A little bit underexposed, I guess, but is stepping up a bit in terms of class.
Here is Deneen Bay, who stays in, but first time on the dirt.
A little curious as to why this one is still in this race with all those turf efforts, but the dam did win on dirt.
Isn't she cozy dropping class and stretching out?
This one taking those blinkers off at warranted class drop does have a win over the main track.
And watch out, Linda Rice at the main track only, Blenheim Baby.
Would need to improve a little bit off some of those races that she was running for Eddie Keneally at one of those claims that Linda has made in Kentucky.
That's the field for the third race. Again, only race on the card that's off the turf. And the number 3 next on stage, the favorite, as we mentioned, dirt form, early speed, lots of things to like, but unfortunately not the price.
No, and while they have tried to get this horse on the grass in the past, she's been successful on the dirt already. She has some races that make her more than fast enough to get the job done in this spot, and she's just been consistent in a field where consistency is a bit lacking.
You can get the inside track on handicapping with NYRA Bets Track Stats. Do you want to know, for instance, how many closers are winning sprints at Belmont at the Big A? Well, if so, Track Stats has the answer and a whole lot more. For more stats on tracks across the country, check out nyrabets.com today. 4-5 on the favorite next on stage. As Sarah mentioned, some questions as far as the consistency and overall form of this field. But this man, he's incredibly consistent, Richie Migliori.
Thank you, Acacia. We'll start with the favorite, the 3 next on stage. And I mean, she looks fine. There's nothing negative, no negatives to report. When I look at favorites, I'm looking for something that maybe is going to lead me in a different direction. I'm not really seeing that. I'm just, the price for me for a horse that doesn't seem to be a great deal better than the rest of, some of the competition. I just thought she was a bit too short of a price. I'm looking elsewhere. I'm going to pick the 5, 10-10, who has run well in both starts, obviously against easier. Now she's stepping up against winners. But she's the best turned out horse in the race. She could not look any better, looked fantastic in the paddock, continued to like her in the warm-up. I just thought she was interesting. And the fact that you don't know where the ceiling is. I mean, she's a very lightly raced horse that's run well in both starts. Again, admittedly, against easier. The 11 horse, Blenheim Baby, for Linda Rice. She's probably the most logical upsetter, great post towards the outside. All of her dirt races have been good. Her lone bad race was on a synthetic track. And sometimes, people see that beaten so many lengths and they feel like, it's indicative of a horse's ability, but it was indicative of the horse's ability on that particular surface. I think she's a little muddied up and certainly a major player here. And I would be remiss not to mention the 8, Deneen Bay. Freud is a a sire that can get horses that win on turf, win on dirt. The dam herself was successful on dirt, and she could not look any better from a physical perspective. She does have that light, longer, slacker pasterns and those wider flat feet that you correlate with a turf horse. But from a physical conditioning point, Roy Learman could not have Deneen Bay looking any better, guys.
See how she takes to the main track. Richie, thank you. 10-1 right now on the board with this filly making her first start on the main track. Where did you land here, Sarah?
I went with a horse that's your current favorite, Next on Stage, a horse that I had some interest in if this race was going to stay on the grass, but just has that consistent form on this surface, unlike many of the other contenders in here. So nothing too exciting for me, chalking it out with Next on Stage.
Even money favorite right now. She does make a lot of sense with that early speed and that dirt form. Richie going to the 5, 10-10. First off the claim for the Noda Barn. Also a horse with some dirt form, having broken her maiden on the main track here at Belmont at the Big A last time out. They load in for the third race of the day. Again, reminder, only race on the card taken off. The other scheduled turf races will be run on the grass as planned. That's 6, 8, 9, and 11. Race 3 on the main track coming up next. Here's Chris Griffin.
Isn't she cozy? Blenheim Baby. Isn't. All set. Deneen Bay just acting up. And they're off. Good speed from Next on Stage. Right out to the front, it's Next on Stage who leads early. At the rail, here comes Ali Song, is trying to join this leader. Taken back now is 10-10. Shuffle back now to the 4th position, is moving up on the far outside. Here comes Deneen Bay. It's Deneen Bay who's going to apply the pressure. Next on Stage, they're 1-2 out of the chute. In between horses is 10-10, Ali Song, purple cap tightly at the rail. Blenheim Baby is now well settled, is tracking in their third. The one at the back, Isn't She Cozy? Tightly bunched, about 3.5 lengths. Now they start to spread out as the top duo went 23-3 for the opening quarter mile. To the inside, it's Next on Stage with the pressure from the 10-1 shot in Deneen Bay. And Deneen Bay maybe with a nose in front, and right there is Next on Stage at even money. In behind them, there comes Ali Song, is trying to rally on from third, and Blenheim Baby has now asked the question. The 7-5 favorite is in pursuit. All in was 10-10, is losing ground, is back to 5th. To the inside of that one comes Isn't She Cozy from the back of the field. Next on Stage is now a neck in front, and 47 seconds flat was the half-mile time. Next on Stage is clearly the leader now as they approach the top of the stretch. Deneen Bay is trying to keep up. Blenheim Baby is all in, not cutting the margin yet, and Ali Song. Next on Stage is sprinting clear. Quick look back from Ricardo Santana Jr., and Next on Stage has a furlong left to go and is widening this margin with every single stride. Geared down, an easy victory. Next on Stage is your winner. Next on Stage will win it. Blenheim Baby will get up for second. Ali Song and Deneen Bay in 1 minute 37 and 1.
The favorite, a winner. Next on Stage, much the best in here. Ricardo Santana and Town to Ride Flying Connection in the Bed of Roses a little bit later on. Picks up an earlier win on the card with this one.
And something about him that we do see on this circuit, especially at Saratoga, is that he is one of the more aggressive riders when he's riding well. Put this horse, who did have some early speed, right on the lead. Little bit of a different tactic from Deneen Bay, trying to give her best opportunity to stay clear of that kickback and get that forward position. But when I end up chalking out with horses that are even money, this is how you want them to win their races. This is a dominant performance with the horse that just had that dirt consistency, had that early speed coming in, and ended up just being much the best for this field.
Much the best there. The favorites running 1-2 is the 11 Blenheim Baby with the outside post. Did break out significantly at the start. That's not uncommon. You hear Richie say it all the time. Horses running to open space, especially again with an outside post. You'll often see inside or outside where they'll break in or break out. And then right here, Blenheim Baby going to take a little bit of a right turn. Not too much actually at the start there. Broke out very, very slightly, but did close to finish second.
Yeah, it seemed like that was corrected fairly quickly with Blenheim Baby towards the outside by Jose Lascano. He was obviously aware that this was a horse that was going to potentially want to drift in that direction, got her on a straighter course, but Ricardo Santana sitting very comfortable, very chilly on your favorite winner next on stage. Didn't really have to ask her for all that much.
3:11.28 in race number 3, even money shot a winner. You knew when Ricardo Santana took a look back, he had plenty of horse underneath him. Prices and more live racing from Belmont at the Big A and Monmouth Park after this.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Okay. Hey, Mag, how you doing?
Hey, Richie.
Okay,
Good,
yeah,
how
I hear
are
Maggie
you?
fine. Good.
Back on America's Day at the Races as next on stage is next into the winner's circle. Gets her picture taken, picking up the second win of her career. This off the turf third race.
She just made a lot of sense coming into this race. Bet like she was going to do well and did deliver with an aggressive ride by Ricardo Santana Jr., a horse that did have that early speed coming in and able to just pull away very convincingly in the stretch against a field of suspect dirt form and some turf form.
And as you said, when you have a horse that's even money, you want them to win like this. This is winning like a proverbial heavy favorite should.
Exactly. If Peter Aiello would hear you, would say easy money.
Yeah, he would love that, that's for sure. Next on stage gets the win, their $4.10 victory over the main track only runner Blenheim Baby, closing for second. We have a fun maiden special weight coming up next, a 1 1/8 miles on the main track here in the 4th race for 3-year-olds and upward. And the big question is Military Road finally going to be able to break through? And it's actually Time Out who's the favorite right now. Are you a bit surprised by that?
I am, but I will say that his workmate did take significant money in the first race. We didn't see a great result, but this horse has a little bit more form to go on. Military Road, he's been so consistent. Can he get that next step, that picture taken, even though he's run very fast races overall?
Some well-bred, some talented horses here in this upcoming race for the 3-year-olds, looking for a maiden special weight score that could potentially propel them on to some bigger things. We'll talk a little bit more about this 4th race in a moment, and the 3rd race at Monmouth Park coming up. The sun is shining at the Jersey Shore. We'll check in with our crew after this on America's Day at the Races.
That's a photo for the win. Hey, 650,000.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Belmont, you have to be here.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the Storage Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Hey race fans, this is your Fox Weather Risk of Weather Impact report for America's Day at the Races. I'm Ian Oliver. We've got a beautiful weekend for racing. Today, we've got 4 $150,000 stakes highlighted by the NYRA Bets Pegasus Stakes, post time at 5:24. Let's look at the forecast. There you go. Front sweeps through Friday. It's out of here in time for the weekend. Leaves us with this: lower humidity, comfortable temperatures, awfully close to average for this time of the year, and lots of sunshine for Monmouth Park. So that is a great day for some stakes racing on Saturday. Of course, a big day for the dads coming up on Sunday. Happy Father's Day. We'll do it all over again. That is another good one right there. More sunshine and comfortable temperatures in the mid-70s. Anytime that you need a forecast before you catch a race, check us out at foxweather.tv. Always on, always free.
Ian, thanks so much. Couldn't ask for a better day of thoroughbred racing. Picture perfect conditions. So I welcome in my co-host, Rajiv Miraj. We could have used some of that yesterday, trying to get here. What is it with it when you and I are trying to get to a racetrack? Anywhere, doesn't matter. Murphy's Law from start to finish.
Yeah, I've been having more trouble making flights than I had when I used to ride races. I've had more traffic in the air than I had on the racetrack. But, you know, if we had to trade it off, I'm happy that it went through, we passed the worst of the rain, because we have a beautiful weekend ahead of us.
Yeah, speak for yourself. I didn't get here till like 2:30 a.m. this morning here. But yeah, the racing does continue. They're on the track here for race number 3 at Monmouth and Rajiv. We're going to start right off with the fact that this wide open races that we have all afternoon, right off the bat, you have a 17-19 to 1 shot you like in collective gold for this third race. $16,000 claiming event, fillies and mares, mile and a 16th on grass.
Yeah, looking through the whole card, there's some great betting races, so many different ways to go. And my best long shot play today comes in this race with number 1, collective gold. Currently 19 to 1 on the morning line. This horse has a very dirtied up form. Last 3 races got me to combine over 70 lengths, right? So at first glance, you'd think this horse stands no chance. Those were all on dirt, and that's not her preferred surface. She switches to the turf, and the last time she was on the turf was in August of 2023. She ran an incredible race after being steady, lacked room here at Monmouth Park. She had a lot of trouble in that race. If she can revert back to that form, she stands a big shot in here. And with that perfect 1 post on the inside, she'll have a great trip saving ground around there.
20 to 1 shot Rajiv likes in this third, collective gold. Maggie, what about the tepid favorite? What are you noticing from the 10 Sadie the Goat? A very lukewarm 3 to 1.
I mean, that's an epic name, first of all, Lafitte. But secondly, Sadie's a little bit of a nervous type. She was saddled with the pony, actually, walked around the paddock attached to the pony. So I think she might actually need the goat as a security blanket, as a comfort, those animals that keep the horses company. Maybe she had a Sadie the goat because she kind of needs it over in the paddock, too. She broke post parade as well. She's a good-looking type. I definitely don't have any problems with her physically for Carlos David. And, this condition's quite interesting where you have a lot of these older horses that are one for many types. She is a 3-year-old and qualifies for this race because of her age, having won, though, 2 of her 9 starts. So I feel like she already has a little bit of a leg up on the field, but are her turf races that good? I would make the argument that almost her dirt race last time against a repeat winner and finishing 3rd behind her was a bit better. So we'll see what she does here. Tepid favorite. It is a wide open field as we'll move on to a horse coming in off of a layoff that I think, even though it was a non-2 for 25 last time, we saw Determined Lily when referencing number 5 in here, Girly the Butcher. She came back to face New York breds for the first time in her career and won quite easily with the 72. So I think Girly the Butcher is, leaving some decent company. I know she's 1 for 24, so she's not that attractive with 7 seconds and 5 thirds. But I really like the warm-up that we saw Jorge Vargas give her. Really busted her away from the pony, saying that I want you to try to be forward. She isn't the quickest early, but hopefully, because as I caught up with Nick Juarez after the first race, he says, you got to be close here on the turf course. You don't have to be on the lead, but you got to be closer. So I think that Jorge Vargas has that in his head, and she looks fit and ready to go off the bench. Number 7, What's Good for Kent Sweezy, goes back to his barn. And last time we saw her get a good trip until the stretch where she wasn't completely clear, but I don't know how much horse Joe Bravo had that day. She does look very good. She made probably one of the best impressions of any of these back in the paddock and on the racetrack, and has that good tactical style that will serve her well back here at Monmouth. And then there's number 8, Tabor Time. If you kind of isolate her turf routes, minus the one that was off a bit of a layoff for the maiden 25s, I think they give her a little bit of a sniffer's chance in here. And she's 20-1, and her in the 7 really the best turned out too. She's dappled head to toe. She looks so healthy, and Lafitte, she's going to be forward.
Pedal to the metal, Raj, the one to catch, Tabor Time.
Yeah, and a ridiculously overlay here at 20-1 currently on the board. This filly stands a real good chance of trying to wire this field. The race is set up where most of the horses drawn towards the inside aren't that quick early, and most of the speed are drawn towards the outside, but the speediest of them all is Tabor Time. And like Maggie said, this turf course has been playing favorable to speed horses based on what Nick Juarez, who's ridden it throughout the whole meet, has said to her. And this filly, her last race is a complete throwout. It was off the turf. She doesn't want none of that. Her race 2 back, she ran really fast early, set fast pace, and just run her competition off her feet. It's not crazy to think that she stands a chance of doing the same thing here.
Your thoughts on Sister Neil, number 6, 9-2 Hall of Famer Javier Castellano, who's riding in all 4 stakes races this afternoon. Castellano and Sister Neil, what's the key to success for her?
Well, you can never go wrong with Javier Castellano on the grass. And Sister Neil is taking a drop in class from Gulfstream Park. For her is trying to time her run right. It seems like if she makes too much of an early move, she flattens out. She has a really short run. And there's no jockey better at saving ground and waiting and being patient and timing their run right than Javier Castellano.
Position.
He positions himself well. He's patient enough. He's rode himself into the Hall of Fame by doing that. And there's nobody that would fit this horse any better. I would expect Sister Nell to run her lifetime best race under his riding today.
One of the best stories in 2023, Javier Castellano, I believe, 7 Grade 1 victories, a 7th win in the Travers. That's mind-boggling. First ever Kentucky Derby, first ever Belmont. 5 weeks apart with 2 different 3-year-olds. We'll see what he does here with Sister Neil. And wish list number 4. All right, so she's facing winners for the first time, but on this track, at this distance, handled her business. Sammy Camacho looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, and I picked her last time. She, and she won very impressively. She had an explosive turn of foot down the lane. And she overcame some adversity. There was a really slow pace. She didn't have to win that day, and she overcame that. So she definitely stands a chance here, taking the step up against winners for the first time. I'll definitely. It's such a wide open race, and you can go a lot of different ways. I lean towards the longer shots in this kind of race because you're splitting hairs between top contenders. So I'd rather, go with the longer shot and hopefully, score that way. But I can see a case made for just about anybody in here.
What does Joe Bravo need to do on the favor from that outside post with Sadie the Goat, number 10?
Gonna have to save ground. If Sadie the Goat gets parked out of there on the outside, her race is gonna be over. She is a favorite, but marginally better than the field, if at all.
Deep, competitive, mile and a 16th on grass. Matt Ditterman with the call. Race 3 at Monmouth, live on this Haskell preview day on Fox Sports 2.
Is Junior going to hop off? They're going to try to load Gurley the Butcher without the rider. And here she comes towards the gate. Meantime, they've loaded Dame Catherine. Gurley the Butcher has gone in without the jockey. Vargas about to get reseated in the saddle. One back. Harmonia. We're ready to go. And we're off. Bazarina put into play early, opens up a length and a half. Accelerina, the reins get shaken at her to take the second position. She does. Bazarina is the pacemaker coming out of the chute. Collective Gold, and here's Tabor Time rushing forward. She's a little bit headstrong, up to challenge that front runner and pass. Tabor Time with a head lead. Bazarina darts to the rail, and she's second approaching the clubhouse turn. Dame Catherine off the pace third in a good stalking position going into the turn. Then Collective Gold with What's Good, and Sadie the Goat, who's 3 wide. Accelerina was prominent in the first 16th. She had to tap on the brakes coming by us for the first time, has been shuffled back to midfield. She's 7 lengths off the lead, a length in front of Wish List. Then the gray, Gurley the Butcher, Luminous Ruler, they're side by side. They're 3 better than Harmonia. And at the back, that's Sister Dell as they head down the back stretch. Tabor Time, the leader here, a clear one at that, a length and a half in front. Dame Catherine taking second, Bazarina third to the inside. What's Good joins her. Sadie the Goat remains out of harm's way on the outside. She joins Collective Gold. They're together within 3 lengths of the top runner approaching the turn. Another length and a half to Wish List. Accelerina, they're side by side. Luminous Ruler right between them. Then comes Gurley the Butcher. She's shoved upon to get going. Sister Nell, Harmonia at the back together still around the far turn. Tabor Time at 22-1 hits the quarter pole with a narrow edge. Dame Catherine on the scene right there, and these two are even as they come off the turn, and Dame Catherine has shot to the front. Now Gurley the Butcher has gotten outside. She's coming with a run. Gurley the Butcher, the gray, has taken over. Gurley the Butcher from midfield kicking on to a 2-length lead. Coming on late, Wish List off the maiden breaker. First start against winners, she'll settle for second. Gurley the Butcher gets it done. Wish List second, Bazarina third, fourth, Harmonia, and then came Sister Dell.
That aggressive warm-up got her revved up, and Gurley the Butcher, who rarely wins, 1 for 24 coming in with 7 second-place finishes. Not the case today. Finishing with authority, Gurley the Butcher in this third at Monmouth, Raj, closing at 9-2.
Yeah, Gurley, what an impressive performance off the layoff. She hasn't run in about 5 to 6 months, and really just swooped by the field, coming from well off the pace. And one of the things that we have to look out for today when you look at the pace, slow fraction seemingly, but it must be some moisture in the track for them to go that slow, because they seem like they were going a bit faster than a half in 49.
How much of an impact do you think that can make on the grass races moving forward with couple of our stakes races on grass this afternoon.
Yeah, and we talked about NYRA saying how much speed favoring this course is. Well, it didn't look speed favoring in that race because the pace wasn't fast and it collapsed. And if that's a trend, it will definitely benefit horses that are coming off the pace today with the moisture in the track.
For the favorite, this isn't being critical of Joe Bravo. You're just playing the hand you're dealt, and in turf racing, that's the kind of trip that is going to provide obstacles that are difficult to overcome. Sadie the Goat, 3 or 4 wide up the backstretch, out in the clear without cover. That's just not typically the type of trip you draw up on the chalkboard in a 2-turn grass race.
No, and I call that no man's land. And when I was riding, if I was in that position, I would be thinking there's no way to win from here. I have to find a way to get over at some point. Because how many horses do you actually see win going 4 wides on both turns? Now, this filly didn't run anything, so it might have not made a difference anyways.
5, 4, and 9 in the third here at Monmouth Park as we send things back to Acacia at Aqueduct. Belmont at the Big A. Acacia.
And a nice maiden special weight race coming up here on the main track. Lafitte still the favorite. It's time out. 4-5. A regal pedigree on that one. More in the colt in a moment. But first, we'll meet the rest of the field. Sarah starting things off with Foxhole.
A horse that should be forward from that inside position now goes third off the layoff. Second race was a decent effort.
Here's Original Idea stretching out.
And does exit an important race with Donegal Momentum, a very impressive winner for the Morley Barn.
1 of 2 for Belmont. Here's Reynolds Channel.
His race 2 back, it gives him a chance. His race last time out, pretty disappointing.
The other for Belmont, by Curlin out of multiple graded stakes winner Lull.
Adding those blinkers, third start of his career, he's going to need to be a little bit more forward.
And Military Road, 3-1, who's been knocking on the door throughout his career.
Look, he's been consistent, but consistently not getting to the winner's circle. Fastest races overall, though.
And here's Missouri River, second off the bench, also stretching out.
And did improve significantly when getting over to the dirt after the debut on turf. We'll see what we get. Third time out from this one. Big price.
It's a half to Devona Dale winner, Hole Bodymeister, who did that at a huge price. I remember that day. So there's some pedigree for distance. But first, as we mentioned before the break, some news regarding world-famous jockey Frankie Dettori. We saw a flying dismount during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival and has been announced, Sarah, that he will be based at Saratoga this summer, still to be represented by Ron Anderson, who currently also has Joel Rosario and John Velasquez on the East Coast. Jockey agent can only have 2 jockeys on one circuit, so Johnny now to be represented by Kieran McLaughlin, who also has Louis Saez.
And I mean, Frankie Dettori calling off his retirement, that's not news, but we are excited to see him be based at Saratoga this summer. He's up there for that Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racing Festival, and obviously when you get the top class riders, adding one more to the mix just makes things even more contentious.
Absolutely, and we'll get a chance to, I'm sure, see a lot of those world-class rides this summer at Saratoga. And Richie, you see how the fans react to Frankie, and still doing those flying dismounts, and amazing he still has some cartilage in those knees.
Yeah, I wish Frankie would stop the flying dismounts at this point. He doesn't nail the landings like he used to. Listen, Father Time is undefeated, and at some point, just give the horse a pat, get off, pop the girth, and but he's a showman, and that's one of the things that we enjoy about Frankie. He's got an amazing, larger-than-life personality, and he's a world-class rider still. He still brings it on a daily basis, so another welcome layer to this already deep and talented jockey colony in Saratoga. It's going to be a lot of fun having Frankie on the scene. Now let's get to a 1 1/8 miles here for maidens, and we'll start with the 3, Reynolds Channel. He'll be my top selection. I like him going to the 1 1/8 miles. I think last time he just was compromised. He got in a little bit of an argument with Louis Saez. He was pulling a little bit too much, and it's always been my contention. Horses that go further distances, when they pull, they tend to use energy in the wrong way, and I think he just dissipated under wraps. Johnny Velasquez, a rider, allows horses to get in a rhythm and find their stride and kind of keeps them going forward. I think that's going to be a match made in heaven, and he looks outstanding from a physical perspective, as does the other Belmont trainee. Time out, stretching to the 2 turns for the first time, comes off of 2 nice efforts, adds blinkers, does have that royal pedigree, that strong Claiborne farm blood coursing through his veins, and obviously he's very interesting. I'm a little surprised that he's 6-5, and that's why I went with the other Mott, just disparity in price that I didn't think really was 100% warranted. The 5, Military Road, certainly has races good enough to win here. kind of 2 back. I thought he could have got it done, and I just started getting the impression, is he a horse that likes to run with horses as opposed to maybe running by them, or did he just hook a little better rival that day? I guess that'll be the big question. And then the 6 horse, Missouri River, Son of Arrogate, getting to go 2 turns for the first time on the proper surface. Maybe it's a little bit of that Goldilocks effect, everything being just right, but at a big price. I do think he'll appreciate a mile and a furlong here on the dirt.
Some interesting runners in here, Richie, thank you, and some interesting pedigrees as well. As Sarah, Time Out still the favorite. You landed on him as well?
I did. Do I really want this horse at 6 to 5 or a super short price? I don't know. I think that Military Road was your morning line favorite at 7 to 5 and had the credentials to be one of the top players in this race. And it really is between the 1, 4, 3, 5, and the 2 outsiders. But I don't necessarily want to take a really short price on anybody in this spot because it does seem wide open, at least between those 4, and there are cases to be made for some of those long shots as well. So while I did pick this horse on top, and I would like to see him get a little bit more forward position now stretching out to the mile and an 1/8 distance, I'm not rushing to the windows to place a win bet.
What about a couple of those long shots? The 2 original ideas you mentioned in the post parade comes out of a fast race. Donegal Momentum was a well-touted first-time starter that day. He just looked like a colt, this one, who would need a race and is stretching out for the first time.
And Shug McGahee is a trainer that doesn't necessarily crank his horses up to fire first time out. They sort of have that gradual progression forward, get that racing fitness as time goes on. And look, Treaty Obligation, who finished second in that race, has had his chances, but he's run very consistently in the majority of his starts as well. So he's definitely exiting a race with some talent. He'll need to take a big step forward, but at a huge price. If some of those more logical contenders, at least on paper, don't fire, I wouldn't leave this one completely out of the equation.
There's an up-close and personal shot with Errata Ortiz, who'll be aboard the 1 Foxhole. Showed improved speed last time out. This will be the furthest that he's gone as he'll stretch out to the 2 turns. The furthest he's raced so far to date has been a mile.
And he has to get out of the gate a little bit more cleanly, especially from that post position towards the rail. But if he can control this race through a modest pace, he has a big opportunity. He's run well in a couple of his starts so far. I just didn't want him at an extremely short price, but 9 to 2, not that terrible on him right now.
Richie had some positive things to say about the other big price on the board. The 6 Missouri River is by Arrogate, and as I mentioned, the sister, yes, a big price, but did win the Devona Dale down at Gulfstream. So there's some pedigree to suggest that longer would be better.
Absolutely, especially with Arrogate. And looking at this one's overall step up, switching over to the dirt, having that nice outside post and a compact field, there are cases that could be made for the 2 longest shots in the field.
Maiden Special Weight Race 4 up next. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
And they're off. Foxhole with speed to the inside. Foxhole right out to the front is joined by Military Road from an outside draw, is trying to cross over, and behind them is Time Out, is a well-settled third. Tightly at the rail is going to be Reynolds Channel, an original idea. Didn't want to be too far back and moved up into that spot. And that's going to drift out Time Out, who's going to be 4 wide here into that turn. The trailer, Missouri River. Foxhole's got the lead. Military Road applies the pressure and wanting to go is Reynolds Channel, is trying to split rivals, is just rein back in, is in third. It's a tight third though, as those 3 are now taking it to the backstretch, and Military Road has put a neck in front. Foxhole is going to give up the lead here, is going to take back, is now a shared second with Reynolds Channel. It's just a little tough to handle, is in that mix. Out wider is Time Out, and Time Out is in the clears in the 4th position with 23 and 3 for that opening quarter mile, 47 seconds flat for the half-mile time. Back there in 5th is Original Idea, and the one at the back is Missouri River. 6 lengths to make up on Military Road. Military Road and Manny Franco have gotten over to the rail and now the clear leader. They move into the far turn, and they are a half length in front of Reynolds Channel, who's ready to pounce, and here comes Reynolds Channel with the challenge towards the outside. Time Out starts to make up ground, and here comes the move from Time Out, is now about to challenge for third as Foxhole is encouraged to keep up. 1:11 and 4 for 3/4 of a mile. They get set to reach the top of the stretch. Military Road has got the lead and kicks away. It's Military Road. Reynolds Channel is trying to challenge, and here comes Time Out, who straightens up out in the center of the racetrack, and Time Out is making up some ground, but a very stubborn Military Road with a furlong left to go. Time Out is now taking the lead. Military Road is back to second. Time Out is trying to edge away late. Military Road won't give up. Timeout. Military Road comes right back. Timeout gets the victory. Timeout gets the win over Military Road. Then came Reynolds Channel and Foxhole in 1 minute 49 flat.
Timeout, the favorite with those blinkers on, delivers, and Military Road finishes second, where he likes to once again.
I mean, you were saying to me it's like the dirt soldier rising,
Yeah.
and while the level of competition is not quite as steep
Right.
for this one as of yet, when you have those horses that can reliably hit the board and they start drifting up in price, as we did see that he didn't go off the favorite in this race, and perhaps those seconds end up adding up. These are great horses to end up keying in some of your exotics because you know that they're going to show up and run their race. And while I'm sure it can be frustrating after a while to not get the victory, he's certainly picking up checks along the way against some quality competition overall. And that consistency, there is something to be said for that.
Has never run lower than an 80 buyer in his career. Military Road hitting the front, but just you could see coming into the stretch, Manny Franco trying, imploring him there at that point, but time out with the better momentum at that point as well. There was a little bit of a scramble for the pace early, just as Richie was talking about last time with Luis Saez at Churchill Reynolds Channel, fighting John Velasquez again today.
If you gave me a guess of who was aboard Reynolds Channel in the early part of this race, it would not have been John Velasquez, a rider that really does get that position going forward, as our own Richard Migliore does like to say, a very good example of that. But timeout, got to give him credit. He was a little bit closer today than he had been in some of his prior races, able to handle that stretch out all the way to the mile and an eighth, and maybe those blinkers did the trick to get him a little bit more in the game to just go by.
4-5, 3-1 in race 4, graduation day for the 4 time out with those blinkers on, getting the victory this afternoon. Junior Alvarado in the saddle, climbing aboard this son of Curlin for the first time today. 6-5 favorite, delivering. We'll take a quick time out, bring you prices and more live racing when we come back. Stay with us, a lot more still to come on America's Day at the Races.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with an eighth of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races, live from Monmouth Park. NYRA Bet's Haskell Preview Day. Picture perfect Saturday afternoon on the Jersey Shore. Live look in the paddock. Riders up. Post-parade brewing for the 4th. Back to the main track. Fillies and mares, mile and a 16th. $16,000 allowance optional claimer. Raj's play of the day.
Yeah.
In this one, Evidencias. Currently 2-1, the second choice.
Yeah, I love this filly today, Evidencias. Her last race, she ran way better than it looked.
Her jockey's late.
Come on, Kendrick. Catch up. You need to get to the winner's circle, my boy.
So Campy's late to the paddock. You need to cross the wire in front, Kendrick. Raj's play of the day. All right, give us a sales pitch.
Yeah, so here's the sales pitch. She was 3-5 last time at Gulfstream Park in a much tougher race than she faces today. She drew the 1 hole going down that long run down the backstretch, which is not ideal for a filly that comes from a little bit off the pace. She didn't break that good coming out of the gate, got shuffled back, got put in a very adverse position, never really looked comfortable until her jockey had to swing her out pretty wide on the turn. So it was just a really messed up trip for her. She gets a perfect outside post today, so even if she breaks a little slow, which she's accustomed to doing, she should just fall right into place and where she should be. And I think on class, she towers over this field.
What'd you do to our graphics?
I broke it.
Our graphics are down. What'd you do? Like, don't touch the wires. We'll have the odds up shortly as they call the field to post. Whistler style number 2, 6-1. Miles a Smile, 7-2. 6-1. Run Devil. Catching Heat, 8-5. We'll revisit her. Maiden Win, Rose E. Holiday is 12-1. And Evidencias at 2-1. Good field. The one scratch, a key scratch, undefeated My 2 Sophia's is out. That would have been Paco Lopez's first mount of the afternoon. Paco Saturday doesn't start until race 7.
Wow, it's incredible that Paco.
Isn't that nuts?
Yeah, Paco usually rides every race here. He doesn't start until race 7, so we don't get to see that the Paco Saturday showcase.
Saving his.
But one of the cool things about this race at Evidencia is not often you see a Grade 1 winner show up in an allowance race on an undercard. And Evidencias is a Grade 1 winner in her native Brazil. So this filly shipped in from Brazil, came to America last year. But yeah, Grade 1 winner.
Evidencias, we'll see her in the post parade. There's Whistler's style. Little bit one-geared. That's been her style.
Yeah, not too much speed from this one. And actually has never really done much running against this level of competition.
Javier Castellano aboard, then Miles of Smiles. Miles the best in her latest.
Yeah, improving sort. Had a very impressive win over this track.
Run Devil wins, claimed from Rudy by Wayne Potts.
Claimed for 16 last time, makes a big leap in class today.
Catching Heat number 5, first of several live Chad Brown runners.
Yeah, takes the next logical step into allowance race after winning last time.
Rosie Holiday and the money in all 7 starts at Monmouth.
Yeah, Rosie's Holiday hasn't done much running against this level of competition.
Look out, Raj. There she is, the Brazilian Group 1 winner, as you pointed out, Evidencias.
Yeah, and now the betting is coming in. She's now the favorite, and I believe deservingly so.
She is 8-5. With a few moments till post time for this 4th race, we check in with Maggie, standing by with a special guest, the NYRA Bet's Chief Operating Officer, Matt Five. Maggie.
Yeah, so pleased to be joined here by Matt, and we need to learn a little bit more, Matt, about the partnership that we saw and announced earlier this year between NYRA Bets and Monmouth Park. It looks as though it is quite the relationship so far.
Well, if you look all over to Monmouth Park, you see the NYRA Bets branding, and it's really, realistically, the most important thing for us to do is to promote the NYRA Bets brand and grow it. And one of the ways we can do that is by partnering and offering support to industry, racetracks, colleagues. And the most important thing here is they're a perfect regional complement to what we do. So for us, it made perfect sense to get the NYRA Bets Haskell and then to put together this joint TV partnership. I mean, what is the best daily double outside of Monmouth Park and Saratoga and Belmont? It's a phenomenal partnership.
What are we looking forward to in the Haskell? You know, this is the first time we're covering it, you know, kind of exclusively, and it's typically, historically, such a big race and event?
Well, it's an iconic brand, right? And to associate NYRA Bets with that kind of brand is a beautiful partnership for us. We want to be collaborative in nature, and for us doing the TV partnership, we hope obviously to promote Monmouth Park and the Haskell, and in turn, by promoting handle on NYRA Bets. So we think it's the perfect complementary partnership for us.
And no better segue than to have the local prep here today. The Pegasus, you're no stranger to handicapping some races. I want to get your insight onto who do you like in this Pegasus?
Well, there's an old adage, those that can't do teach. So I'm going to give my pick, but just keep in mind that I do work for a living in racing. So I'm a fan of Hades. I believe Lone Speed is my favorite handicapping angle. Now, I know you kind of disagree with the fact that he's going to be Lone Speed, but I believe that he will get to the front, and I believe that that's the pick here today.
If I was going to debate you, we'd be here for far longer. We just don't have that time. But Matt, thank you so much for all you do for NYRA Bets and for a little bit of your time today.
My pleasure. Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Matt Feig, COO of NYRA Bets. And like he said, Lafitte, this relationship has gotten off to a flying start here at Monmouth.
It's been a blast spending time here at Monmouth Park and nearing the teeth of the meet, the highlight, July 20th with the NYRA Bets Haskell. Today's NYRA Bets Pegasus. You're going to break the tie, Raj? Hades, does he set the tempo? Is he the pace setter in the Pegasus?
I mean, I can see a case to be made that Hades is going to be up close to the pace. Being the actual pace setter, I think he will be. I think he will be. I agree. I agree with Matt.
As a company man, probably a good call.
Yeah.
He's a company man, Rajiv Mirage.
But
that's
now I'm
later
disagreeing
on.
with Maggie, so I'm in a lose-lose situation. Why do you put me in these spots?
She'll come up and let you hear all about it. This race, this fourth race, as the warm-up continues, and you're looking at Catching Heat. Let's revisit her maiden win. This was May 9th. Aqueduct, she's favored. You're going to see Catching Heat and Flavien Prat. What you have to appreciate, Raj, is that she's going to be headed, she's going to be challenged, and responds well.
Yeah, she was definitely gritty here. And one of the things that you could see, like, before entering the turn, Flavien was already pretty much pedal to the metal, like asking her, driving at her.
Took a shot.
Took some contact, and that kind of spurred her up a little bit. When she bumped with her rival, she re-engaged the bridle. But what that shows you is that she's kind of a one-pace filly. She has natural speed, but she doesn't have a quick acceleration. So if Flavien knows her well, that was his first time on her, and he rode her hard every step of the way. But she's gonna have to try to maintain that speed against Evidencias, who I expect Kendrick to just be bearing down on her the entire way. Being on the outside post, Kendrick is going to have an eye on Flavien. He knows that's the horse to beat. That's a main contender, and he's not going to let him get away with things too easily.
Evidencias now, wow. Odds on 4-5, Maggie, circling back to Catching Heat. That gutty win in her debut. How do you think she responds first time taking on winners?
Yeah, Lafitte, she's one that I question when they stretched her out in her second start. And again, I question, even though she was much the horse to beat and prevailed in breaking her maiden in her third start of her career. But it's kind of this lesson that I've learned throughout covering these races and trying to judge horses physically and what that kind of equates to and what they want to do. And a lot of times it comes down to style. And I think Randomized, who is our Ogden Phipps winner from last weekend, Alabama winner before that, is a perfect lesson in, because she looks and is built like your typical sprinter. But because she has speed, it's easier for her around 2 turns with distance to maintain that, to get in that rhythm. And I think that Catching Heat could be another example of that. A horse that doesn't necessarily looks like she wants to run this distance, but she's proven she can, and she has early speed. So I think she's pretty dangerous here. She looks phenomenal. Evidencias, I thought in her last start on the NYRA circuit back in February, she looked a bit light, and then they switch her and send her down to Gulfstream. That was probably too much. So regroup, weight is back on, conditioning's back on. Her problem, though, is she's a late runner. And for me here at Monmouth, I'm just always going to side with horses with a bit more earlier foot. Not that closers can't win, but for me, I would take Catching Heat.
Catching heat and her tactical speed. Flavia Pratt, as mentioned, first of several contenders you'll see this afternoon at Monmouth, trained by Chad Brown. Final check of the tote board reading even money on Evidencias. Filing into the gate, Matt Ditterman with the call. Post-time race for Monmouth, live on Fox Sports 2.
Hand to the outside post, Evidencias to round out the field. Here's Evidencias. We're ready to go. And the 5, Catching Heat, opened the front of the gate, didn't come out of there. They held on to her. So they're going to close that gate. Your current favorite is number 7, Evidencias. Of course, that could change very late, but that's where we sit currently, and was even money as she went into the gate. They're just closing the front of the gate of number 5, Catching Heat, who again opened it, but didn't go out. Starter jogging back over to the button. We're ready to go. And we're off. Miles of Smiles bounced into the bridle right away. Catching Heat has some speed, and here comes Run Devil between that pair to come and challenge and take the lead away. Catching Heat right up alongside in the early stages. Miles of Smiles third, approaching the turn. Evidencias in the 4th position going into that turn is on the outside. Whistler's Smile is right behind her, and that leaves Rosie Holiday to trail the field 6 or 7 lengths behind Run Devil, who paves the way, not at a fast pace. She's got company though. There on the outside, that's Catching Heat, a half length back, just a neck off approaching the backstretch. Miles of Smiles is 3 deep on the turn, and Whistler's Style is down on the inside of her approaching the backstretch run. Evidencias second to last, only about 3 or 4 lengths off the lead, and another length to Rosie Holiday, who can see them all down the backstretch. 24 3/5 seconds the first quarter mile, and Run Devil set it. Catching Heat right up alongside now, and Miles of Smiles goes pretty well on the outside third, just a half length off the top pair, who are pretty much glued together as they approach the 4-turn run. Whistler's Style in the 4th position down on the inside. Evidencias is next outside of her, getting shaken up to get going now, and there goes Evidencias taking the 4th position away from Whistler's Style as they sprint around the 4-turn. Catching Heat, Miles of Smiles are kicking on. Run Devil calls it a day. Evidencias takes the 2nd spot, and Catching Heat has retreated to 3rd. Absolutely needs to turn it around. Doesn't look like she's going to. It's a 2-horse race between Miles of Smiles and Evidencias. Miles of Smiles drifting to the center of the track. Evidencias ducks back to the inside, but Miles of Smiles inside the 16th pole. The reins get shaken at her to finish, and she will get the job done. Miles of Smiles with Carlos Hernandez aboard. Evidencias second best. Third home Whistler's Style, and Catching Heat was 4th.
Sharp mare, Miles of Smiles, coming off a daylight win, now back-to-back, closing at 6-1 in this 4th at Monmouth Park. What's going on there, Raj, at the top of the stretch?
Yeah, Miles of Smiles drifted off the turn a bit. I think by design by Carlos Hernandez. He felt the pressure from Kendrick Carmouche coming on his outside, and he kind of floated him out within the race ride. It didn't impede him, but much the best here. Miles of Smiles pulling away at the end.
Evidencias took a run. What about Catching Heat and Flavia Pratt? When could you tell that she was in deep water?
Yeah, Catching Heat never looked like she was going forward at the quarter pole. You can always tell on the turn that he was all out when Miles of Smiles passed him midway on the turn. He was just dropping back, and it was setting up to be a 2-horse race. Evidencias had perfect aim on Miles of Smiles, but just couldn't quite match up to that one today.
She is going better than ever in her first, 21 races, 1 win, and back-to-back now.
I rode her mom, Oasis of Midnight, for the David Russo, the same connections, and she got old. As she got older, she got better, like almost like fine wine, aging it. Like her mom, she's really on the improve, this filly.
I think we're seeing that now from her, the 5-year-old mare. Results when we come back, 37256 plus. The NYRA Bets Pegasus favorite, Tuscan Sky, pulled from Belmont consideration. Now here she is. Haskell bound? We'll see.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire Speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a $12.50 post on weekends, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for joining us on this Saturday afternoon. Back over here in New York, we have New York Breds in the spotlight. Coming up next in race number 5, going 6.5 furlongs on the main track for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, as we'll get a chance to meet the field as they make their way out. The 1 Valoose went by. There's the 2 True Empress, Sarah.
Horse that has some form, that's hit the board, but might need to take a step forward against this field.
Harlan's Bond cutting back in distance.
I do like the cutback. I don't necessarily love this horse in this spot.
Jackson's Dixie winner last time out.
And we'll see where that race ended up coming from for this one. May have been aided by the rail in that race, an anomaly in terms of prior form.
Here's the 4-year-old Athena Beach stepping up to the next level after that last win.
A horse that did go 4 for 4 to start her career and has that consistency.
Has been very good throughout, 5 for 7. There's Kara's Time cutting back in distance as well.
And I hope that she has some forward position in this race, a horse that can be better when she's a little bit more aggressive.
Making her first start out of stakes company in a while, too. And here's the 7, Gone and Forgotten.
Did run well in that last start, finishing 3rd. I wonder how the pace is ultimately going to play out for this one.
That's the field for race 5. Apologies, no graphics here in New York at the moment, but back over at Monmouth Park, it was Joe Orsino and the number 3 Miles of Smiles with the win. Joe standing by with Maggie.
Thanks, Acacia. And please be joined here by Joe. And Miles of Smiles, Joe, she ran like a wildebeest today. She never looked like a loser.
No, it was amazing. You know, she was struggling with the Gulfstream surface, and we sent her up here. You know, it's a funny story, but her mother loved this racetrack. And we trained Oasis at midnight for the same owner, and she excelled here too. So we said, let's send her to Monmouth with that crew and see what happens. Now she's 2 for 2, so it makes me look smart.
I feel like I remember her mother running in New York, right?
Yeah, she did. Her last race was the Grade 3, and she finished 3rd. So she was a decent filly.
Yeah, she really was. Well, speaking of decent, a little better than that, I'd say, is Hades coming up later in the Pegasus. Now, we saw him on the front end be lethal. Is that the plans today?
You know, I'm going to let him run his race. I think it's important for Paco to put him back in his race, in the same game he's been doing. And yes, I mean, I don't know if it'll be in front, but it's going to be, we're going to leave the gate with determination this time, not just sit still and expect him to take us up there. And from there, you know, we'll let the horse run his race. I do expect him to be in front, though.
Joe, we see a little bit of student taking on teacher with your former assistant, Eddie Owens, and barnmate now. What's it like, you know, meeting Eddie with such a nice New York bred in the same race?
Yeah, you know, Eddie's like family to me, you know, I mean, it's just, there's no other words. And I'm really happy for him and the success he's having. He's, you know, he learned a lot, right? So, no, all seriously, I mean, that being said, he's a great guy, and you know, it's a competitive business, you know, I mean, you know, if you think about it, we're in this. We run against each other, and tonight we'll probably go have dinner together. So it's the business we're in, but it's fun. It's all good.
Well, we're looking forward to it. Best of luck, but hopefully it's the precursor for things to come a little later on.
I hope so. That's what we're all rooting for.
All right, Acacia, miles of smiles. Definitely loving the Monmouth surface.
With that big win today, Maggie, thank you. We'll see what Hades has to offer in the NYRA Bets Pegasus a little bit later on the card. Sarah, a horse that, as Maggie mentioned, very good winning the Holy Bowl. Can he run back to that effort?
And we'll see what kind of trip he gets. They're saying that he doesn't necessarily need the lead, going to leave that decision up to Paco Lopez in terms of where he's positioned early on. But he's a horse that's going to have to turn things around and get back to some of those prior efforts.
New York Breds coming up here, though, in the 5th. Belmont at the Big A. Let's check in trackside with Richie.
Yeah, I think it's a really nice group of horses here. There's some quality, and we'll start with the 5, Athena Beach. 5 for 7 lifetime, 5 for 6 around one turn. Last time was climbing from the kickback, really wasn't comfortable until she got in the clear, settled and really finished. She'll be my top selection, Athena Beach. She has a winning habit. The 6, Kara's Time. I agree with Sarah. This horse needs to be up on the pace. She's only run well when she's won too early, and I know that Mitch Friedman wants her aggressively handled. She also gets Lasix for the first time, competing with Lasix for the first time in her life. Looks fantastic. Mitch Friedman does a great job. Eric Cancel needs to be aggressive here. The race really boils down to those two for me, and I would be remiss not to mention the 3-horse Harlan's Bond from the Dave Donk Bond, because she just looked that good from a physical perspective. I'm not 100% sure that she stacks up with some of these, but I do think she's going to run a really good effort from the way she looks physically.
All right, Richie, thank you. 2-1 favorite, though, on the outside in the 7, Gone and Forgotten, cutting back in distance. And I would imagine, though not necessarily a winning type, the presence of Irad Ortiz does help in seeing that short price.
Exactly, and we have seen this horse perform well with some higher numbers on this circuit in the past, running an 80 buyer, finishing second to Remain Anonymous 2 starts ago, then kind of back that up first off the claim in terms of stretching out a little bit in distance and at least running a good race out of town. Now maybe she gets back to a little bit more of what she wants to do, being that closing sprinter type. I just don't necessarily know if the pace is going to play in her favor, if things will heat up enough on the front end for her closing kick.
This 6, Kara's Time, she has the ability to be forward, and it could look like she's tailing off, but she's been facing some very tough company. You see My Main Squeeze in her past performances, Landed, who we just saw winning a New York Bred Stake on Sunday, and can she get back on track?
And if she can, I think that she's dangerous in here because of the company that she has kept in the past. And maybe it looked like that Joseph A. Jimma was a one-off, an improvement on that sloppy sealed surface where she got that 80 buyer speed figure and winning. But I felt like she backed it up enough in the Maid of the Mist to show that she can compete at some of those higher levels and run those numbers that are a little bit faster overall. If she gets that forward position, I think that she could be dangerous in here.
Top pick for you in this spot?
I'm going with Kara's Time.
I like it. Kara's Time. For Sarah, Richie had interest in Athena Beach, who, as he mentioned, has a winning habit. She started off her career in great form, and then her first time against New York Breds, it was going 1 1/8 miles, which she wants no part of. She is a sprinter and has shown that, especially with that nice win last time out.
Absolutely. She is getting back to what she wants to do, what she's been best at overall. And you can't knock a horse that's gone 4 for 4 to start their career. That consistency, that's very admirable, especially at a level like this.
New York bred fillies and mares coming up here in this 5th race. Belmont at the Big A. Chris Griffin has the call.
Kara's Time. Gone and Forgotten. Last to load to the outside. Gone and Forgotten is in. All set. And they're off. Gone and Forgotten breaks on top towards the far outside. Kara's Time is in that mix. Here comes Athena Beach, and Kara's Time, they hook up, and a pace duel now on the front end. Lone in third is going to be Jackson's Dixie, is progressing at the rail, and there's Gone and Forgotten back to 4th. In behind them comes Harlan's Bond. It's there with True Empress, the trailer with Valoose. The front two continue to go at it, 22.30. A very pressured opening quarter mile. It's Kara's Time to the outside. To the inside here, it's Athena Beach, and they're still a clear 1-2. Jackson's Dixie is in pursuit towards the inside, Gone and Forgotten, and those two are now making up quick ground on the leaders. The front four, 5 lengths clear from Ballouse, trying to keep up there with Harlan's Bond and True Empress. As they approach a quarter mile left to go, Kara's Time is trying to put away an all-in Athena Beach. 45.32 was the half, and it's still Kara's Time who kicks away, is still traveling strongly. Gone and Forgotten is in full pursuit, and between horses, Jackson's Dixie at the rail, Athena Beach. It is Kara's Time trying to find a final furlong and still has a 2.5 length cushion. Gone and Forgotten is making up some ground, but inside the final 16th, it's going to be a strong effort here. Kara's Time, that's your winner. Photo there between Gone and Forgotten and Athena Beach, and a late run there from True Empress in 1 minute 16 seconds flat.
It's time with the win. She gets back to the winner's circle off a little bit of a freshening. Nice call, Sarah, at 4-1.
Thanks. I mean, this is the kind of ride that I wanted out of this horse. Eric Cancel put this horse in contention very early on in this race and wasn't too afraid of another horse that wanted that forward position, able to put Athena's Beach away. And then Gone and Forgotten did have more forward position today in this spot, or Ortiz Jr., keeping that one a little bit closer, a little bit more in contact with this field, but didn't have quite enough to catch up to Kara's Time, who did all the heavy lifting throughout this race.
Kara's Time at 4-1 with the victory. First time out of stakes company since her debut when she won it first asking in a maiden special weight. So definitely a little class relief for her today as well.
Absolutely. And we hadn't seen her in a while, and then she did come back to the races with a good effort right here. And I liked her cutting back in distance as well. There were some things to like about this horse, just a question of whether or not she would get that forward position.
6-7-5-2 in race number 5. Eric Cancel and Kara's Time with the victory over the 7 Gone and Forgotten, who had taken all of that money. She definitely seemed to appreciate the cutback in distance as well, and also getting back to New York bred company. And as you mentioned, she was able to get in a favorable position early in the race.
And I think she ran her race. This race was dominated forward, even though Athena Beach did back out of things a little bit towards the tail end of this race. But had she not gotten that forward position, maybe not the most effective, and maybe not able to get that second place finish.
Kara's Time with the win, though. New York bred filly who gets a little class relief and a victory today at 4-1. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
It's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as Kara's Time and Eric Cancel make their way into the winner's circle following race 5. New York-bred filly, $10.20 winner, and a top pick for Sarah.
Thanks. I mean, Eric Cancel was aggressive with her, got her in that nice forward position, and was able to capitalize on that when Athena Beach got a little bit tired late.
Uh-oh, do you see that? The pick 5. 666.
I guess it's okay that I didn't hit it then.
$10.20 winner, Kara's Time. We will be on the turf for the 6th race coming up next. This one a maiden special weight, going a mile on the turf. And currently the number 2 unit economics is 9 to 5 as this gelding will get blinkers on. And it just seems Sarah like the prime candidate for blinkers, not being able to quite get there at the end, swapping leads, a little bit green.
Clearly there's ability with this horse, has been a short price in those last 2 races, but yet to seal the deal. This is not necessarily an easier field overall, but to leave this one out of that pick 6 where the carryover does start here, at your own peril.
Well, let's see if that equipment change does help, but we'll see that trainer and owner represented at Monmouth today. Chad Brown and Klarovich Stables have domestic product waiting in the wings. He won the Tampa Bay Derby and will try to pick up another big stake to his name. And he's coming up in the NYRA Bets Pegasus a little bit later on.
Folsom from last to first in the mat win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
New York breds, race them,
Respect them.
bet them,
Respect them.
breed them,
Respect them.
buy them,
Respect them.
train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Exciting Saturday afternoon of thoroughbred racing at Monmouth Park, the shore's greatest stretch. Jersey Shore, all about beaches and boardwalks, right? We'll take the racetrack, Monmouth Park, on this NYRA Bets Haskell preview day. 4 stakes races later on this afternoon, perhaps a stakes winner in the future. In this field, good group of maidens. Mile and a 16th on grass. Fillies and mares, they make the turn. We start with Mexican Sugar by Claiborne Stallion to Marshalier.
Yeah, this one will be coming from off the pace. We'll be hoping for a fast pace early on to run into.
Gilded Edge and high-profile connections. It's 6-1.
It didn't show much speed first time out. It stretches out a bit more to a mile and a 16 today.
Number 4, Lady Mays. More on this Irish filly in a moment.
Yeah, narrowly defeated in her North American debut. Stands a big chance here.
Favored, Eastern Empress.
2 seconds since racing in America against 2 back, beaten by Mama June, who was seen at Eatontown Stakes today.
Colby's Candle even running her debut. There's Woodhoo, who you and Maggie both like.
Yeah, this one is stretching out around the ground for the first time after showing decent speed sprinting at Gulfstream.
They're moving quickly, growth rate, world-class connections. Then Gasparilla, a poor start in her latest Raj in the 10, Shade of Pale, Peter Brandt's homebred.
This one hasn't run since August of last year, but comes in here with lay 6 for a second start.
Hot route, Scott Brown-owned first-time starter.
Running for Brittany Russell, who wins at a 21% clip with first-time starters.
Maidens, solid group here. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older. You saw Eastern Empress, who is 7-5, Maggie, but there is Lady Mays, the Irish filly, her second start in the U.S.
Well, Lafitte, as Woodhoo is officially my pick, they got a 10-cent superfecta in this race, so I really am intrigued by all 4 runners I'm going to talk about. And Lady Mace, as you were saying, she honestly just looked phenomenal. I was intrigued by her, given her performance in a May 18th effort for her stateside debut here. I thought she broke well, which you typically don't see with these European horses in their first start in America, which is a testament to the job that Lindsay Schultz does. And secondly, she tried really hard and just came up a bit short. You know, she's a little bit of a heavier body type, so I'm sure one that's going to have to race into fitness. But again, she's sharp here pre-race, and I think she's going to show that forward speed that we saw in the debut. The only knock I have against her today is the fact that she shows up wearing the front wraps for this second time out off the bench. Next, moving on to Woodhoo. Hopefully we're saying that correctly, but you know, it's really hard to win at 5/8 going, you know, when you're not on the lead at Gulfstream. And this filly broke well enough, just couldn't keep pace. So I think she's one that should appreciate a little bit more ground. Having watched the replay, she just looked as though she was run off her feet. She's nice and relaxed today. Like I said, I think Lady Mice is at least giving me the signals that she's going to be the one that's really forward. But I think naturally Woodhoo will show a bit of early foot stretching out in distance, and she physically looks suited to it. Coming off a bit of a layoff, looks incredibly fit. Growth rate, she got the tightener under her belt. We see Marco T in the common running lines there. She finished 3rd with Woodhoo and won the race. At Growth Rate came back in as a 3-year-old, but Growth Rate doesn't want to sprint. She's a router. I think this is what she wants to do, and I like that effort that she did come back with on May 2nd. Gasparilla has a quick turnaround after a poor performance, and I was kind of intrigued. I'm like, what happened? Because she kind of deserved a little bit of attention in that maiden special weight here on June 1st, and they put blinkers on her that day. She had a big cheater cup, you know, a good 1.5 to 2 inches covering her eye. Now they've cut her back to just about 1/2 to 1/4 of an inch, and watching her, she just, I don't know her that well, and I don't want to completely write her off as, you know, a little bit on the dim-witted side, but she seems like a filly that's easily distracted. And watching her in that replay with those bigger blinkers on, she just looked as though she was trying to look out around them the entire time. Today, she was a little bit rambunctious in the paddock, just acting a little bit silly. But she physically looks better than what she has in her previous 2. And the fact that Hall of Famer Shug McGahee brings her back off a short rest, off of a poor performance, says that maybe it was just the blinkers and she deserves a second look here. And she is a massive price, Lafitte.
Quick turnaround, keep her focused, Kendrick. Gasparilla at 18-1. Raj Eastern Empress is not 18-1, 6-5. The favorite here for Christophe Clement. And something to watch for her. Well, here's her most recent, early May at Gulfstream. Raj, she's favored. She's finding momentum, but she's very wide, starting to close in on the leaders.
Yeah, I mean, this filly is a deserving favorite for many reasons. First of all, she has the highest speed figures of any in this race. Plus, in her most recent start, you saw she got forced out pretty wide when making her run, and she was on the wrong lead.
Swap!
And when you see the horse on the wrong lead like that, the thing the jockey can do is shake the reins up and make them switch leads. Her jockey, Luca Panici, he never really attempted to do that. He just kept riding her through the left lead. And I think that's something for Hara Rendon today is when you get off the turn, you have to focus on getting the switch leads first before you set them down. And I think you know, if focusing on that might give you the extra burst that she needs to win the race.
It's tricky, though, because if you can't coax a horse to switch leads when you need them to in the stretch, you can't force it. You don't want to wind up fighting. It becomes counterproductive.
Well, in that case just now, it wasn't that the horse was fighting not to do it. The jockey didn't really make any attempts for the horse to do it. He was hitting on the opposite side, the right hand, which was even making the horse veer in more, which wouldn't make the horse switch leads anyway. So if he was attempting to make her switch leads and she didn't switch, then I could be under the assumption that she has a tendency of not wanting to switch leads. So I expect that Rendon will be able to get her to switch leads fluently.
You're good if she doesn't, because you're going in another direction like Maggie with Wood Who.
Yeah, while I think Eastern Express is surely the horse to beat, 6-5 is a short price to take, and I think we can get creative with Wood Who. I don't think we've seen the best of Wood Who as yet for the reasons that Maggie mentioned. She raced only once, and it was sprinting. It was a quick sprint. They went a fast pace. She got beat 3 lengths. She got some experience from that race. She will step up off that stretching out. Speed horse stretching out to a route of ground would be expected to be on the lead, and I think she has a good chance of taking them wire to wire.
Good race. Maiden Affair, mile and a 16th, fillies and mares. Matt Dinnerman with the load and call post time for the 5th live from Monmouth on Fox Sports 2.
The first-time starter for the Brittany Russell barn has been training in Maryland. Makes her debut here in the Jersey Shore today. Shade of Pale goes in, waiting on Hot Route. We're ready to go. And we're off. Hot Route, the first-time starter, off a little bit sluggishly. Mexican Sugar put into play. Wudhu is also quick as well. Lady Meese between that pair. These 3 across the track coming out of the chute. Mexican Sugar about a half length in front of Lady Meese. Wudhu off of them running in third with stablemate Gilded Edge. And Eastern Empress between the Todd Pletcher trainees. A length and a half to Gasparilla on a hold right now with Growth Rate. Kobe's Candle inside of that pair. Shade of Pale second to last. And one way out of it, Hot Route, the first-time starter, breaking slowly. Trails the field early on around the clubhouse turn they go. Mexican Sugar paving the way about a half length in front. Lady Meese now really turning up the heat. Wudhu has come back on again, is 3 wide. Those 3 within a half length of one another. Mexican Sugar still with a narrow edge down the back stretch. And fourth is Eastern Empress, tucked in on the inside. Gasparilla pinning her into the outside of that rival. Then Gilded Edge, Growth Rate, and a 3 deep Shade of Pale. Another length and a half to Kobe's Candle, shuffled back to the second last spot. And Hot Route has yet to pass a runner with a half mile to go. 25-1 that first quarter, the half 51-2. So just very slow fractions. They're going to turn this into a sprint very shortly. And there they go. They quicken the tempo now. Wudhu, Lady Meese, Mexican Sugar inside. These 3 across the track. Eastern Empress, the favorite, right behind the leaders, has a lot of run. Eastern Empress is loaded. The question is, can she find a way out of traffic? Still behind the top 3, coming off the turn. Now Eastern Empress gets to the outside, and here comes Eastern Empress. Eastern Empress let loose, grabs the lead, coming to the 16th pole, and kicks away from the competition. Shade of Pale coming on the scene late for second with Gasparilla, but it's Eastern Empress with a runaway win. Shade of Pale second, Gasparilla third, Wudhu holds fourth.
Running like a wild horse, Eastern Empress, head up in the air. Didn't switch leads in the stretch once again. No matter, the favorite strikes in the 5th at Monmouth.
And a perfect trip here, saving ground early and then tipping out. It's the ideal turf trip, and all the race looked like a winner. You can see where she's just spurting away from her field, almost running faster than the jockey can ride her, like a scared hare, so to say. And what a quick acceleration and a burst of speed. And another thing that we can see again in the turf course, slow early fractions, a half in 51 seconds. That is way below par for a turf course like this. About 4 seconds below par for this kind of level. It makes me feel like there is moisture in the turf and the speed is fading.
So you're treating it differently moving forward, perhaps looking at some other horses with form better on some ground with some give in it than perhaps we thought we were dealing with earlier.
Yeah, and definitely benefiting horses that are closing into the pace.
Eastern Empress over Shade of Pale, even money. Hyro Rendon. Could it be a big afternoon for Hyro here? He's riding live horses throughout the stakes races, including the New Jersey bred in the Pegasus a little bit later on. He already has one stakes win at the meet in the Long Branch.
Yeah, he's on C Streak later on. But this win also brings Hyro within 2 wins of leading jockey Paco Lopez. And so it's a pretty close race up there. So every race counts for Hyro right now.
Getting closer to the teeth of the program here at Monmouth Park. We're stepping aside, welcoming in a brand new audience. Our coverage continues on America's Day at the Races.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Ballet Sports, thanks for joining us on this Saturday afternoon. Acacia Kumon alongside Sarah Al-Badwi, and you're just in time because the Pick 6 is about to start here at Belmont at the Big A with a nice carryover.
Absolutely. Went unsolved yesterday. I'm looking forward to that sequence. It is a tough one. I would argue maybe even tougher than yesterday's Pick 6 sequence that went unsolved. And big decision to make right away, unit economics or not, to start things out.
Yeah, that one currently 9-5, getting blinkers on, but there's plenty of graded stakes action still to come, both here in New York and at Monmouth Park. And here we have our America's Best Racing race of the week. It is the Bed of Roses, which will go as race number 10 on today's Belmont at the Big A card. A grade 2 event for the fillies and mares going 7 furlongs. And you have, Sarah, a super competitive field lining up here.
This is a great race, and often we lament those stakes races not necessarily having that star power. This is not one of them.
No, and as we take a look back at the 1999 Bed of Roses with Katinka, and we'll get to that momentarily, but Katinka did win with our own Richard Migliori aboard. Yeah, if you missed it, sorry if we spoiled it for you of what took place in 99, but Richie was aboard on Katinka.
Yes, he was, and obviously when we look back on these stakes races and we see the success that he's had in the past in most of them, it's always great to revisit those big victories.
Here's a look at this year's field, though. As we were mentioning, you can make a case for so many in this group, actually pretty much all of them, I would say. There's no one really that you look at this field as a true kind of outlier. And Leave No Trace is a horse that showed so much promise as a 2-year-old, being a grade 1 winner, taking the spin away, and then really kind of went the wrong direction. Phil Serpy has found that she's a dirt sprinter, and she's in great form right now.
She is. They've tried a couple different things along the way with her, but getting back to what she's been most successful at, what she likes to do, is sprint on the dirt. She's taken that step forward from 2 as an older horse now, as a 4-year-old, and looking to win her 3rd race in a row. Coming up in today's Bed of Roses, you know that she can handle at least the distance and the surface.
Jose Lascano to be aboard once again. Let's hear from Phil Serpy on what has made the difference for her to get back on track.
Well, you know, just getting her back to the sprint races on the dirt seems to be the answer. Things just for as well as they went with her as a 2-year-old, things just started going backwards as a 3-year-old. You know, she had an issue with a chip fracture in an ankle that we had removed. It just seemed like a very slow process getting her back. But when we finally got her back up here in an allowance race against a field that she could really do some good against, she seemed to come back around. We knew as a 2-year-old before she ever left Belmont to go to Saratoga, there was something special there. Her works were really, really good, really fast for a 2-year-old. I don't usually work horses that fast, but when they do it on their own, you got to kind of let them, because it ends up a dogfight if you don't. We saw a lot of potential in her. We felt very confident in her first race. Ultimately, we thought that she was going to end up being a turf horse. You know, it seemed like that pedigree-wise, her appearance, the pastern, the foot, the whole thing. And I don't know that she wouldn't run on the turf, but right now, you know, we're set at these sprint races on the dirt, and we'll just take it one step at a time. You can't get too far ahead of yourself. I mean, we have an objective. We would love to see her run in the ballerina, but that all banks on how she runs tomorrow.
Trainer Phil Serpy sending out Leave No Trace, and as he said, she's been in great form and found what she wants to do, and she could make things very interesting in the ballerina. This filly and mare sprint division has actually turned out to be very tough and very fun.
This is one of those years that it's so contentious, and we do have some of those top players, Bava, Alvastar, have that rivalry, but Leave No Trace is looking to potentially join them as one of those horses that has just really built on that 2-year-old form.
Back over at Monmouth on the turf, we just saw in that fifth race, it was the favorite Eastern Empress not switching leads once again, but flying under Jairo Rendon to finish much the best in here.
And did switch at least in the gallop out, so maybe there's some hope.
She did after the wire.
forward.
She switched her leads, yes.
But didn't matter. She always looked loaded and sat that nice pocket trip today, and she just looked very, very much so the best in this spot.
Eastern Empress with the win. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale with a special guest.
Yeah, very special. You don't know this guy, do you, Acacia? Quote unquote, Acacia's arm candy, Miguel Clement, also assistant to his father, Christoph, and Eastern Empress. So much the best today, Miguel.
I know, she's very impressive, and she finally put it two together.
She really did. She was loaded for bear with Jairo Rendon the entire way around there. Do want to ask you about Otello. Have a very busy day here at Monmouth. Getting back to the dirt, obviously his preferred surface. What are you hoping to see from him, a horse that upon debut showed so much promise?
Yeah, he was very impressive on debut. It was a good second, or he won the Mucho Macho Man in his second start rather impressively. Maybe he lost his form a bit, had a bit of a freshening, and hopefully we can kick on from here in the Pegasus today.
How about Tawny Port as well, coming up after that race, cutting back a little bit in distance? I thought it was kind of a strange race in the Man of War last time. The pace and what kind of transpired. What are you looking from him today?
Well, listen, we're cutting him back in trip. Hopefully he can be forwardly placed. Fortunately, Rendon is riding very well here, Jairo Rendon, so he'll have to help us out. But the horse is doing great. Not sure about the distance, but fortunately it's up to Tawny Port and Jairo to figure it out.
Do you know what Jairo does in his off time? Because he goes back home in the wintertime. Do you know what he does?
So I just asked him. He does not follow soccer, which is very disappointing. I was very disappointed by that, especially at the moment with the Euros taking place. So I need to ask him, what does he do? Because I'm a little baffled by that.
Cows, Miguel, cows.
That's above my pay grade.
Well, wishing you the best of luck later, but nice way to get the afternoon rolling here.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Eastern Empress, so much the best. Maybe a little foreshadowing of what's to come. And Acacia, Miguel said that he is going to eat your share of the food that the NYRA Bets team are putting on here at Monmouth, okay?
That's very disappointing. He doesn't even bring me any takeout, honestly.
He doesn't even go there.
Yeah, he doesn't even go there. I know. It's so funny. So he was talking about, and it's a long drive from Saratoga down to Monmouth, and then he's going back up tonight. And he's like, it's such a long drive. I said, I drive every week to Aqueduct. You cannot tell me about driving.
No complaining.
But congratulations to the team over at Monmouth. Back over here at Belmont at the Big A, the horse is going by for the post parade in the sixth race, then went by already. Here's the favorite, Unit Economics.
We'll see how good this horse ultimately is. Credible races, disappointing as the favorite to back and last time out.
Blinkers going on. A horse that we talked about switching leads, did not switch his leads, flipping back to the left lead, in fact, late last time. Here's the other Chad Brown, Kick a Buck.
And did run a consistent number first and second time out, but disappointed as the favorite last time.
Quando got to the turf for the first time last time.
Looking to see this horse be forwardly placed. Blinkers do come off. Maybe you can settle towards the front end.
Diver seemed to hate the kickback last time. Tries the turf today.
And it's not often you get Todd Pletcher at 43-1, but I just don't know how good this horse really is.
Storm Ready, another Todd Pletcher, just missed last out.
And did run well, maybe saved slightly more ground than then.
Here is Holton, first time for Belmont.
And making his 3-year-old debut, has to get a little bit quicker.
Final Edition stretching out for Wesley Ward.
And we'll see how this one does. Didn't take a lot of money on debut, as we often see these Wesley Ward runners do in turf sprints.
Urban Outlaw, a little bit of a freshening and new gelding.
Maybe some of those changes can wake this one up a bit. At times has run some qualified races with this group. Maybe a little bit too big of a price.
And drawing in, first-time starter, Direct Channel. John Velasquez stays here for Rick Dutrow.
There's a lot of pedigree if you go back a few generations on the dam side, but we'll see what this one does, trying the turf and going out for the first time.
Pick six kicking off here. You see with that generous carryover. Good luck if you're playing. If you want some insight on the first leg of this pick six, let's get some thoughts from Richie Migliori.
Yeah, we're going to go right to the inside, Acacia. We'll start with the one, then, even though he's post 3. I love the way this horse warmed up, and he ran like a horse that might have needed his first start. He made this, kind of bold move around the far turn, and he leveled off a little bit late. Bill Mott's the trainer's horses do get better with racing. He sets them up for a career, not just for a particular race. The 2 unit economics makes a lot of sense. Narrowly beaten in 2 starts, adds blinkers. Maybe he gets all that focus he needs. The 3 horse, the other Chad Brown, Kick a Buck, really small horse, son of More Than Ready, but very, very very balanced, handy kind of individual. I thought he's a little bit interesting. Don't think he got the right kind of trip with not a tremendous amount of pace last time. The 4, Quando, will be my top selection. I do think this horse is the main speed. Set a very fast opening quarter last time. Takes the blinkers off. I don't think it'll take his speed away, but maybe it'll get him to relax more in the lead. Ricardo Santana, not a rider that takes anything away from a horse. And a horse that comes out of the same race, Storm Ready. Really nice physical impression. Obviously a Todd Pletcher trainee. You get... actually, Trevor McCarthy here, Johnny Velasquez's other horse, drew in direct channel. And Storm Ready closed, but got pace to close last time. And he beat Quando about 3 1/4 lengths, but pace makes the race. And I think Quando gets loose here, guys.
A nice race at 7-1. Richie, thank you. Quando, blinkers coming off. How did you see this race playing out, Sarah?
I really like the number 1, then, a horse that did run well on debut first time out, maybe got off a little bit slowly, had to go a little bit wider in the second turn, then Storm Ready, who did ultimately outclose him. But I think with those post positions, how they are today, this one projects to save a little bit more ground, has that experience now under his belt, and there's a monster pedigree as this one is a half to du jour.
Absolutely. Very good turf horse for Bob Baffert, as then a nice price at 5-1, Unit Economics. Blinkers going on, the favorite right now. It's kind of a perfect storm for a short price. You've got Irad Ortiz, you've got Chad Brown, and this is a horse who just kind of plops out of the gate. He breaks slow, and then he's often a little bit green, not getting there in the stretch. Hopefully those blinkers will help him to remedy those things.
And Chad Brown, putting those blinkers on, has had recent success with his turf horses that have yet to win a race, but you have to think, shouldn't he have won last time? I know the winner got to set some moderate fractions and was a huge long shot, but I don't like that he really didn't do much to go by that horse. And you can excuse the first 2 starts. I don't have as big of an excuse for last time.
Fair enough, as he swapped back to his left lead in the stretch as well. We'll see what he can do with that equipment change breaking from the rail today. Loading in for this maiden special weight, a mile on the turf, Belmont at the Big A. Here's Chris Griffin.
Thanks, Acacia. Here's direct channel. Last to load to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Storm Ready's got the early lead from in between horses. Here's Unit Economics. And now Unit Economics and pushing the tempo will be Quando. And Quando moves forward, is now a neck in front of Unit Economics, who's going to be taken back here as a touch rank. Is a little resistant to that, but is now going to be settling into second, is drifting well off the rail with Quando and Unit Economics right in behind. Then comes Storm Ready, who's a well-settled third. Tightly at the rail is Kick-a-Buck, is in fourth and wants to go. Final Edition is trying to claim that 4th spot and does, so now Kick-a-Buck is back to 5th. It's another length and a half back to Then. Then is in front of Holton, who is about 8 lengths off the leader. Very strung out field here. Further back comes Bourbon Outlaw towards the tail end. Second to last is Diver, and the trailer is Direct Channel. 23-1 and unopposed, it's Quando. Quando's got the lead, is 2.5 lengths in front of Unit Economics, is now tracking. It's more well settled here in second. Storm Ready's trying to cut in the margin from third. Kick-a-Buck can wait no longer. 47-4 for the half-mile time. Kick-a-Buck has moved to the inside of Storm Ready, who also gets the cue as they chase the leader Quando into the turn. Then is within 3 of the lead. Following that move is Final Edition as they're ready to pounce on this leader now. Unit Economics is ranging up on the outside, and here comes Unit Economics to come to claim the lead. Quando is battling on towards the inside. Storm Ready then is trying to make up some ground. Also right there is Final Edition, Kick-a-Buck. It's Unit Economics who's trying to sprint away. Unit Economics is now 2 lengths in front. It's Unit Economics. Storm Ready starts to rally on inside the final 16th. Unit Economics, Storm Ready, Unit Economics kicks off the pick 6 at 6-5. Unit Economics, Storm Ready. Then came Final Edition, then and Quando in 1 minute 36 flat.
Unit Economics with those blinkers on, a much improved effort today, and much like we saw earlier in the card with Timeout getting blinkers on, breaking better into the race at a better opportunity, and then able to finish after being in a better spot early on.
And we've seen Irad Ortiz Jr. get some of those horses that are adding that equipment change, like Mr. Papa Giorgio, to get that forward position. Horses that had been really compromised in their races by being farther back early than would give them the best chance to be successful. And he put Unit Economics in position early and was able to hold off Storm Ready late.
Storm Ready, the number 7, took his time switching to that outside lead. When he did, he had a little bit more punch to offer, but just not enough to catch your favorite. As Richie had anticipated, the 4 Quando was alone on the front end, but once again, Sarah just not able to sustain that speed.
No, and I mean, for the turf courses that we see here, perhaps those were more legitimate fractions than we sometimes see, but it's not as though unit economics was closing from so far back.
6-5 shot the winner, 2, 7, 9, and 1 in race number 6. There's unit economics. The blinkers did the trick. Horses in the paddock at the Jersey Shore. Race 6 from Monmouth Park coming up next. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Irado Ortiz is making his way into the winner's circle for the second time today as he guides unit economics to victory here in the 6th. And definitely you're able to see, Sarah, that equipment change, the addition of the blinkers, did the trick.
Absolutely, and getting that forward position really helped this horse out significantly, a horse that had been closing from further back in his prior races and had had some trouble getting out of the gate. Not the case today, able to establish that forward position and have a nice turn of foot as well. You can see he really kicked on away from Quando, who was tiring late.
Yeah, actually broke on top early on from the rail, and then when kind of taken back, it took him a couple strides to relax and finally was able to do exactly that under Irado Ortiz. $4.70 winner. The favorite kicks off the first leg of the pick 6. Best of luck if you're playing. It does not get any easier from here.
And Minnie still alive, of course, with a formful way to start things off, but a difficult sequence overall going forwards.
Race 6 at Belmont at the Big A. In the books, we have race 6 from Monmouth Park coming up next. Are we saying goodbye now?
I think so.
We're saying goodbye. That's it
We're
for
out of
us.
here.
We're out of here. Well, I'm coming back reporting later, but first,
I'm not.
We're gonna pass the torch and head on over to Monmouth Park. Paulie Duca and Rajiv Mirage. Paulie, what's going on?
Nothing much, Acacia. You guys enjoy the rest of your Saturday, and don't forget, Father's Day tomorrow. Happy Father's Day, early Father's Day to you.
Same to you, too.
Rajiv Mara and myself on set. We're going to give Lafitte and Maggie a little bit of time off here as we're going to cover races 6, 7, and 8 here. But race number 6 is 1 mile and 70 yards here. Now, don't forget, it's 12 races here, so the Jersey Shore Pick 6 starts in race number 7. The Pick 5 will start in race number 8. So this is kind of the limbo race in here. And I'll tell you what, Rajiv, it's a very good betting race.
Oh, yeah, I found a nice little long shot in here. You know, I'm always looking for the long shots, but I really like Olympic Romp, the number 9 in here. He's at 12 to 1 on the board.
We're on the same horse. This is
no,
crazy.
The longest shot on the board, and we vote on.
So make sure you get to your NYRA bets. You got 5 minutes to get to your NYRA bets account. This is a post-parade on slight tape delay. Here's Denying with Joe Bravo.
Yeah, the 9, we'll be hoping for a hot pace in front of him, which is likely to happen because he's a late closer.
The 2 Vine Jet is currently your favorite.
Yeah, our current favorite has a lot of speed and we'll be hoping to hold off some pace pressure.
There's a lot of theme in here with speed. Golden Wand brings some.
Yeah, Golden Wand showed speed sprinting last time and stretches out, so he's definitely a hot pace factor at least.
The 4 Looking at Roses. You love horses like this. An 8-year-old 13-time winner.
Yeah, 13-time winner from a 51 starts. He likes to win, and he'll be benefiting from a hot pace in front of him as well.
Re-Rally just missed last time. Here's Porch Swing.
Yeah, looking good on the track. Porch Swing finished 3rd last time at this level by 2 lengths.
King of Hollywood. The 7 was scratched out here, higher quality. King of Hollywood goes through for Jose Hernandez.
Yeah, it steps up off the claim after beating Looking at Roses last time.
And then the 9 Olympic Romp. Apparently, Rajiv and myself are on the same horse. This one for Sylvester Gonzalez and Susan Crowell. Go ahead and give me your case why you like this horse.
Well, he's been trading punches with the favorite Vine Jet in his last 2 races. 2 starts back on April 8th. He actually beat Vine Jet, who is currently 3 to 1 in this race. This isn't the race.
That's okay. We'll get it up right. Yeah, but go ahead. Keep on going, Rajiv.
But, you know, he beat Vine Jet 2 starts back. And last time, he didn't show up. He threw a complete clunker. Now, in the most recent race, there was a slow pace in front of them. And I'm going to forgive him for that race. I'm just going to put a line through it. Because if he can duplicate his 2 starts back, he has as good a shot as any to win. And there's a lot of speed in the race that benefits him.
And there you go. This is the race you're talking about.
Yes, and this is the race. So you can see Vine Jet was on the lead, and Vine Jet was a big favorite in this race, and he just sat off him and wore him down. And I feel like this is the kind of race for similar things to happen. Last time, Vine Jet in this race actually didn't have a lot of early pace pressure, and Olympic Romp was still able to get by him. Today, I don't expect Vine Jet to put up this much of a fight because he's going to have to absorb a lot of heat early from horses like Golden Wand and King of Hollywood, and you know the list goes on here. It's just going to set up so perfect for Olympic Romp on the outside.
Okay, this is the beauty of handicapping. Now I'm going to give you a different angle why I like the 9. I want you to look, Rajiv, at the last 4 races. This horse has won in the 10 races that you see on the DRF form. What post positions did he have?
The outside posts.
In every single one. He won from the 6 out of 6, 7 out of 7. He won from the 9 out of 9. He won from the 9 out of 9. You look at his last race, he just stopped on the inside. This horse does not want to be inside horses. And the fact that Rajiv likes him a little bit, I think 7 to 1, you're getting a tremendous value. I think Sylvester Gonzalez. The only worry would be is the horse regressing a little bit, but I think it's a solid play at 7 to 1.
And funny enough that you said that, I love this outside post for a different reason, being that he's going to be able to, you know, pick his spot better and being able to track the speed from the outside. But when you say that, and I'm looking at him on the track, he has what's called a shadow roll and the blinkers on, right? Usually when people put shadow roll on horses, they're horses that are a little finicky with the head. So I can understand why he would not be happy being down on the inside. He might not like a lot of kickback in his face. And one of the reasons why he has all this different equipment on his face. Horses like that love being in the clear, and he has that post position. And that's probably why, like you said, he runs better and he's had more success when he's drawn towards the outside.
Some other horses in here. I think the 5's getting a little undervalued. I thought Re-Rally ran a really good race last time out. And the 2 Vine Jet, we saw the replay. But I thought the 5 was good last time out, and it seems like the horses that have come right back at Monmouth, we saw it a little bit earlier in race number 4 with Miles of Smiles, came right back. The horses that have won have come right back and run well.
Yeah, and you know, Vine Jet, like you say, he's the current favorite, and deservingly so. One thing about this horse, he's a game. You know, 2 starts back, he dual grudgingly gave way. 3 starts back, he just bottomed the field out and won by 8 lengths. And even in his most recent start, he was attacked early, and he doesn't give up the fight. And when we showed that replay on April the 8th, when Olympic Romp was going by him, he didn't give it up. He fought back. So he's the kind of horse that you expect that Kendrick Carmouche on board, he's not going to be playing any games. It's clear cut. He's going to try to take them wire to wire. But at this short a price, I just think there's a lot of better ways to go. And I don't like to pick horses that are speed horses in a race that's loaded with speed. I just feel like there's always fireworks up front, and it just benefits the late closers.
Yeah, I'm with you. This race looks like it could be heated up. We'll see what happens. I think the one X-Factor horse is the one denying, obviously, Derek Ryan. Bookham Dano with a giant win in the Woody Stevens. This is a horse that's literally only tried the fast a couple times, but could close if takes to it, and if they do go fast.
Yeah, you know, when you look at him, he has a perfect inside post. 2 starts back, he won at a higher level, at a $20,000 level, never win 3. He won by 2 lengths coming from off the pace. In his most recent start, I mean, that was a much tougher field than he faces today. That was an allowance race with horses like Anti-Gravity and Just Call Ray. He's definitely taking a step down in class, and he has a shot to revert back to the race 2 back.
I think the theme of this is if Paco Lopez is not riding, you get a betting board like this. Wow, 11-1, King Hollywood, your longest shot, 3-1 on the 2 Vine Jet. Good luck if you're alive in some multis here. This starts a 50-cent pick 3, superfecta, and daily double as well. Again, the Jersey Shore pick 6 starts in race number 7. The late pick 5 will start in race number 8. But before all that, let's get a winner with the 9 here. Send it to Matt Dinnerman for the call, race number 6 from the Jersey Shore.
2 back. King of Hollywood, pose position 8. Into the outside, Olympic Romp. We're ready to go. And let off. Uneventful beginning. Golden One up on the pace with King Hollywood. Port swing between that pair, easing off to run in 3rd. Olympic Romp just passed him. Got a tap on the shoulder to get into the race early, going into the turn. King of Hollywood, the leader with Golden One. They're side by side, a 3-deep Olympic Romp. Part of the party, Olympic Romp wants to be up on the pace with King Hollywood. And the 2 runners who broke from the outside post get to the rail and the 2-path respectively. King of Hollywood, the leader by a neck. Olympic Romp there to the outside. A gap of 2 to Golden One. Off the pace today is 3rd. Vine Jet to the inside, joins him. Port swing 3 deep. Re-rally farther out 4 wide. Easing off that trio down the backstretch is in midfield 5 or 6 behind. Another length to Denying, and the trailer is looking at Roses down the backstretch. At least 10 lengths from first to last. King of Hollywood setting the pace at a decent tempo. Length and a half in front. Port swing trying to get closer while being sent along. Vine Jet is also there as well. Golden One taking the 2nd position going into the turn. Olympic Romp is plummeted back, is going in the wrong direction. Port swing in the meantime in an all-out drive. Re-rally joins him. Denying next as they round the 4 turn. Coming to the top of the stretch. Golden One pokes the head in front. King Hollywood right back at him from the inside. And these 2 get acquainted as they come off the turn together. Vine Jet 3rd creeping in on the far outside. Denying down at the rail, saving ground, coming off the corner as 3 lengths to gain. King of Hollywood continues to chug along. Golden One's not going away. Vine Jet on the far outside 3rd, has to quicken right now. King of Hollywood, 16th to go. He is so game today. Golden One, Vine Jet, one last lunge. Here's the finish, photo finish. Very tight. Vine Jet, King of Hollywood on the line together. Golden One didn't get there 3rd, and Denying was 4th. An epic finish. We won't call it.
Well, I'll call it. I think the 2 just ripped the 8 at the wire. And if you had the 8 King of Hollywood, this might be a brutal beat. This horse ran giant, holding off all comers, but Kendrick Carmouche really late here, lifting Vine Jet, Rajiv.
I mean, I don't want to call it. It's too close. But King of Hollywood ran an amazing race to absorb the pressure of Olympic Romp. I have no idea why the tactics for Olympic Romp was to send him to the lead in a suicidal pace. And King of Hollywood somehow took that pace. And it's so close. Vine Jet with a late lunge at the end there. I'm not gonna call it. Are you sure? Are you sure Vine Jet got there?
Yeah, listen, I'm calling off the first beat that I saw. I thought the 2 got up. Now the camera is on the 8.
The cameraman thinks it's the 8.
Yeah, but that last bob was close. And you got to give Vine Jet a little bit of credit, and you got to give the 8 was monstrous here. But the 2's never really passed horses before. But Kendrick Carmouche was able to get it to swing out. Here's another lower angle look that we'll get.
And Golden One in between. We know he finished 3rd. But coming down to the wire. And it's that close. It's that close.
And you never know if the wire is before or after. Now, they do have the camera on the 8.
Kendrick Carmouche,
cameraman maybe
has beaten me. Kendrick Carmouche called an amazing audible just now. When he saw that suicidal pace, he backed off and changed tactics, because we expected Vine Jet to be on the lead. And he backed off and changed tactics, and if he won the race, that's what made the difference, because had he been caught up in that pace, I don't think he would have survived.
Yeah, it's just Golden Juan hung in there as long as he could. I don't know if the 8 and the 3 were kind of stopping or the 2 was lunging late. The more I think of this could be a dead heat, or it's the 8 now that they keep looking at it. I look at it past the wire, and I think it's the 2, yet the cameraman is guided on the 8.
I would say neither one of these horses deserve to lose. Whoever bet on these horses, the bettors didn't deserve to lose. This is one of the times that I'm rooting for a dead heat.
Yeah, right.
So everybody wins.
4-1 on the 2, 8-1 on the 8 right now. They end up finishing in 142 and 2, and you see they're walking the horses around right now, and this is razor close. It really is.
And trying to read the jockey's body languages, I don't think neither one of them can tell either. You know, sometimes when you're out there, you feel like you might have won and stuff. I don't see either jockey kind of moving themselves towards the winner's circle or assuming that they have actually finished first.
Okay, the burning question that a lot of people want to ask on the turf course, what part of the mirror is it? The beginning or the end?
I know it's a mirror, but the
mirror's
mirror
past the pole. Okay, so now the 2's by the 8 if the mirror's past the pole. But I don't know if the mirror now on the rebob is at the front of the pole. So you never really know.
Yeah. I mean, and we talk about how races can be decided by such narrow margins. This is why it's important for jockeys, for us to ride optimally.
8-2. King of Hollywood holds on here at 8-1. And you know what? Absolutely deserving here. Gate to wire took all the pressure. Congratulations to Jose Hernandez. When we come back, we'll have the Jersey Shore. We'll send it back up to Belmont as well at Aqueduct.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down, 2, in the back, Patrick, 200,000, thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Our coverage continues on this Saturday afternoon. It's brought to you in part by NYRA Bets, where you can play it all. Go to nyrabets.com, get signed up and started. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling stepping in on the desk here in South Ozone Park, New York, as we get set for the Lake Pig 5 coming up, and an entry here that has been the buzz ever since these entries came out.
I guess, apparently 1-2 on the board right now. The question is the full 2 Fierceness, the 1A, or is it the 1 Nudge? IRAD on Nudge, and John Velasquez, who rides Fierceness at this point, is on the 1A. I guess that's why he's on.
It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Yeah, full brother to Fierceness, Menti, outside post, although the 1 Nudge, the dam, actually a sister to Tis the Law, Belmont Stakes and Travers winner.
Yeah, now there's a lot of turf actually in the second family now. This is the second foal from her. The first foal did very little running, though, as you say, she was pretty good. We know how good Fierceness is. Now, there are 3 foals from this dam. I don't believe they're sired by City of Light, but they haven't done much running.
1-2 favorite on that entry. Here's the rail. It's Ravenite, Danny Gargan.
Yeah, another complexity. This is a filly as well running against the boys. I think Danny ran the good one yesterday.
Colloquial at 5-1 for George Weaver, first time out.
And Vacoma, the sires, had incredible success with his first few starters. I went to this one, and George Weaver with the 2-year-old firsters, I trust.
Dam ran a huge debut. Her only start, it was on synthetic for
yeah,
Magical Betty.
1-2 in this race for trainer Bill Mott, and this is another filly against the boys.
Produced 2 stakes winners, that both on synthetic sprinting. The 8 T Craft for Bill Mott.
This is one you'll be surprised to hear that owner Lee Einseiler loves. He was thinking of running him as a first-time starter in the Tremont. Maybe if he finishes second to one of the Todd potential killers, he'll wish he had.
Dan produced a grade 3 winning sprinter, straight no chaser. And then here's the only one with experience, My Matoli.
It's kind of a bad sign for the firsters outside the Pletcher entry. This horse's second choice. Obviously, experience helps, but my guess is they're going to be far better maiden races than the one that My Matoli is coming out of.
Pick 5 starts here with the full brother to 2-year-old champion Fierceness. Let's go downstairs to Mig for more.
Yeah, that full to Fierceness, and he's a completely different type of individual. There's a lot more substance to him. You know, one thing about Fierceness, he's a little bit lean, a little bit kind of stringy. This horse is very solid, a completely different looking kind of individual. Like what I'm seeing. Love the way he galloped off in the post parade. Now, it's 5 furlongs. It's a short run to that turn, and he is drawn outside. It's only a 7-horse field, so it's imperative that he breaks running so he doesn't get caught in a situation where he gets carried out. He looks terrific. No knocks on him. He certainly got a pedigree. The 5 Colloquial, he'll be my top selection. Vacoma, after yesterday, is actually 6 for 7 with his first-time starters. Incredible start, first-year sire, Vacoma. And this horse is just a really good-looking, flashy horse that looks beautiful. I love everything I'm seeing about him. He's my top selection. The 8 T Craft almost went in that direction. The mare has produced 4 first-out winners, 4 debut winners, and I love when you see precocity run through his family. Very sharp-looking colt there. I do get the impression, though, he'd probably be a little better as the distances start to stretch out. And then the 9, My Matoli, does have that experience. When I look at second-time starters, I just want to see how they reacted to the first race. He's acting good. He's calm. He looks focused, and he came back with a really sharp half-a-mile work on the Belmont Park training track after that debut. He's a little bit interesting, guys, although I think this is going to be one of those maiden races we look back on and go, wow, you know what? Some pretty good horses came out of this one.
Mig, thank you. And there's a look at the 9 getting looked at here by the starting gate crew. Maybe an adjustment.
I don't remember this horse acting up the first time, but my memory in those things is not what it once was, nor was it ever that strong. And this horse being the second choice is a little bit surprising, and I think it suggests, because while his first race was okay, I don't think it was anything exciting. And as Rishi said, suggested if this is one of those good first-time starter races, the horse is probably in some trouble. And listen, you know, I'm not surprised the Pletcher entry is 3 to 5 because in reality, just, you know, these kind of horses for Todd, they always get bet, and either one of these might have been 8 to 5 in this race
on their
alone.
own. Yeah.
So 2 of them together, including a full to Fierceness, there's probably some scuttlebutt, but they are going to get bet anyway.
And it's not.
Oh, they're fixing the shadow roll. Sorry.
Okay.
That's what it
with the
says.
9. Yeah.
Thank you,
My
Keisha.
Matoli.
Always on top of things, unlike us.
So there's the full brother, 2 Fierceness, 2-year-old champion. That brilliant lead up in the Florida Derby to the Kentucky Derby, then just not run his race, which when we've seen him face adversity a couple times in his career, he's not been the brilliant horse we've seen on a few occasions.
I hope we see him in the Haskell. I hope we see him show what he's capable of doing in his good days going forward. But I don't think I'm alone in being very skeptical at this point. Obviously a very talented horse, but as sometimes you say, a little bit of character flaws. Not that the Derby was a good setup for him, but obviously he's capable of running much better, and his Derby was not a good performance.
Completely wide open picture in the 3-year-old division, and we're going to see a little bit more of that coming up in the Pegasus later today from Monmouth. Seems like a wide open group as we take a look at the only horse with experience in this race. My Matoli ran second back on May 27th here.
Yeah, and listen, he lost to his stablemate Wartax. He was a slight favorite over that one. They kind of ran around the racetrack together in there. How strong that race was ultimately, I guess we'll get an idea. And experience can count for a lot. Listen, horses, you know, we've seen some very good horses lose their debuts to sort of mediocre horses that have experience. So it really is a great benefit to them. We'll see. I'm going to try to beat this one, but obviously the public right now has him as the co-second choice.
Let's see if he gets. Well, go ahead.
There's no money for Lee Einseidler's horse here. And considering, I guess Lee is probably the entire win pool at this point.
That's T. Kraft, the Lee Einseidler runner for Belmont. 1 of 2 for Mott in here. The other Mott runner, the 6, Magical Betty. 15 to 1 on that one.
The filly against the boys, both the 2 and 5 once again, or 2 and 6, excuse me, are fillies. And I think I don't think that means anything one way or the other. We see fillies compete well with males this early in the year, especially.
Yeah, and I mentioned that, you know, the pedigree's interesting with Magical Betty. It's a $600,000 good magic filly, the 6, who the dam, she was 1 for 1, 86 buyer in her only ever start on synthetic. She produced 2 stakes-winning sprinters on synthetic, and the second dam, actually,
she was pretty good.
7-time winner. She won a stake routing on the grass, which actually ran a 98 buyer in a stake on dirt.
No, there's pedigree in there. And these good magics, I mean, if it wasn't for Gunrunner, you know, sort of drawing so much attention as a new sire, Good Magic would be the only one they're talking about. And he's had a tremendous run. I mean, winning classics in two of his first 2 years as a stallion. That's remarkable. Helps they're full brothers, but still.
Yeah.
He gets some of the credit, right?
Sure he does.
I think he deserves it.
Well, as you said, again, you see those 2 Rapoli runners. Probably either of them on their own would have been a pretty heavy favorite. But you put them together and you get 1 to 2. That other half, Nudge, Uncle Mo, first-time starter out of a Tappet mare, who, again, the sister to Tis the Law, the Belmont Travers winner.
Nudge, a very Claiborne-like name, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I think there was a Claiborne horse named Nudge years ago.
Really?
It's a very Claiborne, the 1 syllable, the simple name, Nudge. Or maybe it's Nudge. Knowing Mike, he may have named it Nudge. He has a good sense of humor about himself.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised. We'll have to find out about that.
3 to 5 on the favorite entry. Late pick 5 starts here. Over $500,000 in this pool. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Magical Betty stepping forward. Magical Betty, Jose Lascano steps in, waiting on Nudge. Nudge moving forward. Now 3 out. T-Craft. T-Craft steps right in. My Matoli. Luis Rivera Jr. aboard. Hesitates. My Matoli goes in. Mentee, last to load to the outside. Mentee. John Velasquez aboard and in. All set. And they're off. Very even beginning. Magical Betty's got early speed. Also right there is Nudge. And here comes Mentee. And Mentee from that outside draw is now challenging for the early lead. And Mentee is trying to get over to the rail and now kicks away, is clear by a length and a half and gets that rail position. Mentee is the leader. Switching right to the outside was Magical Betty. And here comes Colloquial. Is down at the inside, is just drafting in behind them. Just off the leaders is settled in third, 22.37 for that opening quarter mile. In behind them, T-Crap. Pink Silk starts to make up ground. Nudge is encouraged to move forward. Out wider, My Matoli. The trailer is Ravenite, but Mentee hugs the rail and starts to kick away. And Mentee is now sprinting clear, is up by 4. 5 widening lengths. It's Mentee who's in front. Colloquial is making up some ground to the inside here of Magical Betty, but still a lot of ground to make up on Mentee, who has a 16th left to go. Colloquial is giving a nice run. Mentee is not there yet. Colloquial is almost there. Tight at the line. Very tight. Wow, that photo got close. It was Mentee, maybe held on. Colloquial was flying on late. Finishing third was Magical Betty. Final running time, 56.4. It's a photo in the 7th.
Full brother to the 2-year-old champion. Fierceness opened up on this field, but all of a sudden it becomes a photo finish with this huge late charge from Colloquial.
And they broke 57 flat, so from a talent standpoint, there's no loser in this race. Both of these horses ran extremely well. I know, Greg, you watched the other view on top, but they are coming to the wire here, and it is going to be very, very close. And yeah, the favorite. It looks like the favorite hung on. I guess, because I bet the 5, so of course the favorite hung on.
Flying to 56.4 for the 5 furlongs. That's moving pretty good.
You have to wonder going forward which one you really want, because it did take the number 5 a little while to get going on the front end. But obviously both of these horses are fairly talented, and tough beat for the 5, but a good performance by both of them.
Yeah, unofficially has been posted. Full brother to champion 2-year-old Fierceness, Mentee, with the win in his debut. Colloquial, though, runs big in his debut as well, although in a runner-up finish for George Weaver, but he made it awfully close in the end. 1-8-5-6-1. Mentee with those bloodlines, being a brother to Fierceness, you expect him to win first time out. He just barely does.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't want to knock him. It's a very solid race, and if Colloquial wasn't in here, we'd be talking about a horse that just won at 56.97, and obviously is a very promising horse, and he may well be. I think it's a little disappointing for the connections. I mean, listen, he won, and like I said, if the 5 wasn't in here, we'd be talking like he's a very good horse, and you have to look at it a little that way. I just think we saw 2 very good horses in Colloquial. Very unlucky to lose this race. Very unlucky.
George Weaver, he's been very good with his young 2-year-olds, particularly on grass, but on dirt, he can win with them as well.
Those Vacomas, huh?
Yeah, how about that?
They're not paddlers like him, and they're runners.
Former Met Mile winner for George Weaver. Vacoma gave the full brother to Fierceness all he could handle, and the debuts for both. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, Grade 1 winner is a 2-year-old. Looked like she might be done, but leave no trace. She is back. She'll look for a 3rd straight victory in the Bed of Roses. Coming up.
It's Rock Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, America's Day at the Races on our Saturday afternoon. Coverage from Monmouth and South Ozone Park, New York. We just saw the full brother, the champion 2-year-old Fierceness Mentee, open up on a field and then just hang on barely late on a furious finish from Colloquial. And in doing so, I know they don't run this 5 furlongs very much at this track, but a new track record.
Yeah, and I think we'll be hearing more from potentially both of these horses in Saratoga. You break your maiden now, and they'll be looking at, I can never get it right. I feel like the Sanford is the first stake in Saratoga, but for some reason I can never remember which the Saratoga Special or the Sanford is first. It's like one of, you have a block in life. It doesn't matter.
Sanford, yeah.
It's Sanford. It's been something that my entire life, and you'll take a look at the slow-mo there, and he got all the bob, and that was the last one he was going to win. But that does not detract from his performance. And I think you have to sort of ask yourself, if Colloquial wasn't in here, we'd be talking about a very exciting horse. And so why not talk about 2 very exciting horses? Aren't 2 better than 1?
Keep your eyes on both those. Our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, and the full brother to champion 2-year-old Fierceness, successful, just hanging on in a thrilling finish. 8th race, 6 furlongs on the outer turf, New York Breds, first level allowance race. And it seems like the 10 or 12, much the horses to beat in this field.
Yeah, you like Active Congress much more than I do. I think there's a lot of speed in here, and for me to take a horse off a long layoff, I think Marco T is a week the horse to beat in this race. Greg, I thought there was going to be pace in here, and Marco T just maybe came back too soon last time. I don't know. I'm going to try to get the 2 in the number here. You don't think the 1's a little interesting?
I do, definitely. We'll talk more about him.
Now.
Or her, excuse me, when we come back. We're going to Monmouth right now. Let's go to Paul for the post parade for the 7th of Monmouth.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Andy. Yeah, we're post parade here for race number 7. We got a mile on the turf for 12,005 claimers. Here's the 1 Candy Kingdom. By the way, this is on tape delay here, so you got about a couple minutes to get to your NYRA Bets account. 41-1. Venezuelan Triumph's going to go through here for Juan Avila. 4th place finish last time. Changes to Jairo Rondon, who's been very good on the turf. Clickatat is the 3, J.K. Sweezy, and Isaac Castillo, currently 6-1. Grading on a curve, I have a feeling that this 8-year-old is getting back into the form. This would probably be my horse that I would pick here at 8-1. The 5, Triple Start, is a horse that really needs to improve. Does have a win here at Monmouth Park. The 6 is scratched. The 7 in here, Reckless Place. 0 for 4 here, Monmouth did run a good race, 2 back at Tampa. We're up to 8, Eddie the Great. The 9, Copa de Oro, looked well on the racetrack, getting blinkers for Derek Ryan and Joe Bravo. Joe Bravo, this is his turf course. Been here for many years, so you're getting 7-1 on him. Gliding a Fleet for Nicky Juarez and Wayne Potts goes through. I thought the 11, Barlowin, was a viable long shot. I don't know about win the race for Jomar Torres, who's been riding well. The 12, Get Back Goldie, goes through at 5-1, taking a ton of money for Dan Ward. The 13, Fatima's Blessing, is probably the best horse on paper. I just don't know the way she's acting a little bit. And then the 14, 6 Whips on the outside at 48-1. So like I said, you got less than a minute, but we got to get down to Maggie. Maggie, Fatima's Blessing, probably the horse to beat, draws completely outside with the 13 hole, but you got a lot of horses to go through here in a wide open betting board. Good luck.
Yeah, exactly. Good luck to everyone playing this race because I struggled with it greatly. I get Fatima's Blessing, especially with his main rival winning factor being a scratch in here today, and he looks phenomenal on the racetrack, and actually first race for Paco on this card. So, look, I have no problems with Fatima's Blessing, but I'm just going to take a look at a couple that are intriguing to me, and one of them is number 3, Clickatat, New York bred, who I'm very familiar with. And Ken Sweezy was the former assistant to Jimmy Jerkins. I don't think that the time overlapped when Clickatat was in Jimmy Jerkins' barn way back when arguably he was doing his best racing. I think Ken at that point had gone out on his own. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure of that. But, they kind of have similar, philosophies. And Kent, I'm sure, learned a lot from Jimmy. I thought it was intriguing that Click Attack finds his way to Kent's barn. And he's been very disappointing in his last two. I'm hoping that Kent can turn her around, looking good on the racetrack and in the paddock, as a horse who my eye just kept going back to for whatever reason is number 9, Colpo d'Oro. Derek Ryan puts blinkers back on this horse. He kind of is pulling that element of surprise, because when he took him off, he rattled off 2 wins in a row. Covering him up a bit here, but he just looks like he's doing very, very well, and his form might be suggestive of that too. As number 11, Barley One, another one I'm familiar with, another New York bred. One of the best times I've ever seen this horse appear before a race, as Greg, some familiar friends here squaring off in a big field.
The host, I'm always there.
Triple start, post 5. Reckless Place goes in. Get Back Goldie. 2 back. Fatima's Blessing. And to the far outside, 6 whips. Here's 6 whips and Abner Adorno. We're ready to go.
No, sitting back. Go, Mike.
And Lara off. All 13 broke smoothly today. Click Attack gets the first call of the race. 6 whips from the far outside post, attempting to get to the front with Get Back Goldie, who takes the second spot. 6 whips the leader from Get Back Goldie, and Fatima's Blessing, who's a joint second, pretty headstrong approaching the turn. 6 whips from the 13 hole, getting to the rail, and establishes a clear lead going into the turn. 6 whips, a length and a half in front of Get Back Goldie and Fatima's Blessing. They're second and third. Gliding a Fleet in the 4th position. Triple Start is next in the field, and having to steady there was Gliding a Fleet, who drifted outwards. Eddie the Great also had to tap on the brakes as they approach the backstretch. Graded on a curve coming back to him. He's racing in midfield. He's running 5 lengths off the pace. Another 2 to Reckless Place. Click Attack to the inside. Colpo d'Oro third last. Venezuelan Triumph as one runner beat. That's Candy Kingdom at the rear. There's a half mile to go. 6 whips is paving the way by a touch more than a length, and Get Back Goldie is right behind, chasing second. Triple Start getting closer, a joint second to the turn. Fatima's Blessing alongside, and a 3 deep Gliding a Fleet as they start to pick up the pace around the forward turn. Eddie the Great is shaken up. He's 5 lengths off the lead with Graded on a Curve, who's saving ground. Will need racing room as they start to pack up on the front end. Many chances here. Get Back Goldie turns for home in front. 6 whips has had enough. Colpo d'Oro and Joe Bravo are coming on the scene, and so is Fatima's Blessing and Paco Lopez, looking to split horses here. Outside, Graded on a Curve's coming with a late run. Get Back Goldie's still in front. Here comes Graded on a Curve trying to tag her late. It's gonna be tight. Photo finish. Another photo finish. Graded on a Curve and Get Back Goldie hit the line together with Fatima's Blessing and Colpo d'Oro third and fourth.
Looks like 12-4 here as Musa Oil gets Get Back Goldie home. The 4 in here, graded on a curve. I thought Sammy Camacho did all he could do. He just could not get home. I will say this, they might take a look at the backside here. This is very close at the wire here. It's got closer than I thought. But on the backside here, the 12 kind of made a little bit of an impact and lugged out a little bit. I don't know if the stewards are gonna take a look at it or not around that first turn. As you see, you're seeing pictures of the 4 and the 12 as of right now, but I'm not gonna call this one. The more I look at it, here's the start of the race. It looked like everything was kind of clean from the start. Everybody kind of got their position, and you know, when it got towards the far turn, now I want to show you right here, watch the 12 horse right here, if we can keep this rolling real quick. Watch this horse right here. Now you're gonna see the 10 lap to the outside of the 12. Now when the 12 kind of moves out, you see a reaction of everybody, and Matt Dierman called it on his call. Watch right here when the 12 moves outside of the lead horse. Right here, and you're gonna see the 10 take up, and you're gonna see a lot of other horses take up behind right there. I don't know if there's anything behind that or not, But we'll send it back to New York, guys, and we'll leave it up to the stewards here. Oh, we'll send it up to Maggie. Maggie, you got anything? Sorry, I can't hear in my ear.
That's okay, Polly. I didn't really see anything during the running of the race. Not to say that there wasn't anything. I tend to be focused on the horses that I was interested in, and none of them were affected. But you, once again, Polly, called the photo. I thought for sure, graded on a curve, the horse that you were interested in had got the bob, but it was all Get Back Goldie, and a deserved winner, setting in close to that early pace and fending off all challengers in the end. That is about as close as it comes. But Melissa Iorio in the irons today at 5-2, 12-4, 13-9. Polly.
Well, good job there, Maggie. Yeah, the more you look at it, it was really hard to tell, but Fatima's Blessing really ran a good third here. But 12-4, 13. We keep talking about Melissa Iorio. She can flat out ride. And she gets the job done. This horse was bet down from 12-1 to 5-2, and we'll get the job done. And it's official, 760 on top to start your Jersey Shore pick 6. When we come back, it's usually Paco Saturday, but we're going to start the Paco late pick 5. Paco Lopez, always the top of conversation here at the Jersey Shore.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry saw room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
Back on our Saturday coverage, 8th coming up, Belmont at the Big A. As we get set for the 6-furlong turf sprint.
There's Manny thinking, man, I could have won that last race.
Silks of Michael Dubb here on Marco T, who's the favorite at 3-2, and there's his mount for Christophe Clement.
I really like Marco T. I know that she disappointed last time, but I wonder, Greg, if coming back 10 days after breaking her maiden was just too soon. To me, it looks like between the 1, 5, and 12, there should be an honest pace.
Well, it was a grade 3.
Yeah, that was a good field. A tough spot.
Here's Super's Lucky Lady. She actually won her debut the only time she sprinted on the grass.
I thought she ran well, and then she handled going long, but I think this is what she wants to do. Can't she get a decent trip if Romero can work out a job rating? And she rated to win her debut.
Mim will cut back in distance.
I think she's very interesting. Her best turf race was really kind of her sprint. And she actually ran okay 2 back. I like the cutback for her. I think she's sneaky.
Clement Barn with Graham seemingly needs a big improvement.
It just feels like you and I have been waiting for this filly to improve. And, I mean, maybe she does it today, but she's given no indication that she's going to.
34-1 next door, Burn Rosie Burn.
Is this a welcome back for Ruben Silvera, who was injured quite a while ago and coming back? I saw him listed. I don't know if he's ridden. He probably has, but we're glad to see him back.
Stolen Future, interesting here, second off the bench.
You know, the problem is, what is this horse going to do with the 1 with speed, the 12 with speed, and can she refine that form from last year?
6 and 7 are out. Quick Power Nap. Give a little outside look, too.
No, she's not impossible, and she's another one that can benefit from pace and a big price.
Unicorn Cake. Jose Lezcano gets on turf for the first time.
Do we know what a unicorn cake is? I remember the damn Party Like Grandma, and there's just, I mean, Cloud Computing success with this turf sire, but this is a horse that would need to improve immeasurably in the turf without the pedigree to do it.
The 8-5 favorite, Marco T, coming out of a grade 3.
I just think she's a very logical horse that's run well in all of her races and just makes a lot of sense.
Capital Gal at 25-1, Katie Davis rides.
Yeah, the turf races going back at routes were okay, but it's been a while.
Where is she? There she is.
Hiding.
Ray Handel, 5-year-old mare by Constitution. Is his own 1 victory on the grass, but against some softer competition. And then the Speedster, been off for a long time, June of last year, Active Congress.
Yeah, listen, she has a lot of speed, but she's got to get the 6 furlongs. I know she did last time. I feel like this is a tougher field.
That was a 50,000 starter allowance, went 108 and 2 at Belmont. Have not seen her since. That was June 22nd of last summer. Did win off the bench, though, off a similar layoff.
At 5
May of last year.
At 5 furlongs, though, down at Pimlico, a lot different than this. And I just worry about a horse that's only run 5 times and is now a 5-year-old. But obviously, she has run reasonably well in her races. I don't want to dismiss her completely. I just prefer others.
Little surprising to see her at 9-2, though, isn't it?
I guess. I think sometimes people, maybe, do they not really look at the long layoff? I don't know.
Pick 4 starts here. Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, a big field. Turf sprints are always interesting. Trips make a huge difference. We'll start down on the inside with the 1, Super's Lucky Lady. I think she's doing what she wants to do as well, Andy, and that's sprint on the turf. And I hope that she gets that kind of coveted pocket trip. So just let the other speeds go enough, but sit right in behind them so you're not under pressure the entire way. I think she's looks good. Good. She looks fit. She tried the dirt. It wasn't for her. They put her away, but she won off the, first time out. There's no bigger layoff than winning as a first-time starter. I think Super's Lucky Lady is a major, major player here. We'll go to the 10-horse Marco T. Now, to me, she appears to be the best horse on paper, and I will say she's also the best turned-out horse. Now, we know it's not a beauty contest. Pretty is as pretty does in racing, but it's sure a big vote of confidence for me when you like a horse on paper and you love the way they look from a physical perspective, and that's what I'm seeing with Marco T. And in the 12-horse Active Congress, she won on debut, again, the capability of being fit enough to win off the bench. Then she was off for about 11 months, and she came back and won at Pimlico off the bench. So now she's off another elongated layoff, but she looks great. I mean, Bruce Levine knows how to get it done. Could not look any better. I will say the outside post is not probably doing her any favors, because even though maybe it gives Ricardo Santana some options, like he doesn't need the lead, you still got to use her enough to clear at as many horses as possible so you're not caught wide. So I just don't like her draw, but I do think she looks good. I'm with the favorite, guys. She looks like the best horse on paper, and she's extremely well turned out.
All right, 3-2 favorite on the one who wins the beauty pageant here. And meanwhile, there's the 12, the Speedster Act of Congress, Ricardo Santana Jr. sighting here in New York.
Yeah, I wonder if he's come here to ride. I see him riding here. I don't, is he just here to ride? Is he riding somebody? Who's he riding in the Bed of Roses? He's on boat? No, that's the next race. Listen, she's obviously run well in a race. He's on Flying Connection, so maybe he's in to ride her. But I imagine we'll see him in Saratoga. She's run well. She did well here. I feel like this is a tougher field that she's in. And for me to take her off a long layoff like this and with other speed, I prefer others, but I'm not going to knock somebody that likes her. She certainly run some good races in her career. She's just not my cup of tea.
She should be in front, though, shouldn't she?
She should be able to clear. We'll see how aggressive IRAD is with the 5, and we'll see how aggressive Romero Mirage is on the rail. And obviously see how she breaks. But if she clears, I still don't like her. I think she may have to go too fast, but we'll see.
Mig and Andy agreeing, as is the public, on the 7-5 favorite, dropping out of that grade 3 here against state bred first allowance condition runners. Pretty sizable drop. It's going to be an easier group here.
Yeah.
As we look at the 1.
You know, both Richie and I were talking about Super's Lucky Lady. She won her debut rating at 6 furlongs. She got run off by Shaman Princess, who came back to win her next start sprinting. And I thought she ran very well in here, being able to rate. The rail was good that day. She spent a lot of time on the rail, but she did angle off in the stretch. And in her next start, it was a weird merry-go-round race, sort of late in the year on the turf, where weird things happen. I don't really think she's a turf router. I think she's a turf sprinter. They tried her one time in the dirt, knowing that winter was coming, and if she could run proficiently on the dirt, they could keep her around. They quickly realized this is not a dirt horse. I don't know who made her the favorite. That was insane. But now she comes back doing the right thing and what she wants to do. And she's a square enough price, and she's forward, but she showed the ability to rate and win, which I think is a big feather in her cap.
Romero Mirage will be aboard for this comeback effort, 4-year-old debut, undefeated sprinting on the grass. The only time she did it, that maiden win. So we'll see how she fares here. That price, we thought it was a little ridiculous, and it's come down. She was 11-1 at one point, now back to 7-1. Right near her morning line. As you see those prices from Monmouth, Get Back Goldie, just edging out, graded on a curve, returning $7.60 at Monmouth's 7th.
The New York bred graded a curve, horse we saw here for many years for Chad Brown and Klarovich. Ira Ortiz 4-1 on Stolen Future, and I can see the people liking her a little bit. I'm not a big fan. I think she's caught in a tough spot with other speeds in here, but she gets the best ride from Irad, and she's certainly not impossible. She just wasn't my cup of tea once again. I wonder if Graham's going to show up one of these days, but it's just getting to be like a little tiresome because she's got to get faster.
She encountered a ton of trouble that turf debut, and I thought she was an absolute lock at her next start. She won, but she didn't do so very fast, and she's never really progressed.
She's the same price as the 1, and the 1 just feels to me like she may be a better horse.
I agree with you.
I'm going to try to sneak Mim in there a little bit. I think she's a little sneaky at 20-1.
7-5 favorite, the 10 Marco T. Manny Franco for Michael Dubb, Michael Caruso, and trainer Christophe Clement been favored throughout. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call for this 8th Belmont at the Big A.
Goes in, all set. And they're off. Marco T breaks with early speed and a host of pursuers as there's to the outside. Active Congress in the early mix and Stolen Future is trying to split rivals and join the early fray. Burn Rosie Burn is right there at the rail. Supers, a Lucky Lady 4 across the course. Mim is there in 5th as Marco T broke on top but is now back to 6th. Is followed to the outside by Capital Gal, who will track from 7th, and 8th is going to be Graham. Second to last is Unicorn Cake with the trailer. Quick Power Nap as they get set to work into the far turn. 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Active Congress is now well clear, and Active Congress is doing it nicely for Ricardo Centena Jr. is 2 lengths in front. Super's Lucky Lady is in pursuit towards the inside with Burn Rosie Burn. Also ranging up on the outside is Stolen Future, and now Stolen Future is only 2.5 off the leaders as they get set to reach the top of the lane. Active Congress is trying to get away. It's Active Congress, Super's Lucky Lady still in pursuit. Stolen Future. Marco T is now in the clear. Here comes Marco T on the grandstand side, and from far out of it, Quick Power Nap is rolling late as well. It is now Marco T to the outside. Quick Power Nap is rolling late. Stolen Future is right there as well. Marco T will get the victory. Marco T gets it. Quick Power Nap from all the way at the back of the field will grab second over Stolen Future. It's a photo for 4th in 1 minute 9 and 3.
Favorite with the win. Marco T wins convincingly, dropping out of a grade 3.
Sometimes the favorite's the best horse, and you just don't really want to try to beat them. Got it done. You know, it's a good effort by Super's Lucky Lady, even finishing 4th, because she didn't break that sharply and rushed up, not able to seal the deal. But, you know, Marco T is better than these. Both you and I talked about Quick Power Nap as one that maybe could pick up some pieces, and she did pick up some pieces in the late stages, but there was no beating Marco T.
Now, 8 was, I think, last early in here. Did some big running late, but no getting to Marco T. Deserved favorite, dropping out of that grade 3, gets the win at 6-5, 10-8, 5-1. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. These prices when we return still to come. Todd Pletcher, Hall of Famer, looking for a 6th win in the Pegasus at Monmouth. Tuscan Sky looking to put that poor performance in the wood behind him. Stay with us.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races, Manny Franco. Won more races on the New York circuit last year than any rider. Gets a win here for Christophe Clement, Silks of Michael Dubb, and the favorite, $4.70 for the win.
Yeah, just a horse that got the pace to run at, got the right trip, and just found a field that she was just better than, and that's spotting your horses well and find this spot. And, you know, I'm not convinced that she couldn't do a little damage in some tougher races going forward, but she had the right trip and the right field today, and just better than these.
Second win on the turf for this 3-year-old filly. And again, $4.70 for the win. Quick power nap, Stolen Future, complete the trifecta. But Marco T, much the best as we work our way to the Grade 2 Bed of Roses in that filly and mare sprint division. And very fun field coming up. 10 will line up. Belmont trying to get his first ever win in the Bed of Roses. He'll send out Big Pawn after a performance out at Santa Anita. Looked like she might be the next star in the division. She's lost 2 straight since that time. Can she get back on track?
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back to America Today at the Races here with Rajiv Mirage and Paula Duca. We got a claiming 7,500 to whet your appetite before the bed of roses, but it starts your late pick 5 here in the Jersey Shore here at Monmouth Park, and you see a wide open betting board. You got about a couple minutes to get to your NYRA Bets account to get your pick 5s in, superfectas, pick 3s, tries, doubles, whatever you love. Now the one, Bucanero, was warming up very aggressively with Melissa Iorio. What ended up happening here, Rajiv?
So sometimes a lot of times we want to warm horses up before the race, so we take them away from the pony, give them a good gallop, just kind of get the blood flowing, get them pumping. Well, this one she ran off with Melissa, meaning the horse just took off uncontrollably. Melissa couldn't get her stopped. She ran as fast as she could for about 6 furlongs before being apprehended by the outrider. Now,
let me cut you off. That's not the post parade. That horse had ran 6 furlongs around, but go ahead.
Yeah, she circled the track once already. And what that does is it's almost like she ran a race already. And not only did is that expected to tire the horse out, but also the jockey, because she was doing everything she could to try to get this horse to slow down. And she might have left her race in the post parade.
I mean, she was just on a regular gallop, and then the horse just kind of took off on her. She couldn't get the reins. The outrider could not catch her. Now the favoritism has gone to the 5, Taven here for Wayne Potts, which I find tough. You know, I'm nothing against Wayne, but he's been struggling of late, and I don't know if I could take this horse at 5-2.
I ended up picking Taven mainly because this is a condition race, and she's one of only fillies in this race that actually is a multiple winner. She's won 2 races. Everyone else except for Bucanero are just horses that have only won 1 lifetime race. So she holds a little bit of an advantage there, and kind of why I took her. And also I think the pace dynamics would suit her, just tracking about three or 4 pace setters. I expect the 4 Derby Gift, the 6 Army of Thoughts, and the 7 Castellana to be showing a lot of early speed. And I think that would set up very favorable for Taven.
We talk about Paco Saturday a lot. He has the 80 in here, Softster, taking a little bit of money. Usually Paco takes a little bit, but this horse is a filly by Motown that is 1 for 12. Didn't have the best of trips last time, but I don't know if there was an excuse there, really.
I picked her last time. There was not really any excuse, to be honest. She didn't really check it as much as the paper says check 316. She was out of horse. Nothing really happened. I expected her to run good last time. That's why I picked her, and she was a no-show. Now, she finds in a softer spot today, dropping in class a touch, and she got a good outside post, and also one of the ones that would be favor from an early pace battle. But I have to say, a horse that I didn't really like too much early on was number 6, Army of Thoughts. I didn't see much on the paper to like. She looks absolutely spectacular on the track. And to be honest, looks the part better than anyone else in this field. Just really caught my eye. So one that I'd take a look at. But
there she is right there. And she's shown a ton of speed, affiliated by Army Mule, who tends to throw out really speedy runners. You know, when I look at this race, I look at the other horse right next to her, the 2, Made Birdie. I don't make a lot of birdies, but I think this race will set up for her to come from way off the pace. She's not much. This race isn't much, but I think the pace dynamics helps her the most. You can see that big extension blinker. I'm not a fan of that either, but I do think she gets the pace to run into, especially with the way the 1 acted pre-race.
Yeah, I was looking for a closer, and I ultimately landed on the 5 Taven, but I was splitting the hairs between Made Birdie. I almost picked her. The only thing that made me lean towards Taven over her was because Taven has that 2 lifetime wins. Made Birdie always runs, but I can see a case being made for Made Birdie. But, I mean, the more I look at it, it's the more I like Army of Thoughts.
Well, they're going in the gate for the late pick 5. Good luck if you're alive in the Jersey Shore pick 6, and you're watching this live on Fox Sports 2.
Castellana, post position at number 7. Just a couple more runners to load in. Derby Gift. And to the outside, Softster. We're ready to go. And they're off. Softster leapt in the air at the start and drops to the back. Derby Gift from the pack shoots away to a 2-length advantage early. Capture This and Army of Thoughts side by side with Castellana right with that group. And now Derby Gift gets taken a hold of, and the pace is now pretty modest here. And in fact, Derby Gift is being joined and passed by Army of Thoughts, who has the lead by about a half length here. Castellana makes her way into second, and Derby Gift has been taken back to third, wrangled back in that position. Softster joins her approach in the turn. There's a gap of 2.5 to Capture This under pressure. Made Birdie had a steady hard one off of heels. Taven alongside and is passed and was within 6 lengths of the lead. And Bucanera has been out sprinted. She did not run her best race today as they approach the top of the stretch. Castellana with a 1/4 mile more to go claims the lead here. Army of Thoughts could not keep up. And Founders in second as Castellana leads off the turn. In the second spot, Army of Thoughts is calling it an afternoon, plummeting back. Softer into the second position. Made Birdie, look at this run from Made Birdie. She had to check on the turn. How much the best is she? She's going to run by the competition to win it. Made Birdie, and coming back is Taven. Oh, it got tight. Made Birdie, it looked like she had it, and Taven came with a late surge. Another photo finish here at Monmouth Park.
Okay, there is so much to impact in this race. I don't know if the 2 hung on, but pay attention to the horse in the white right here. Almost falls off the horse.
Wow, number 2 Made Birdie got squeezed in between rivals, checked sharply, lost all momentum, almost lost the jockey, overcame all that, swung 6 wide to the middle of the track, ran by the leaders, and then Taven starts battling back right here to make it.
Oh my God, this is desperate.
If you bet Made Birdie and she got beat in this race, you're gonna feel like you're very unlucky, because to be honest, I think my pick Taven paddled back and got the nose down at the right time.
What a move on the 5 there, Isaac Castillo, to kind of steer the 5 in between horses. This is very tight.
Too close. You know,
we've had a couple bangers today. Now the cameraman has been right.
We were talking about splitting the hairs between the 2 and the 5 prior to the race.
I cannot
this
believe
2 was much the best.
First of all, Jose Vargas, to stay on the 2 first of all, and to be involved in this win photo, we got to take a little pause. We'll get you the results when we get back.
Welcome to those just joining us on SNY, those already with us on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Excuse me, Haskell Preview Day out of Monmouth. Grade 2 Bed of Roses Filly and Mare Sprint Division, loaded group coming up in our feature here at Belmont at the Big A. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, and that Bed of Roses looks like it could be a war.
I mean, there isn't a single horse in the 10-horse field that has no chance at all. They're all players. Probably the longest shot in the board, Apple Picker, is already a graded stakes winner this year to show how deep the field is. And it's come up a very exciting race, and it doesn't even include the leader of the division, Vava or Alva Star. This division, the older filly and mare sprinters is turning out to be a good one.
8 of the 10 fillies or mares in that race, our ABR race of the week coming up, are already stakes winners. So that's still to come here from South Ozone Park, New York. It was a very tight photo finish back in Monmouth. Let's go back to Paul LaDuca and Rajiv Mirage.
Yeah, thanks Andy. Thanks, Greg. Yeah, they still have not put up the results, the photos between the two here in the 5, Made Birdie and Taven. And you just joined us on FS2. Here is the finish of the race. We'll try to get you what was going on in the race.
But
the
this
two,
is 3 close finishes in a row.
It has been really close. And like you said, it is so tight. But the race that the 2 ran is just phenomenal. And during the backstretch, the horse jockey almost fell off the horse. Then he came back. Then the 5 came back. And right now, they are walking him around still. And I'm going to show you the backstretch of this race. Rajiv, take us through if you're on the 2 here. And the job that Jose Vargas does just to stay aboard.
Well, Jose tried to make a split here between the number 3, Capture This, and the number 5, Taven. And you can tell that there wasn't much room there, and he almost got thrown off. He was halfway out of the saddle. Not only that, lost all momentum, seemingly all chance. I mean, I had to lose 4 or 5 lengths just from the impact and recovered. And amazingly, this filly found another gear, swung out to the middle of the track here, lost even more ground, and blows by the front runners. In the meantime, Taven is running erratically with Isaac Castillo. He's trying to get her straightened up. He's pulling on the right rein. She's trying to lean in. But Made Birdie goes by her, and all of a sudden, she pins her ears back, re-engages the bridle, goes straight, and makes this oh so close.
Oh God, this is unbelievably close here. And
I think they just posted that. We hear the crowd reacted, a big roar from the crowd.
What did we posted get? Nothing. The
Dead
2
heat.
won the race. Dead heat.
It's
Dead heat. Wow. Dead heat. 2-5 there. So Rajiv top pick, my top pick. But you know what, Greg? I'm going to take it as I actually won this race. But a dead heat here between the 2, Made Birdie and the 5, Taven, as they both get it done here. And I want to give Jose Vargas a ton of credit. Sometimes when you have horses like this, you kind of quit riding. He kept on riding and persisting.
Yeah, he was persistent, and she was resilient. For a young horse to overcome that adversity and come back and make it that interesting, it was just showcase how much resilience she had. And you know, it's hard. This game is always separated by close finishes. I mean, we've seen so many, but not very often we get to see a dead heat. So for the viewers watching today, you get to see something quite unusual. 2 horses being tied for first place.
Yeah, so Made Birdie and Taven will get the job done. And Greg, we have stakes races coming up, but you have one coming up too with the Bed of Roses.
Yeah, we do indeed. We'll get to that coming up in the 10th. Right now, race 9, mile on the turf in this allowance optional claiming race. And this is part of the favored even money entry. And as we see riders up, Manny Franco aboard Ballooney.
Yeah. I don't love Ballooney, though Ballooney can win. I like the 1A, Call Me Harry, who gets enough the also eligibles, who I think really needed his return off the layoff. But if you like a horse like Call Me Harry, you can't bet here, because on his own he'd probably be 5 or 6 to 1, and he's dragged down by Ballooney, so you can't pick them. I had picked the 7 Greek Order, was scratched, and I ended up scratching at Ocean Atlantique, who I don't mind, but the problem is with Call Me Harry getting in, Ocean Atlantique's going to have a lot tougher time trying to wire the field, and I think his edge potentially was being the speed, and it all changed when the 1A got back in, so the scratch and the draw-in just completely threw everything away for me, and it puts me into a difficult position as a bettor.
Here's our post-spread. We start with that first half of the entry. Does get the rail for trainer Chad Brown.
And maybe there'll be enough pace, and he'll just suck up and get the right trip to win. But he's really not that good a horse and not deserving of even money.
The other half of the entry, the far outside post. Call me Harry for Rick Dutrow.
I believe he'll run much better. He comes out of a very tough field that collapsed, and he wasn't bet last time, and I think he'll run a lot better second off a layoff.
Ruse, he just won here on the turf at a mile.
A brilliant, perfect trip last time out. He's going to have to run better to beat this field.
Rudy Rodriguez has Romero Mirage on Magical Ways.
I guess if you think he ran well enough last time, he could get the pace to close into. I don't know how much running I felt he did, but I can understand the argument at a big price.
And there's no question, this is a major player. Ocean Atlantique, just claimed by Rick Dutrow.
Yeah, I thought Luis Saez rode him a little bit tepidly last time, and he needs to be more aggressively ridden, but I'm concerned with the 1A getting in.
Second off a long layoff, Con Man, he's quick too.
And Marcassi is better second off a layoff, or, you know, he's not good off layoff with turf routers, so maybe he'll run better.
14-1 on Con Man. The 6 Bodie Cream, Horacio de Paz.
He did run okay last time, but this is a huge step up for him.
Peros at 13-1, Linda Rice.
The only thing I'll say is when Linda Rice runs horses in spots that make no sense, sometimes you take notice. But none of his turf races are good enough, and he may be a bit distance challenged.
And it's Jose Lezcano there with Call Me Harry getting in, a rad on the also eligible that draws in. Dude in Colorado for Mike Maker.
I feel like this is a much tougher group than he faced last time, and he's outside with all these speeds in the air, but he's run some credible races, so I can't say he's out of it.
And graded stakes placed back when he was a 3-year-old. Here's the 10 Vacation Dance, Todd Pletcher.
How often do you see Todd Pletcher at 30-1, but it's very hard to make a case for this horse, especially going long.
Approaching the 5-minute mark to post here in this 9th mile on the turf. Allowance optional claiming field. Part of this favored entry. Ballooney, that inside post for trainer Chad Brown with Manny Franco. We'll have it for you live when we come back.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage. America's Day at the Races. Coverage from Belmont at the Big A with the Grade 2 Bed of Roses to come. In the Filly and Mare Sprint Division, we have the Haskell Preview and the Pegasus ahead at Monmouth as well. Right now, going a mile on the turf coming up.
Yeah, Yeah, looking forward to it. I think it's a very competitive race, and honestly, I'd love to know what price the 1 and 1A would be separately. I have a hard time believing it's the 1A that's really dragging the price down, but maybe it is.
Very short, it does seem. Back with us, Acacia Clement, trackside.
And we'll start with that entry. As Andy mentioned, you do have kind of different running styles with the two of them. So Bellouni does look like he could be a horse that could come from off of it. And he had a pretty wide trip last time out. It's my first time seeing him in a while. One thing I will say is that they gelded him at the start of this year, and that really has helped him a lot mentally. He's much more settled than when I saw him at all last year. He's very fit coming in here. Again, had that wide trip. My question with him is that he just doesn't really seem to be a winning type. I actually miss a little bit of that energy that we used to see him previously. He's been very quiet here in the preliminaries, but again, could potentially get a good trip depending how that pace does play out. From a physical standpoint, though, he is going to be more appealing than his stablemate, Call Me Harry, or not stablemate, I should say, entry mate, the 1A Call Me Harry, who is just a big, burly type of horse. No matter how frequently he races, he just always carries a ton of weight. He can get completely washed out as he is today, very hot under the belly. Again, that's been normal for him recently. I really would have liked to see him be a bit more defined and calmer second off the layoff in here, but that's just kind of how he is now at this stage as an 8-year-old, and the way that he carries his weight from race to race. Certainly should be stronger second off the bench, and does have that speed and will be forward from that outside post. The number 4 Ocean Atlantique was a horse that just really kept catching my eye, but as Andy mentioned, looking at his warm-up, he had a strong warm-up from John Velasquez. He's settled down nicely now, but he was circling him a very big warm-up, and he does tend to run better when he is more forwardly placed. I wonder how things are going to play out. I just really physically loved what I saw from him in the preliminaries. He was very relaxed, great in his coat, great in his weight, and thinking that he could potentially build off of that 3rd place finish last time when he was just a neck behind Bellouni. The number 5 Conman comes out of that same common race that several of them do with running with scissors. I think the mile is perfect for him, and this is a horse that I think has really developed now, coming back as a 4-year-old. I know that he set the pace last time, but I don't think he necessarily needs to. At a big price, I really like what I saw from him in the preliminaries here, Greg, second off that layoff.
All right, Acacia, thank you. About to load up here as we get set for this 9th. Even money still on the entry. The 5 just left our screen. Conman, second time out for Marcassi off the bench.
I think it's 16-1. You want to bet Conman? Go right ahead. I think that's a very generous price. I mean, Ocean Atlantique, who occasionally I both like, can be effective rating. He's better forward, and I hope it's one of these cases where Johnny does the old MIG move of getting your position going forward and establishes good position. It can save some ground. Like I said, if the 1A were alone and was 7-2 or 4-1 or even higher, I would bet him. But having the entry like that, I have to stay with the 4. But I feel as though it's a situation where I'm making a selection where my top choice scratched, and I can't take the entry because I think Bellouni is a bit of a phony and is the one dragging this entry down. Not that he can't win. He can win, but he's really not that good.
And we'll see if Dude in Colorado, moving to Mike Maker, he had been with Pletcher, can improve a little bit here in his 4-year-old season. Formerly graded stakes placed early in his career.
I got to ask my friend Kirk Wyckoff, who's owns Street Diamonds Farm, who the dude in Colorado is.
Yeah, I would like to know that.
I think there's quite a few dudes in Colorado, but I want to know who this specific dude is.
Got to be a story there. Uncle Mo, 4-year-old. See if the dude can run big. If he abides here in the 9th. Set for this 9th here, it's the entry. Even money favorites. Grade 2 Better Roses, our ABR race of the week, coming up next in that filly and mare sprint division. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
All set. And they're off. Dude in Colorado gets the first call right to the front for Ramon Vasquez. Dude in Colorado, and here's Call Me Harry, wants to join this leader. At the rail is going to be Magical Ways. Right next to Magical Ways is Bodie Cream. They're 3rd and 4th. Then comes Vacation Dance, who's trying to tuck in behind them. Sits there in the 5th position, very stacked up there towards the back end of the field. Then comes Ruse, who's now a challenging 5th. In between horses comes Ocean Atlantique as a shared 6th. Is moving forward. There goes Vacation Dance, is 3 wide. Towards the back end of the field, Belluni. Then comes Conman, and the trailer is Perros. They work to the backstretch. Duden, Colorado is the leader. Easy, 23-4 for that opening quarter mile. It's Duden, Colorado, who's in front as well. Clears up by 3/4 of a length as Call Me Harry starts to move in closer. Bodie Cream is out in the center of the course, and out wider comes Vacation Dance, is now about to take that 4th position. Tight in between horses, Ocean Atlantique. Saving ground is Magical Ways is still right there, 48.57 for the half-mile time. Rallying on, here comes Belluni, and Belluni is now in the 7th spot, is right in behind that second grouping. Losing ground was Ruse, and from the back, Conman is trying to make a late rally with Perros as they get set to reach the top of the lane. All in now is Duden, Colorado. Right there is Call Me Harry, ready to challenge, tipping out wider. Belluni is now in the clear. It's now Call Me Harry who's ready to challenge. Belluni is catching with every single stride, and here comes Belluni. Down towards the inside, Magical Ways is rallying on. Ocean Atlantique is right there, but Belluni is now in front inside the final 16th and sprinting away. Belluni running up into second is Ocean Atlantique. Belluni is your winner. Ocean Atlantique. Then came Magical Ways, who grabs third over Call Me Harry and Ruse in 1 minute 35 and 4.
We'll go with Belluni, the win. Chad Brown, Manny Franco, Michael Dubb Silks, and the 4th win from 12 tries on the grass.
Yeah, and this is not one I liked in here. You know, I mean, I'm not shocked the worst one, but thought was the weaker half of the entry. I was dead wrong about that. This was a very oddly run race. The dude did not abide, but he certainly got the lead very easily in here and just had absolutely no answer whatsoever as Belluni was able to win easily, and that's back-to-back wins for Manny Franco and those Michael Dubb Silks.
Horses we expected to be in front. A couple of them were nowhere near the front.
Strangely run race, but it still came apart. And the courses list is good, and I will say there is some give in the ground.
All right, we'll have these prices for you coming up. Back to Monmouth, Grade 3, Eatontown. A look at the current odds, mile and a 16th on the turf, fillies and mares. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
9-2 seems like a big price on Spirit and Glory, who I'm pleased to be joined by her trainer, Rob Falcone. And Rob, we were just commenting, as a 5-year-old, this mare has now really reached her physical potential. Tell us what you have seen throughout the years that she's been in your barn.
I think every year she gets older, she gets more mature. This was definitely, I mean, it's easy to say now when you look at her form, but this is definitely, when she came back off the layoff, she was just real mature. She filled out, I think she grew from 4 to 5. So every time, you know, she's been coming back good, but this is probably the best she's been.
Rob, she's shown versatility, too, throughout her career. I know she won 2 back on the lead, and then last time, as you were saying, what were your rider and Arad Ortiz on White Beam supposed to do? You know, they kind of set it up for the eventual winner in Nisi Marie, but for you, what's her ideal trip?
You know, it's good to have a horse that can go to the lead and also sit right off, and she's also come from dead last as well. So, but, you know, especially in a race like this, I think we get her out of the gate. The plan is to get her out of the gate, and if someone wants to go, you know, then she could sit second and sit out the trip. And if no one wants to go with her, then she could obviously, you know, be on a lead and take them all the way. So hopefully either way it works out. Hopefully she hits the wire first.
Yes, that's what we're hoping for. Rob, thank you so much for your time and best of luck with her.
Thank you.
All right, Spirit and Glory Lafitte definitely looks the part in the prelims for this Eatontown.
Looks the part. Gotta love the versatility. Spirit and Glory, 4-1. Eatontown Stakes, Grade 3, first of 4 stakes races. A prep for the matchmaker on Haskell Day, July 20th. They make the turn. We start with Sacred Wish. Sharp win last month, coming in hot.
Yeah, this filly won by 4 lengths on the turf last time in allowance race. Steps up to the Grade 3 level today.
5-2 favorite. Then Embrace Me. Javier Castellano does take over.
A big long shot. Took the blinkers off last time out. It might have woken her up a little bit. She ran a better than look race, and you're getting Javier Castellano, Hall of Famer, at 20-1.
3 through 5 out. Spirit and Glory in with Joe Bravo.
Third beating a neck in the Bogey last time, Grade 3 at New York. This filly is versatile. She could be on the lead or sit just off the pace, like her trainer said.
Number 7, Tax Implications. Talented, rarely wins.
She was favored last time here at Monmouth in the Miss Liberty, and she checked in third. She's going to have to improve a little bit more. She does get Flavian Pratt.
Ocean Club live on the board, 3-1.
Yeah, and this filly has been on a roll lately. She's won her last 2 races, most recently a stake race down at Gulfstream Park.
Irish filly, Maman June, has rattled off 2 straight.
Been very, very impressive. We'll see if she's really good today. I think you'll find out, and she might need some pace to run into.
Tick, 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 boom would produce just that should she upset at 27-1.
This one doesn't have much early speed. I expected to drop back early, and hopefully a pace collapse would be her best chance of doing any running.
That's the field. 2024 edition of the Eatontown Stakes. Post time 5 minutes. Circling back to Sacred Wish, the favorite. Take a look at her most recent, Raj. A month ago, Aqueduct Allowance Company, Sacred Wish, dictating in control throughout.
Yeah, dictating, like you said, because she had things her own way. She set a very moderate controlled pace on the front end, and this filly is too good for you to give her an advantage like that. She was able to steal it on the front end on the Kendrick Carmouche, who was back into ride today. Such a versatile filly because she's shown good races off the pace as well. She's second, beating a neck in the Coaching Club American Oaks, grade 1 on the dirt at Saratoga. So versatility on surfaces, on running style, she has it all.
What's the key to her reproducing that effort this afternoon with Kendrick Carmouche?
Well, she's obviously very talented, and she can also rate, too. I think Spirit of Glory is going to have to go with her. Maybe Spirit of Glory, the 6 in here, and Joe Bravo takes the initiative. Fergal Lynch, a very good rider that a lot of people don't know. He's over from Maryland. Does he push with Ocean Club, the 8? Because the 9, Mom and June, is really in great form, and she's a filly that launches from way out of it. So she's going to need some pace to run into. But if they, like Rajiv said, you just let Sacred Wish walk around or sits that pocket spot, she's going to be ultra tough.
That's what trainer Robert Falcone was discussing with Maggie, the tactics, the versatility, Spirit, and Glory. Let's revisit her latest. Aforementioned Beau Gay at Aqueduct. Same distance here, 1.116. Spirit and Glory, Paul, blanketed by a grade 1 winner and battling through the stretch.
She's kind of always up for a fight. I mean, listen, they're well clear. She's a 6-time winner, having 19 races. I mean, these horses went 111 and changed and just kept on going. I mean, she's the kind of horse that can come from a little bit off the pace. This day at Aqueduct, she was able to, just battle away in front and then ended up running third in the spot. But, they just went so fast up front. I thought she was courageous in this effort. The time before that, she went gate to wire. So if you leave her on the front end, she can be brave.
We're checking with Maggie.
I'm in love with Spirit and Glory today. When you isolate her 2024 form, isn't it better than anybody else's in here, at least in the category of what have you done for me lately? I love the way she looked, and I love her form coming in here. And two, I think, as Rob Falcone said himself, she is versatile, and she's become so much more relaxed and takes her racing in stride and is so confident. I love to see that kind of swagger in these horses as they get older. As we'll move on to number 8 in here, Ocean Club, who is taking some money as she'll go out for Jack Sisterson, as we see Bethany Bumgarner, the kind of, if you will, I don't want to say farm trainer, because obviously she is racing horses, but she is based in Florida, and that's where Glen Hill Farm has a lot of their horses based in their breeding operation. She did great with her in that one start where she dominated a field. She was a little bit keen early, and you can see that she might have the propensity to do that. She was wearing earplugs. She was a little bit agitated by it all. She's since chilled out beautifully on track. A horse that I don't know how much further she wants to go. I think she might max out at this 1.16 distance, but another one that's going to be at least prominent, but again, helped by some of those higher priced horses scratching out that did possess that early speed. Mama and June is hoping that they still go at it, as her win last time out here at Monmouth was devastating. I thought visually it was really impressive. She settled at the back and was launched a 7 to 8 wide bid around the turn and just rolled home and winning by 4 on the turf. As many people well know, that's like winning by 8 on the dirt. So I think she is one that they saddled outside, so she might have that, way of being a little bit on the nervous side, living on the edge. But again, another horse that has settled down beautifully on track, and it feels like while she's not as good as many of these yet, maybe she's the one with the upswing here, Lafitte.
She wants to see Sacred Wish, Spirit and Glory, Ocean Club light it up early. I don't know that she gets the table set perfectly, Paulie, but Mama June, for trainer Chad Brown, already a 3-time Eatontown winner. She is on the ascend.
Yeah, and Maggie had me at living on the edge. Yeah, Philly's living on the edge is right. But she does make a good point about Spirit and Glory. They're going to have to beat her. I mean, her numbers, she's tactical. So they're going to have to. Now, like I said with Mama June, you're going to find out how good she is today, because this is, even though this is a short field with 3 scratches, there's some serious racehorses in here.
Yeah, it's a very talented bunch of fillies, and some of them trying to make their identity like Mama and June. I picked Mama and June as my top pick. I was splitting the hairs between her and Spirit and Glory. I thought the race revolved around these two, and on paper, Spirit and Glory, I almost gave her the nod because she's already showed what she had. But the reason why I lean towards Mama and June is we don't know what her ceiling is yet. And her 2 races in the Chad Brown barn have been so impressive. She's on the upswing, like Maggie said. And I think this is a filly that we can see go on to be bigger, do bigger and better things. And this is a stepping stone towards that.
Spirit and Glory for Robert Falcone. Tax implications, Raj, is there any way I could sell you on the idea that this is the day that she finally revisits the winner's circle? I know you're not her biggest fan.
Yeah, absolutely not for me. We talked about her last time. She was in even an easier spot last time, lesser competition. She wasn't able to pull it off. The one thing that I would love to see with tax implications, I don't think they're getting the optimal run out of her. As much as I don't think that she's that good at this level, she's still not getting the optimal run because she's the kind of filly that has a really short run. And the only way to ride a filly like this to get the best out of her is to keep her buried in, covered up, and really make one late move. And like we saw last time, she was stuck on the outside, chasing 3 to 4 wide, and she ran evenly. So I do think she could run better today. I feel like, you know, Fable and Pratt is one of the best jockeys in the world right now, and he knows that. And I think if there's anyone that's going to take that risk and be patient with her, he's going to be the guy to do it.
Who holds the key to the race in terms of race shape? Kendrick Carmouche, Sacred Wish. Joe Bravo, Spirit and Glory. Fergal Lynch, Ocean Club. Who holds the key to the race?
The key to the race revolves around Spirit and Glory and what Joe Bravo does, because she has a tactical speed where he can use her to push the leaders forward if he feels like they're going too slow, or he can take her off the pace if he feels like they're going too fast. So whatever happens in the front end, it revolves around what Joe Bravo decides.
Final thought, Paulie.
Yeah, I would think Kendrick's going to push from the rail too to try to spread out, and if Bravo wants to go to the front end, then he sits that pocket trip.
Keep prep for the matchmaker. All set for the Eatontown. Matt Dinnerman standing by. First of 4 stakes races live on Fox Sports 2.
To the outside. We're ready to go in the Eatontown Stakes. And Lyra. Sacred Wish from the inside, offensive-minded. Spirit and Glory up close as well. Tax Implications takes back. Ocean Club striding into the second position. Spirit and Glory with the lead coming by us. Ocean Club on a hold second. Sacred Wish back in third, tracking the pace from the inside. Tax Implications is next. Embrace Me down on the rail third last. Tick, 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 boom. The longest shot in the race is second to last. And Mama June is the early trailer, saving ground on the rail. Around the clubhouse turn they go. It's Spirit and Glory setting a modest pace. Leads a length and a half. Ocean Club on a hold, still relaxing off in second. Sacred Wish third to the inside. Then Tax Implications, Embrace Me in the white and black is fifth now. 6 lengths off the lead. Tick, 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 boom joins that rival. And Mama June has no pace to chase. 7 behind. 25 and 3/5 seconds. The half in 51 seconds flat. So Spirit and Glory with everything her own way. Ocean Club there on the outside. 3/4 of a length behind, a little closer. Sacred Wish in third. Taps Implications a half length off of her. A length and a half to tick, 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 boom. Embrace Me to the inside. Mama June still at the back. They turn this into a 3-furlong sprint. Spirit and Glory a neck in front of Ocean Club, who's going well on the outside. Tax Implications into third now. Sacred Wish is His fourth down on the rail coming off the corner. The others have got to get going as they come off the turn. Spirit and Glory still in front. Sacred Wish in a tight spot on the rail. Alters course outside. Tax Implications is coming fast down the center of the track. And Tax Implications and Flavian Pratt have hit the lead. Maman June absolutely flying, but Tax Implications gets there and wins the Eatontown. Maman June second. A 1-2 finish for Chad Brown. Then Spirit and Glory and Sacred Wish.
It's been a while. 7 straight losses after her debut win, and Seth Klarman's Tax Implications for Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt for Brown, a 4th win in the Eatontown Stakes. How'd she do it, Raj?
Well, she sat right off the pace. Flavian looked like he had a ton of horse all the way. I never seen this in her wheelhouse for Tax Implications. One that hasn't been able to polish it off with 4 second-place finishes and 8 starts. Today, she got the right kind of trip, sitting just off a slow pace, a dawdling early pace, and really, powering away at the end.
Yeah, I think the pace really helped her out, and Vincent Chaminade they're going 115 and you're going 120. The 9 is literally a rocket ship coming home. I mean, to close into those things, into those fractions, I don't know if you're going to see that jockey on that horse the next time he runs.
So Chad Brown runs 1-2, but Raj, is there anything that Chaminade can do with Maman June if that's her running style, pace, whether it's fast or whether it's this slow? Is there anything he can really do? She's a closer. Does it do her any good to put her into the race sooner?
No, I think he was pretty handcuffed based on her running style. She broke where she was, and he had her position. It was a victim of her running style more so than anything. It's really hard because sometimes you take these horses out of their game, out of their element, and try to put them in the race, and they don't show the same effective kick. It's just too much to overcome, though. I mean, maybe
my only issue is if you look, this horse has hit the top of the lane and extended. Nowhere did he make a move at all till late in the race, giving the horse a chance to win at all.
Yeah. Race shape, race shape, race shape. In the Eatontown, a 4th for Chad Brown, running 1-2. Tax Implications back to the winner's circle. Wall-to-wall stakes racing. Live look in the Aqueduct Paddock, the 67th running of the Bed of Roses. Next on America's Day at the Races.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage of America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. Getting set for our ABR Race of the Week, Grade 2, Bed of Roses, Filly and Mare Sprint Division. And 10 will line up. Wide open races. We look at the current odds. 9-5 favorite right now. Flying Connection coming in from out of town at Churchill.
I gotta tell you, I don't like her, but 41-1 on Beguine is a little bit ridiculous.
Who has
she could be the
probably
speed
a couple
of
the best races of anyone in this field.
Right. I mean, Greg, I'm searching I can't think of a more competitive stake race that we've run in New York in years, honestly. There isn't a single bad horse in this race. This is a very, very strong field.
No, it is loaded. There's Big Pond, and that was Belmont. 3 starts back in a Calbred Stakes race at Santa Anita. What a performance that was. She has not backed it up, though.
Well, I will say that in her last race, I thought she may have run the best race. No knock on Leave No Trace, but the speed was very good that day, and she got an excellent ride from Junior Alvarado, but I thought she ran extremely well.
There she is again. Junior will ride. You know, beat 3 parts of a length to Leave No Trace in that race. It was a Grade 1 winner as a 2-year-old. Looked for a while like she might be done. And now she's trying to win her 3rd in a row.
And getting back to sprinting is what Phil Serpy said, and he's dead right about that, and shown that, you know, that's what she wants to do. And she's been very good. This is a tough spot, though. And Flying Connection can win, but I think 9-5 is a tough price to take.
Post Parade, you hear in the background, and you kick things off with Apple Picker, trained by Brittany Russell.
She's probably a little too slow to win this race, but she has a Grade 3 win, just 3 races back.
So here's Big Pond for Belmont, owned by George Krikorian.
She's a little slower overall than the best fillies in here, but I thought her last race was good, and she has to be considered a player.
A seed for Chad Brown, back-to-back wins.
To me, she's overbet at 7-2 because of the connections. And I thought her best race was her 2nd race. She's got to improve.
Big price on Morning Matcha for Butch Reed.
She's one of the few horses in here that has speed figures in the 90s. And for a trainer's horses always run when they come here.
Here's Just Catherine. Manny Franco rides.
She's my top choice. I like her turning back, and I think the cut back in distance will help her. And she, too, has some fast races behind randomized.
Flying Connection, obviously very good. Getting a little overbet because who she faced?
Yeah, and she did run right behind the 2 best fillies in this division, but she kind of was picking up pieces. Will it be the same here? And 2nd time turning back, I don't love.
Hot fudge for Linda Rice.
She feels like she took advantage of things earlier in the year, and while she's a big price if you like her, I feel like her best form might be behind her.
She's a beauty for Chad Brown, was just 3rd behind Sullivan Angel and randomized, who came back pretty good.
Right, and she was picking up pieces. I think 7 furlongs sits her right behind the eye. Can she run back to her distaff or build on it? She's a player.
Randomized just beat the champ in the division, Idiomatic, in Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Leave No Trace, Grade 1 winner is a 2-year-old.
Refound that good form, and the competitive nature of this race has her at 9-1.
And Beguine, she has a couple of races fairly recently that would smoke this field.
And she could be the controlling speed, 2nd off a layoff. I don't love her chances, but to me, she's an outrageously big price at 36-1.
Good field assembled for this Bed of Roses, our ABR race of the week. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in this race and some very well put together and attractive fillies in this group. And starting off with the one that is taking a lot of attention in the number 6 Flying Connection, now in the Rob Atras barn. Rob saying that he basically just kept the status quo of what she had done with Todd Fincher and some easy works here in New York in preparation for this race. And she has definitely been the epitome of have racetrack will travel. She takes a racetrack with her and seems to show up in a variety of spots. Kept on well last time out. I know that she's run well going long too, but physically she really does look like 6 furlong suits her. She's dappled from head to toe. I have no problems at all with your favorite. Now taking a look at the 2 that ran 1-2 in the vagrancy, the 9 Leave No Trace, a generous price right now. Now when she is going to run well, she usually will show it in the prelims. She can get a little bit light in her weight. Her coat can look a little bit dull. While overall, I always wish she just had a little bit more muscle mass in her hind end. She looks great in her coat. She looks very healthy coming in here. Her energy is great. Everything that you like to see from Leave No Trace when she's doing well. And while Phil Serpy has said she looks like she wants to go long on the turf, that's what her body type says. But obviously going 7 furlongs on the main track is what she prefers. I reserved judgment on the 2 Big Pond until I saw her warm up, because back in the paddock, and this is my first time laying eyes on her, I just really wish that she had been moving freer in the way that she was walking and covering the ground back when first getting the tack on. Junior Alvarado took her right away from the pony and gave her a spirited solo warm-up. And so while it did take her a little bit of time to get into her stride, she looked much better once she got going out on the track, which I definitely appreciated. And she certainly could turn the tables on Leave No Trace in here. As the number 8, Sheeta Beauty, this is the one that probably just looked the best. She had a lovely warm-up away from the pony under Dylan Davis. Yes, I know she was picking up pieces last time. And yes, she definitely got an advantageous trip to win the Distaff 2-back, but I just think that she's improved as a 4-year-old as well. She looks tremendous in here. I think that the 7 furlongs is the perfect spot for her. Like I said, you can make a case for several, but I just really think that she suits these conditions well. And again, a horse that has taken a step forward this year, Greg.
See if she can take another step forward here. Yeah, she has definitely gotten better coming back here as a 4-year-old.
Well, you and I were just talking, and we both think it's sort of ridiculous that she's twice the price, more than twice the price of the other Chad Brown runner. I think, well, it's Irad Ortiz. They love Judmont as well. But I don't see why Sheeta Beauty's recent races haven't been as fast, if not faster, overall. Sheeta Beauty's really turned the corner, and these 7 furlongs to a mile one-turn races suit her perfectly, and I think 7 furlongs hits her right between the eyes.
And as we talk about her, we see prices from back at Monmouth, where that barn wins again. Tax implications: Chad Brown, Klarovich, Flavien Prat. Congratulations.
Finishing 1-2, actually, Chad Brown in there. And tax implications, she was actually eligible for a non-winners of one other than, and be interesting. I had thought maybe she'd be a horse that would be better with less distance. Well, I don't know if that's necessarily the case. And she sort of sat behind a slow pace, and you and I were talking about it. Even the slow pace, the race sort of collapsed. Horses just run for Flavien Prat.
Really, he's so terrific. There is an Eclipse Award, maybe it's this year, with his name on it.
Irad Ortiz is going to be a very tough mountain to overcome, how he rides and the kind of mounts he gets. And listen, Irad's a great, great rider. These are 2 great riders. And there's a lot of good riders around. I think it's a very good time for riding, especially in New York with top riders. But these guys, man, they are good.
Favorite here remains Flying Connection, who would put together 3 in a row before going to the Grade 1 Apple Blossom, trying to chase down Adair Manor. Did not work out. And then running behind probably the top 2 in the division in Vava and Alva Star.
She's run behind 3 of the best horses in their respective divisions behind Adair Manor, as you mentioned. I think she was kind of picking up pieces here on horses that were chasers and sort of tired out. I think this 98 buyer, while very strong, is a lot of function of her trip in there. And the other thing that I'm worried about, and I'm not going to be surprised if she wins, but I'm betting against her at 2-1 in this competitive race, is I like a turn back, but I don't love a router the second time. This horse turned back last time, and now they're sprinting. And I still wonder if she might be a little better going longer. But we'll see. How quick is the pace going to be also, Greg? That's another question.
Yeah, certainly. There's not blazing speed in here, is there? Beguines. We're going to talk about the 5 here in a moment.
Yeah, I want to talk about her.
Just crazy to see her at 32-1 on the board. But let's go to Jess Catherine. I know you like her 16-1.
Well, let's go back to her last year. She finished second to Randomized in the Wilton, and that's the race Randomized used to win the Alabama next start. And of course, she won the Ogden Phipps last week, a multiple Grade 1 winner, second the Breeders' Cup. Then she came back, and now she beat Raging Sea, and she'd have a better trip than Raging Sea, but she's a good one as well. Talking about the 5, Jess Catherine. And, okay, she didn't handle the slop in the other race. She ran a big figure 2 back. And that last race at Oaklawn, that was a merry-go-round affair. I'm not going to hold it against her. And she, too, is turning back. I think Jess Catherine has a good enough chance and has run fast enough figures that 16-1 is an overlay.
There she is, Manny Franco. Yeah, that race against Randomized really stands out. We didn't know what she was going to turn into after that performance.
Even Morning Matcha. I mean, why is she 12-1 for Butch Reed, who does nothing but send live horses here?
That price.
I think you're supposed to hunt around for some horses that you feel are kind of overlays, and to me, both the 4 and 5 are overlays in here.
I feel like Morning Matcha has a much better resume to be 7-2 than a seed the 3 does.
I couldn't agree more with you, Greg. I think they're overbetting because it's Irad and Chad Brown, and obviously they both win a lot of races, but the reality is the horses that Butch Reed has been shipping here, they all run better than their odds, frankly.
Yeah, we put that graphic up yesterday. Wins in the Grade 3 Bogey, the Withers, Yeah, back-to-back wins with Dr. B in the Gopher Wand in 22 and 23, and then 7 runner-up finishes in stakes races, many of them graded stakes on the circuit.
No, he's just been sensational. He's got some good horses, but they come here with a purpose. We're going to go out to Ohio Derby, bet Uncle Heavy next week.
I think I
You,
will
me,
be.
and Cleveland.
6-1 morning line, by the way.
Bring the camera crew, a little time in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Just told by our producer, Butch Reed, 9 for 14.
the
Not
money.
even in the money. First or second
And
on
they're
this
all
circuit
in
this year.
stakes pretty much.
There is the 5, just Catherine. 16-1.
Can Manny win 3 in a row? Counting on you, Manny.
Kind of race
It's a
where
great race.
everyone feels like they got a chance. And back to Begin.
Great race.
Maybe the speed of the field. 32-1.
Crazy. The only horse with a triple-digit buyer in the whole field.
Incredible.
I'm not saying we love her, but she's way too big a price.
Way too big. Leave No Trace. Grade 1 winner is a 2-year-old. Back-to-back wins now, including the Grade 3 Vagrancy last time out for Phil Serpe. As she loads up with the help of the starting gate crew, it's our ABR race of the week. Grade 2, Bed of Roses. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Begin last to load. Just a little reluctant. Backs away. Begin one more time. Now in. All set for the Bed of Roses. Movement to the outside. And they're off. Good break for Leave No Trace and Begin. On the far outside is flashing early speed as well. Exceed is going to be in the early mix, and here comes Exceed towards the inside of Begin, and now they're 1-2 as they hook up. In between horses comes Flying Connection, is tracking from third, is just off those pace setters. Leave No Trace broke with the leaders, is there in fourth. At the rail, here comes Apple Picker, is ready to challenge. Big Pond is in behind rivals, tightly packed here on the front end. Just Catherine is in seventh, is right in behind the leading group. Further outside is going to be Hot Fudge towards the back end of the field with Morning Matcha and Sheeta Booty. Still very tightly bunched, about 5 lengths to cover them all. 23-1 for that opening quarter mile. Begin, the long shot at 32-1 is up by a length and a half. Exceed is back to second now and ready to challenge. Here comes the run from Leave No Trace, and Leave No Trace is now moving closer. Begin has got the lead, but Leave No Trace is now a challenging second. Here comes Just Catherine is launching a rally. Flying Connection is trying to keep up. The closers are coming. Sheeta Booty is making up some ground. Morning Matcha needs some room. They reach the top of the stretch, and the Bed of Roses 46 seconds flat for the half-mile time. Begin is still there. Leave No Trace is ready to challenge. Exceed is now re-rallying. Exceed is splitting rivals. Just Catherine is right there. Grandstand side, Hot Fudge. Exceed is now moved over to the rail, is challenging Just Catherine. These are the top two. Just Catherine, Exceed. Exceed towards the inside, and Just Catherine's going to try one more time. Exceed, a Rat Ortiz Jr., they win the Bed of Roses. Exceed wins it over Just Catherine. It's a photo. Hot Fudge is in there with Sheeta Booty and Flying Connection. Final running time, 1:22 and 4.
3 in a row for a seed, and that's why they were betting her so much. This is a brilliant performance here from her, 4-1.
This was as good a ride as a horse can get.
Like she was put away.
Well, no. He did exactly what we've been talking about. He got his position going forward. He made sure that the 10 ran a little bit early. Then when the 10 wanted to go, he let her go. He sat back, he waited, he split. Listen, I bet the 5. I'm a little frustrated. She was 16-1. She ran the best race. If you watch the break, the 5 didn't break. Then Manny circled the field. Not blaming Manny, he did nothing wrong. But given the respective trips, the best race was run by the 5. I give a lot of credit to IRAD and Exceed, and she got it done. But at 16-1 versus 4-1, I bet the right horse. I just lost to a horse that got a better trip.
Oh, Rat Ortiz Jr. delivering here for Chad Brown, and a big win for this filly who gets her first graded stakes victory, her first stakes victory at all. And we got a new player maybe in this division.
Yeah, we do. I'm going to tell you right now, though, we should watch. Maybe we can get the head on of the start. I'd like to take a look at it and see what happened to Just Catherine, because I think she had real trouble. And I'm not trying to take anything away from the winner. She ran a very good race. Best horse finished second in this race, and you'll see it. The more you watch of this race, the more you'll see it. It's not even without the start, it's a better race.
Haskell Prep coming up next in the Pegasus. Mile and a 16th in this 3-year-old division. Let's send it out to Monmouth.
How many stakes races in a row will Chad Brown win? Running 1-2 in the Eatontown, just saddled the Bed of Roses winner and has the favorite in the NYRA Bets Pegasus domestic product. We start with the one in Tuscan Sky drawn inside.
Yeah, blinkers on for this one after jumping up and down when the dirt was hitting him in the face last time. They're putting the blinkers on, hoping to get him a bit more focused today.
Number 3, Otello, the Mucho Macho Man winner at Gulfstream.
He's run a little bit of everything. Tried the Jeff Ruby Stakes. Now they're hitting the reset button, and we'll see what happens today. Kendrick Carmouche.
Willie D's outsider, Joe Bravo.
Yeah, wire-to-wire winner last time, but that was an off-the-turf event at Delaware Park.
Hades, Holy Bull winner.
I think he's going to fire a big shot. Looks tremendous on the racetrack.
Uncle Heavy out, domestic product in. Chad Brown looking for another stakes victory.
My pick here, this promising 3-year-old, has overcome some adversity and last time had a troubled trip, very troubled trip in the Kentucky Derby.
C Streak talented. New Jersey bred.
Yeah, the Jersey bred who ran actually the lifetime top of any of these horses in here. But when you go back to the Holy Bull, he was 55-1 behind Hades and behind domestic product. Can he turn the tables? I think a lot of people in Jersey are rooting for the son of Sea Wizard.
Is a hometown hero, C Streak. In the field, the 3-year-olds in this NYRA Bets Pegasus, $150,000 per 3-year-olds. Top 2 finishers to receive free entry and start fees to the July 20th NYRA Bets Haskell Stakes. We check in with Maggie.
And we'll check in with the current favorite, Lafitte, and that's number 7, domestic product, as he exits the Kentucky Derby, in which, like most horses, had a little bit of a rough go of it. Kind of slammed out of the gate on either side, pinched back, got a bit headstrong when he started receiving that kickback, and then went very wide down the backside into the turn, and rightfully so. He tired a bit. But what you look for in horses when they come out of the Kentucky Derby is their weight well, doing well, have they recovered, in other words, in their conditioning, and how's their energy? Are they nervous or it kind of really sullen and dull? And I can firmly say that no, he is not any of those things. His weight looks excellent, and furthermore, he's just kind of perky, but not doing too much. Just a cool customer that looks as though he's ready to go out there and do his thing. It'd be quite the hour for Chad Brown if he was able to take down this Pegasus too. But number 1, Tuscan Sky, and I agree with Rajiv that he was not handling the kickback well. So they're going to put on just a short cup cheater blinker. But I have other theories about this horse, and that he might actually be more of a turf horse because his best 2 efforts were his first 2, and they were on sloppy, sealed, or basically sealed tracks that often mimic turf courses. So I have my reservations. He's going to have to prove me wrong that he can be just as effective on a harrowed, fast racetrack that he is getting today. Moving on to the 2 coming out of the same barn, but for different trainers, and that includes number 5, Hades. Paul, you're absolutely right. He looks tremendous, and he is sharp. As we talked to Joe Orsino a little bit earlier on the program, he said that he's just going to let him bounce out of there and do what he wants, / let Paco Lopez do what he wants. But I think Hades has let's go on his mind because he is very sharp, so fit coming off a bit of a layoff. He looks fantastic. But the same can be said for number 8, C Streak, who I talked to Eddie Owens 2 weeks ago when he took down the New Jersey bred stake for the fillies and mares. And he said the biggest thing that he's noticed with C Streak from 2 to 3 is his mental maturity. And boy, I can see it now too. Just, he was so green even in his second start in the paddock, and he's just so much more focused now, and he's done well. He's developed very nicely. He's filled out. He was a little bit of one of those horses that was really up behind, and the front end needed to catch up, and he has done just that. Really well conditioned heading into here. I don't know how far he's going to ultimately want to go. Mount a 16th here at Monmouth is probably fine, but going beyond that might be stretching him to his outer limits, Lafitte.
Could be a very big week for the New Jersey breds. Grade 1 win, Woody Stevens, Bookham Dano. And for C Streak, Paul, this was opening day, Long Branch, 1.70. C Streak runs away and hides.
He really did. And if you look back to his Holy Bull, that was the only time he really ran around 2 turns. So there was a question, And boy, did he answer it on this day. He wasn't even the favorite, and he just went off by 7 1/4 with Jairo Rendon. And the repeat of this effort wins this race. It's just, can he repeat it against common foes that have beaten him before?
And Rajiv, it was Jose Ortiz who told Eddie Owens 2 turns. That's the key for this gelding C Streak, 2 turns.
Yeah, and he definitely has excelled around 2 turns. I have to say, Paulie, I don't agree that the repeat of that effort wins this race, and here's the reason why. The competition that he faced that day
No,
is
I get
way
it.
below the ones that he faced
yeah.
today. And I actually think that I would love the sentimental, him being a Jersey bred and all that. I think he's the 5th likeliest winner of this race.
Yeah, I'm against him too as well.
And he's getting bet down to 3 to 1. And if you look at a horse like Otello, for example, because they've raced against each other. And back in January 1st in the Mucho Macho Man Stake at Gulfstream, Otello is now 15 to 1, and C Streak is 3 to 1. Otello ran on the poly track last time, a synthetic surface. So if you put a line through that race and look back at his 3 races, this horse stands a really good chance to make an impact on this race. He won his first 2 races. In his second lifetime start, he overcame a ton of adversity to beat C Streak. And I just don't see C Streak as a likely winner of this race.
Paulie, you're expecting big things from Hades today.
I love Hades in this spot. This is Joe Orsino's home. This is his stomping grounds. He's been here for a long time. Eddie Owens Jr. was his assistant for the longest time. I think this horse is going to get back, and that work 2 starts ago is just too good to be true.
Maggie talked to him earlier, Joe Orsino. He was a little cryptic at first, but by the end of the interview, he did say, quote, I expect him to be in front.
Yeah, and on paper, even if they're just planning to be semi-aggressive, he's probably going to inherit the lead. So the fact that he said that he wants Paco to bounce him out and let him do his thing is a close to 100% chance that this horse is going to be on the lead early.
Paco Saturday hasn't won one yet. Paco Lopez on Hades. Moving into line, post time for the NYRA Bets Pegasus. Matt Dinnerman standing by.
Into the outside post, C Streak. We're ready to go in the Pegasus presented by NYRA Bets. And they're off. C Streak was off a step slowly. Willie D's hustled along. Hades has speed as well. C Streak makes his way a joint 3rd with Domestic Product. Tuscan Sky, the gray horse, down on the inside. Otello at the back of the pack. Pretty contentious pace going into the turn. Willie D's has a narrow lead. Hades a little wide into the turn. Farther out, Domestic Product. C Streak losing a lot of ground as those 4 pretty much in a line here. Willie D's still with the lead. Tuscan Sky is joining them. So 5 across the track here. Approaching the backstretch run, a super contentious pace, and coming out of that 5-some looks like Willie D's. He's going to have a head lead here. Domestic Product, C Streak right there as well. Tuscan Sky to the inside. That quintet on the lead, they're still going at it. Hades in the 3-path right there too, and a space of 4 to Otello, who at the very least must be happy with how this pace is developing. Tuscan Sky down on the rail. He saved ground on the first turn, and he pokes ahead in front. Willie D's shaking up second. Hades hard sent 3 wide. Domestic Product 4 deep. C Streak, not a desirable trip for him, is 5 wide on the course as they round the 4th turn. Otello still at the back. Willie D's giving way. Hades is done. Tuscan Sky continues to show the way. Domestic Product right there. C Streak trying to overcome the wide trip. He's 3rd, sent along at the top of the lane. Tuscan Sky, the gray, comes off the turn, increases the leading margin to 2. Domestic Product 2nd. C Streak is 3rd with a furlong to go. Javier Castellano asking Tuscan Sky to finish, and he finishes full of run. Tuscan Sky in the Spendthrift Farm colors, romping home to win the Pegasus presented by NYRA Bets. Very impressive. Domestic Product was 2nd. Hades rallies for 3rd, and Willie D's holds 4th.
Bizarre running of the NYRA Bets Pegasus at the start. In the end, a blowout by Tuscan Sky. Right back to the start, Raj. Take us through this.
Something that you don't see happen very often. A 5-horse, it says, abreast going across the track in the first turn, and no one wants to relinquish the lead. So they all dueled it out, and they duked it out going into the turn. Paco Lopez on Hades, he floated out Domestic Product wide into the track, and that left C Streak in no man's land out in the middle of the track.
Yeah, you could tell that Javier Castellano, if you go back and look at it, was going to take back behind this duel. But when then Paco decided to float everybody out, he said, you know what? Let me get up on this inside. And he's rating nice and easily. And then he goes, let me push towards the front end. They basically gave the one the front end. This is crazy. Now the race is over. The only other horse that can win this race now is Otello back there, but the horse never fired.
Otello was a no-show.
This felt like watching 4 or 5 riders, Raj, playing chicken.
It seemed like that. It looked like playing chicken. And the jockey that benefited the most was Javier Castellano, because he's on the rail. So everyone that's layered out, the more you're layered out, the more ground you're losing. So he had his main competition, Domestic Product and C Street. They're all planted out towards the middle of the track while he's skimming the rail. In addition to that, we talked about Tuscan Sky not resenting the kickback in his previous race, not liking dirt in his face. He's not only is he saving ground with a clear face, no dirt kickback. So I mean, everything happened. However, he delivered. He ran a powerful race today.
He delivered. And you know what? It ends up being that Paco Lopez paid too much attention to Domestic Product, thinking he was the horse to beat. Yet Tuscan Sky was miles the best.
Spendthrift Farms, Tuscan Sky, who needs experience? Todd Pletcher nearly wins the Belmont Stakes with Mind Frame in his 3rd career start. He wins the NYRA Bets Pegasus with Tuscan Sky, 4th career start. First win on a wet track, and for Todd Pletcher, 5 wins in the NYRA Bets Pegasus. Tuscan Sky, 17548. Raj, how come it didn't feel like anybody wanted to give in? Why didn't any of the riders involved in that 4 or 5 pace battle up front back off?
This is what happens when you have a small field. It's easier to target the other competition. So when you look to your left and you see your main competition, and you look to your right and you see your other main competition, there's nobody else in the race to be worried about. In a bigger field, you would know that if you use yourself too much to battle with these horses, someone else might benefit from it. And I think that's what you see in small fields. You become targeted, and then you just throw down the gauntlet at that point.
Just don't see it often, if ever. Tuscan Sky, though, on the inside with the Hall of Famer Javier Castellano. Lots to smile about following this NYRA Bets Pegasus. Next stop, we would presume, the NYRA Bets Haskell.
It's By My Standards and spinoff By My Standards, the win, the Louisiana Derby. By My Standards has won the New Orleans Classic by 4.
By My Standards wins the Oakland Handicap. By My Standards attack. Rushy By My Standards to the wire.
welcome back here to America's Day at the Races. The Pegasus goes to Tuscan Sky. Javier Castellano in the irons for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. And please be joined by the fellow Hall of Famer here in the winner's circle. And Javi, wow, that race was insane. 5 horses across the track. You were the beneficiary of having that inside post, though.
I think the advantage was the post. I think I able to save all the ground the first turn. I know 4 or 5 horses who can do speed, but I'm the lucky, you know, be in the right spot in the right position to win the race. Save all the ground the first turn, even the backside. I didn't want to give up my position. I was there the whole blinkers on first time today, and I think it's going to improve a lot. I have a lot of confidence. I can see in the post parade the horse. He was in the toes and the good move. Yeah. And break out of the game, get a good position, go from there, and never give up my position.
He also was a horse that reacted badly to the kickback in the Wood Memorial. Was having a clean face key today?
I think absolutely it was the key. That's the reason I want to give up my position and bury all the way inside and get all the kickback. I like to stay clear in the good position, save all the ground, and clear trip, and it was the key to win the race today.
Javi, real quick, I know you got to run because you got to ride the next race, the Monmouth, but Grand Sonata, we were just talking about that, trying to pull some similar tactics in this one.
Absolutely, I like the way she does in the morning. I like the way I rode a couple of times before in the past. Seemed to me kind of fully position horse. Hopefully she can break good out of the game, get a good position, take it from there.
All right, I'll let you run. Congratulations here, though.
Thanks a lot.
All right, Javier Castellano aboard Tuscan Sky, getting yet another win. A horse who is now 3 for 4 lifetime, guys.
Javier will probably win an 8th Travers with Tuscan Sky or anybody else he rides in the Midsummer Derby. Tuscan Sky make it a 6th for Todd Pletcher in the Pegasus, who can keep track of these things. Gentlemen, that performance, is it good enough given the stronger competition that he will likely face should he next race in the NYRA Bets Haskell?
It puts him in the conversation. The pause that I have is that his race that he ran, his biggest number, 95, it was a 3-horse field. So today he showed me a little bit of something and ran off with the blinkers on. He's obviously very promising. His sire won the Breeders' Cup Classic in Vino Rosso. So, you know, he's probably, to me, onwards and upwards, Rajiv. I think he's got as good a chance as a lot of these other 3-year-olds, especially the way the division's cranking out right now.
Yeah, I share your sentiments. This does put him in the conversation, and he's a horse on the up and up. The one thing about the race, though, is we don't know if he's tested with the kickback in the dirt because he didn't face any today. So has he overcome that? Did the blinkers have that effect? We don't know until we see that happen.
Tuscan Sky, Andy and Greg, easy win in the Pegasus here. Next stop, we believe, the Haskell, July 20th.
We saw that race a little differently, I think.
I think he's definitely got a big shot in the Discovery in November at Aqueduct, but there were a lot of horses that had trips in that race that weren't good. There was one that had a good trip in there, so I'm going to disagree.
A seed gets the win, but keep your eyes on the 5 in here, just Catherine, who wound up second.
I mean, she gets just crushed coming out of the gate there. And when you compare her trip, and is it sour grapes? A little bit. I bet the best horse is 16-1. But I don't think you need to. I mean, if you don't realize that the 5 ran a better race than 3, you probably shouldn't be commenting on race watching. And IRAD gave a beautiful ride, getting position. The seas opened up for him to come through in here and get it done. But just Catherine, a clean break in here, and she's obviously the winner of this race. But a seed gets it done, and she has improved, and you give her credit for that. And nobody riding this, giving a sweeter ride than IRAD Ortiz. Nothing wrong with Manny's ride. He was just unlucky, and they finished well ahead of the others in this race.
It's surprising no one else. Yeah, put in a run. We talked about how wide open this race might be. That's a Hot Fudge who completes the trifecta a ways back at 25-1. But keep your eyes, on Just Catherine. We talked about was second to randomized in the Wilton last year at Saratoga. Maybe one who's making a move forward. We still got another one coming up. Going to close out the card here in New York. 6 furlongs sprinting on the grass in a New York bred first allowance condition race. And it's the 6, can't call it, the favorite for Clement with Franco. Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds Hidden Connection and Whitwater's Rand. Graded stakes winning 3-year-old Implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lane's End Farm.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a $12.50 post on weekends, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races. Here's our post-parade for the finale. We start with Dusk.
She is second off a layoff, but she's going to have to get faster, but she's not out of it.
Major contender here, Fancy Pants Juliana.
She's too big a price, 6-1, like she was last time at 21-1.
You should be dancing at 6-1 as well.
Yeah, I thought she's a little overbet. She's going to need a lot of pace to run at, and I don't know how much pace she's going to get.
First on the turf for City Blocks, whose dam was a 4-time winner on the grass.
Yeah, she'd have to blame it on Mary, who's a good turf horse, but she's an Enticed, and that one was a lame, more turf influence than the sire side.
Carlos David trains Poseidon's Miss turf debut.
First foal from the dam, and hard to get too excited, but there is a little turf pedigree if you want to stretch.
The favorite and went gate to wire on the grass last time out in the turf debut.
I just don't get it. I think this is a horrifically bad favorite here. I think there's better speed and better horses.
Ghostbustin' turf debut.
I think this is a dangerous horse first on the turf. She's fast. She's a full to time limit who was very good on the turf.
And double-digit odds right now with Jose Gomez, Beach Cruiser, Christophe Clement.
Yeah, I thought she needed to do a little bit more last time. She did break slow last time. Maybe she'll run better.
Getting back to grass 9, interesting to you for Tom Morley?
She's my top pick. I like her in here. She got a prep last time. She has some excuses in both of her turf sprints, and I think that's what she really wants to do.
She's got some of the fastest races of anybody on the surface in the field. The 10 Valentine Gift, blinkers off in Lasix.
Well, the dam did win on the turf. You want to take a flyer at a big price?
And Maggie's Palace, 14-1 on the outside.
Yeah, there's just no pedigree whatsoever to speak for to open grass. This is what taking money at 14-1. What am I missing?
Minute to post in this race to close out the Saturday card here in New York. Let's go to Acacia.
And a lot going on in this race with some horses trying turf or switching back to the turf. But a horse that I thought actually ran pretty well on the grass last time out is the 2 Fancy Pants Julia, who was off of a bit of a layoff for Dave Donk that day as well. And I like everything that I see from her in here. She's incredibly fit. She was really prancing, covering the ground beautifully out on the racetrack in her warm-up. But unfortunately, you are having to do 6-1 today after 21-1 last time out. But I still think that she's a generous price for how well she's run in her limited turf starts. The number 9 latest edition, I really like her back on the grass. I know that she won on the dirt at Finger Lakes last time, but she just, everything about her looks like a turf horse. She has a flatter hoof, slacker pasterns to her, just the way that she's built. Definitely back on her preferred surface. The number 8 Beach Cruiser, as Andy mentioned, she was disappointing last time after breaking poorly. She also was finishing on her left lead. She can be a little bit of a quirky type. Even when she won, she was trying to get out a little bit. She's a little bit tricky to handle. They had a pony with her in with a training saddle, cotton in the ears, just everything to try to keep her calm and focused. And I think that she's sometimes the type of horse that if things don't necessarily go her way, she doesn't always run her race. And just real quick, guys, of all the horses trying the turf, the one that I thought was the most intriguing as a big price was the 10 Valentine Gift. Definitely looks like a turf horse.
All right, 40-1 there 34-1 on the 4 we mentioned as well, who's Dan was a 4-time winner on the grass. You mentioned Blame It on Mary, that one had produced, who had hit the high 70s a couple of times by her speed figure-wise on grass.
Yeah, I wish this one had a more experienced, more proficient turf sire. I'd be more interested. He is a Medaglia d'Oro enticed, but there isn't that much turf pedigree there on the sire side. I think it matters to a certain extent. But hey, the horse is a big price. I like the 9 and 2 in this race. I think the 9 is just doing what she wants to do, and I think she's run well in her turf sprints. Once she was close to a fast pace, once she got caught behind a slow pace. I just think she makes a lot of sense, and she got a prep. She got a prep last time in a against on the dirt, and she's not a dirt horse. She's on the right surface now.
Pretty healthy price on the 2 as well, isn't it? Fancy Pants Juliana
I
off that effort.
I bet her last time. She was mispriced last time because if you look at her and make sense of it, the only good races she'd ever run were her first race in the turf. She's a mishandled horse. She's not unlike that 7th winner yesterday who was too big a price. When he ran in races he belonged in, he ran very well. And when she's running turf sprints, she's run well. I also think that Ghostbustin's a little bit interesting in here as well. A horse that could handle the turf and I think could be the speed of the speed.
Ghostbustin' the 7, one of a few debuters on this surface that are intriguing in numbers. Race 11 here, 6 furlongs, outer turf to close out this Saturday card. Much more still coming up at Monmouth. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Poseidon's Mist, and then 2 out. Valentine Gift. Valentine Gift and Maggie's Palace. Valentine Gift hesitates, just a little reluctant here. Trev McCarthy and Valentine Gift move forward. Here's Maggie's Palace. And in. All set. And they're off. Breaking very well was Can't Call It from In Between Horses, is right there with Ghostbustin', is ready to challenge also his latest edition in that early fray. At the rail, here comes Dusk, and Dusk is taken 4th. Back to 5th is going to be Fancy Pants Juliana. Progressing nicely here, moving forward. There comes Beach Cruiser, and Beach Cruiser is now a challenging 6th. Up on the far outside, Maggie's Palace is in 7th. In between horses, you've got City Blocks towards the tail end of the field. At the rail, You Should Be Dancing, second to last. Valentine Gift and the trailer, Poseidon's Mist, as they get set to work into the far turn. Can't Call It's got the lead. Went 22-1 for that opening quarter mile. Can't Call It's got the front end, and Dusk, the rail skimming ride, is coming after the leader now. Ghostbustin' In Between Horses, ready to challenge out towards the outside, his latest edition. Maggie's Palace is trying to rally on. Same can be said here for Beach Cruiser as they reach the top of the lane. It still Can't Call It in front, but just in cruise control. John Velasquez and latest edition hadn't moved yet, and now latest edition kicks on. Here on the far outside, Beach Cruiser is rallying, and Fancy Pants Juliana's in the mix with You Should Be Dancing. They're approaching the final 16th. Latest edition is still well clear. Latest edition, stylish win in the finale. Latest edition wins it over Fancy Pants Juliana. You Should Be Dancing. Late run from Poseidon's Mist is right there with Dusk in 1 minute 9 and 4.
Latest edition, Tom Morley Barn getting back to grass with the win with John Velasquez.
And I think Tom Morley would say the exact same thing. Sometimes it takes a little while to figure a horse out. But if you were able to sort of, and you said it before the race, you thought this horse was the horse to beat as well. If you could separate this horse's turf sprints, true sprints, the 6 furlong ones from the other races, it paints a very different picture. It's very similar. The 2 ran second, Fancy Pants Juliana. She's now run 4 times in turf sprints. She's run very well. The only question is, why did they run in these other races? And Tom Morley would say it to me. We've talked about it before. He'd say, I got her wrong a lot. Now I'm getting her right.
Well, to be fair, in one of those races you didn't run on the turf, she won last time.
No, but I think,
yeah.
Listen, I'm not being critical of Tom. I think it takes trainers have to be able to do different things and find out what works. You've got to just figure it out at some point. Sometimes they don't seem to ever figure it out.
9-2-3-5, and we have an inquiry on the with the third place
And Corrine, it doesn't
finisher.
involve my 9-2 exacta. It's like a miracle. And maybe this little reward for the tough beat with Just Catherine.
So you should be dancing. The 3 inquiry sign posted. We'll get back to it in a moment. Let's return to Monmouth.
Something to smile about for Maggie Wolfendale and for the fans here at Monmouth Park as the stakes activity continues. 3 of 4 consecutive stakes races. This a prep for the Grade 2 United Nations. The Monmouth Stakes, Grade 3, $150,000 purse, wide open. We start with a long shot in California Frolic, 6th in the cliffhanger, 42-1.
This one doesn't have much early speed, has a good rail post, and we'll be hoping for a complete pace meltdown to have a shot here.
Beatbox, non-factor in the dinner party, but that was in an absolute bog.
Yeah, you're right. And no Lasix that time, but I think this horse is going to run back to a good effort. You got Cherie DeVoe in that corner, and she's a heck of a trainer.
Public Sector, Paco Lopez, 13-1.
Beat just a length last time in the Grade 2 Pan American, but that was over 1.5 miles. Cuts back major distance here to 1.8 miles.
Grand Sonata, Castellano, Pletcher looking for back-to-back stakes wins.
Yeah, you heard Maggie talk to Javier Castellano. Horse looks well on the racetrack and try to employ those same tactics just off the pace.
Siege of Boston, look out.
Yeah, got beat 5 lengths in a Grade 1 on the Kentucky Derby on the card last time. Gets a more logical spot today.
Adamo, 2022 UN winner, but has not won since.
This horse is really stepping down in class. 9 out of the last 10 races have been Grade 1s.
Fort Washington, Kendrick Carmouche.
Bobbled and slowly into stride last time. We'll be hoping to break a little better and stay a little closer today.
Tawny Port, actually a cutback in distance for him.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. And a horse that has shown speed, let's see if he shows speed on the cutback.
And finally, Calumet's running B, 3rd in that knee-deep dinner party.
Yeah, that needy dinner party was over at Preakness weekend. He was 3rd in the undercard. He was actually the favorite in that race, made a good move and then flattened out in deep stretch.
How do you treat those races for the 2 horses exiting the dinner party? We will follow up with that question in a moment, but first we check in with Maggie.
Well, we see running B, Lafitte, as your current favorite, as a very tepid favorite at 7-2. I have no problems with that, really. I thought he was very gutsy over that bog down there in the dinner party at Pimlico and kind of the one to make the first move. So I, though, have a thing for number 4. That's Grand Sonata. He's just so handsome. And so he's one of those horses I always fall for. But to his credit, with his first start now, coming back as a 5-year-old, I thought it was a very good effort, going the mile, maybe a little bit too short for him. And 2, Turf King, who looks like there's a ton of promise with this Chad Brown trainee, got the run of the race. He got that ground-saving trip, and Trevor McCarthy was able to slip through on the inside when that gap opened at the chute there on the inner turf course at Aqueduct. So I think that Grand Sonata getting back to this distance, and given the way he looks, as Javier Castellano said, he should be forward here. I think he makes a lot of sense. Moving on to number 6, Adamo. Well, at least he likes it here at Monmouth, you could say, as he did win the Grade 1 United Nations 2 years ago, but that's been a long time ago. He looks phenomenal, though. This is the best I've ever seen this horse appear. And to be fair, I actually didn't see him at all in his 2023 campaign, but he's done very well in the interim. Just really filled out, so much stronger, so much more relaxed, too. So I think maybe Adamo, not that he necessarily gets back to his winning ways today, I think we'll at least see a good showing of him. And then number 8, Tawny Port, I don't know what to make of him. Every time I see this horse, he behaves differently. Last time, he was washy, but really sullen and kind of just looked crampy behind. Today, he's acting like he wants to breed everyone in the paddock. I don't know. I do not know what to make of him. All I can say is it typically has no bearing on how he performs on the track. And I'm okay with him actually getting a little less ground, turning back in distance today, though it does feel like Christophe Clement kind of found out that that's what he wanted to do, these longer distance turf races. But again, we'll see what he does here. Lafitte, at least, you know, he's feeling good. He's feeling himself.
Tawny Port. Handicappers like the way he looked 2 starts back when they made him the 3-5 favorite in the Grade 2 Pan American. Raj, this was at Gulfstream Park late March. Tawny Port, also Public Sector in the mix at a big price. But Tawny Port, you'll see him here, a rail run, but going to come up short at 3-5.
Yeah, he was a favorite in here at 3-5, and he just missed. Here's the thing about Tawny Port. I picked this horse because he's cut back in distance, and coming out of these longer races, it gives you another level of fitness. And you see how he ran here? He looked like he had all the chances of winning, and he just couldn't seal it off. Look, I like him. I think he's the horse to beat. I mainly picked him because this race doesn't have a lot of speed in there. It's lacking.
Horse to beat, though. You think that he's the one to beat?
I think he's the one to beat. The race is lacking a clear-cut speed horse. I think with his fitness cutting back in distance and the fact that he has that natural speed, I expect him to utilize that speed and take control of the race, and he's going to be tough to catch on that premise.
Adamo, the actual favorite. Polly, how are we know we're not? You know, it's like, feel like you're falling for the banana in the tailpipe again with Adamo. Favored here despite the fact he has not won since that 2022 Grade 1. Grade 1, the UN on this turf course.
Yeah, you make a good point. He's 0 for 5 the last 2 years. His last win was in 2022. But he is the class in here. I actually think the 9 is a major player in here because, you know, a lot of horses are cutting back. He's the one horse where the mile and eighth could be his question mark. But although, you know, in one of his first starts of his career, he did break his maiden in a mile and 3/16. But I think now you're getting to the point where is a mile and 8 his limitation? And I kind of think that maybe Vince Shomano takes the initiative and puts the 9 into the game. Now, this race course, at least the turf course, has not played. You can go pretty slow on the front end and able to close. But I think the 9 tactically could have an advantage on this field.
Running B, Raj, your thoughts? What's the approach for Vincent Shomano?
Well, like Paulie rightfully said, you know, the race lacks a lot of speed. He's one of the only other horses in here that has some tactical speed, so that usually is advantageous. Today we have seen a benefit of horses coming from off the pace on the turf course, so that might, you know, not make that benefit as much as it usually is. I think he has to be able to fan over, clear some of the closers, and get a forward trip saving ground. It's going to be hard to be stuck outside wide and coming from behind for Running B to have a shot.
Feels like a big number, Siege of Boston, exiting the Grade 1 Turf Classic at 5-1.
Yeah, a horse that's got really good numbers. I think the other horse is the 3 Public Sector. Since they put the blinkers on, that could be your pace setter in here and could be dangerous.
Local prep for the United Nations. It is a Grade 3 Monmouth. Post time, Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
Running B. Running B goes in. We're ready to go. And they're off in the Monmouth Stakes. Uneventful beginning. Grand Sonata put into play early. Public Sector off the layoff is fresh, and he's coming out of the chute with a narrow lead on Grand Sonata. Running B deep on the course, moving up 3 across the track, coming out of that chute. Public Sector with the lead. Grand Sonata second. Running B happy to track from third. Tawny Port to his inside. A gap of 2 to Siege of Boston. Fort Washington, they're side by side. They're 3 better than Beatbox and Adamo to the outside. California Frolic, the early trailer. 9 lengths off the lead as the 9 entrants go into the clubhouse turn. Public Sector in the Ivorone family colors leads by a length. Grand Sonata in the second spot. Running B, Tawny Port still racing side by side in a good gallop. 1.5 lengths to another pair. Fort Washington, Siege of Boston, they're together. Adamo, pretty keen here, is on restraint right now. Beatbox inside of him. That pairs together about 6 lengths off the leaders, who are right together now. Public Sector and Grand Sonata. California Frolic, 85-1 long shot. The trailer in this field. There's a half mile to go in the Monmouth Stakes. Public Sector still in charge. There goes Tawny Port with an early move. Jairo Rendon pushes the button between horses, is up to challenge those front runners. A 3-deep Grand Sonata there. These 3 quicken as they round the forward turn. A gap of 2. Siege of Boston in the third position. Running B has come under a hard ride. Fort Washington also sent along outside of him. Adamo all in right now with Beatbox. The top of the lane here between horses. Tawny Port still there with Public Sector. Siege of Boston coming through down on the inside. Siege of Boston grabs the lead with a 16th to go, but Tawny Port fights right back. Grand Sonata, Fort Washington coming on the scene late. Fort Washington and Running B. It's a scramble. trouble. Fort Washington on the outside and Running Bee right on the line together. Looked like Fort Washington. Tawny Port was third and a driving finish.
A driving finish is right. Fireworks in the stretch of the Grade 3 Monmouth and the Hall of Famer, Shug McGahee, Fort Washington, Kendrick Carmouche, heads bobbing 35-1 if he got there. Did he get there?
What a finish, and Fort Washington sitting closer to the pace today. Kendrick got him right up in time, and I'm going to call this one. It looks like Fort Washington getting up, and even the cameraman agrees. Kendrick looked like he's having trouble pulling him up. He's full of run passing the wire.
I think it's 7-9. The 9 in-between horses re-rallied here and kind of poked his nose, and it's between those two horses at the wire. And I want to say the 9 got the bob, but the 7 was physically in front. And if you look back at Fort Washington, draw a line through that last start, bobbled, slow into stride. You go back to some of those races at Aqueduct and at Kentucky Downs, they're in the 93 buyer land. They belong, and this horse got off at 35-1.
Wow. Top of the show, set it up as an exciting day of thoroughbred racing here on the Jersey Shore. How many finishes have we seen just like that? Heads bobbing, Fort Washington desperately trying to hold off.
This is the
all
fourth
challengers.
bob today that have been nose, and we've had one dead heat. We've had 2 horses lose by a nose. We've had a dead heat, and now this one right now, as they're showing the 7 on the screen.
The photo finish judges at Monmouth Park, they're going to go on strike. They're being overworked here today because every race, it's like the closest finish possible. But you know, we can call Fort Washington. I'm bravely going to go out there and call Fort Washington.
I tell you what, the inside does get the bias here, but I'm kind of with you. I think the 7 went by. I tell you what, the 9 got gutsy in between horses. I think they're trying to figure out who ran 3rd and 4th because it was such a blanket finish.
And my pick, Tawny Port, number 8, he did all but win. But when you look at it here coming down, it's a rush to the finish. It looked like it could be any of about 7 horses here as the rail opened up for Siege of Boston. Tawny Port just running as gutsy as can be. Grand Sonata fading. And here comes Fort Washington trying to lay in a bit. You can see Kendrick trying to keep him going forward, but not impeding his rival on the inside.
That's a nasty bob for the 9 back, but
that seesaw kind of bob where one horse's head is going up and one going down at the same time, because physically Fort Washington was body was clearly in front of Running Bee, but because of the head bob and the momentum, it's like approaching the wire. Running Bee had the best of the bobs.
You gotta love.
We're still waiting.
You gotta love Kendrick, because Kendrick's like giving dap, and he's like, let's put it in the winner's circle now, but they still have not put it up yet. And I'm like I said, the 9 did get a bob. I think this is 7-9, or it's a dead heat. I mean,
you want to hear about the greatest bob in horse racing?
It's a second dead heat of the afternoon.
I don't think I've had 2. Have you seen 2 dead heats in a day? This is crazy.
Nothing comes to mind.
And we've had 2 other races
Unreal.
that were nose bobs. Crazy.
To put this in perspective, I've ridden about 20,000 races. I don't have 10 dead heats in my career.
And this is another thing, by the way, that we need to strive for in racing. And I know it's a conversation for a whole other day. You should be getting the same. You should be getting the same price for 35-1 to Fort Washington, and Running Bee should not be sharing that. That's something we need to figure out.
For the time being, multiple connections of multiple runners have a stakes win to celebrate. Kendrick Carmouche, Fort Washington, 35-1, and for Chad Brown, another stakes win, make it 3 on the afternoon between Aqueduct and Monmouth. And we're not done yet. When we come back, the Grade 1 winner is back. Bright future, last summer's Jockey Club Gold Cup winner, 5-year-old debut next in the Salvatore Mile. Wow.
Gunrunner is the sire of 12 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gun Pilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, Track Record Setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and Classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Race, and I think a first for the program as a dead heat in a graded stakes. That's right, the Grade 3 Monmouth gone in dead heat fashion as we see Fort Washington, Kendrick Carmouche aboard, and Running B with Vincent Chamonix aboard as well. And Kendrick, you were a little bit, behooved that you did not get the full-out win here.
I really thought I had the head, Bob, but when it's all said and done, it don't feel bad coming to the winner's circle at Mama. You know, I share the win with Vince. We share agents, so I think Jimmy gonna be happy that both of us win.
Jimmy Riccio, very happy. We feel a little lopsided on this side as you got the whole crew with you, Vince. All your kids are here, but this horse is so gutsy, isn't he?
Yeah, listen, today I had a perfect trip, I thought I finished second, but I'm very happy, it's a great surprise for me, and I'm happy to win today. Yeah, it's a nice horse. I had a very good shot today, and he did well today, yeah.
Guys, how happy are you with Dad? Did you get in the winner's circle in a big race?
It's fun.
It's fun, yeah. Well, big smiles all around here with the Chamonix crew, and we'll let you go and ride the next race, but guys, how cool is it to have a dead heat in the graded stakes in the Monmouth here today, Running B and Fort Washington, but big payoffs when it comes to Fort Washington, guys.
Two dead heats today. Chad Brown running 1-2 in the Eatontown. That's not that rare. And Jimmy Riccio, agent, as jockeys finished 1-2. Have dead heat in the Monmouth Stakes here.
Yeah, who's happier than Jimmy Riccio? That's where we got
Nobody.
Stars aligned for him. He won it twice, but what a great day for racing so far, and it's still not done yet. We have a great race coming up next, right?
I was wondering why they were hugging. Like, listen, we don't have to have a hug fest. We're in 2024. We're giving out ribbons to kids now. Yeah. This and now. Are we hugging? Then when they're the same agent, yeah, the picture's worth 1,000 words.
It's just the only scenario you can think of, Raj, where a jockey's disappointed in the winner's circle after a stakes win. Slightly disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, it could have went any way, right? And I think that it's always good to win, like Kendrick said.
All right, so we turn the page, and the 12th and final race, Salvatore Mile, is next. All eyes on Bright Future, his 2024 debut, and the first thing that comes to mind, Paul, that runaway tour de force in the Jockey Club Gold Cup last summer at Saratoga.
Well, he's obviously the horse to beat. I mean, he's a Grade 1 winner, and he's a horse that is now 5 years old. So there's a concern there, but only 8 races in tow. So, 4 for 8 lifetime, Rajiv. He's the horse to beat. He's coming off a long layoff, but if you're going to have a horse off a layoff in anybody's hands, it's Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, I mean, Todd Pletcher, obviously the GOAT of horse training. I mean, he's one of the greatest of all times, and he's done this many times with so many good horses. Look, this is the most talented horse in the race, but if there's any day that he's going to be vulnerable, it's coming off a layoff and coming at a distance that's probably not his most optimal, that flat mile. He probably wants to go a little bit further to show his best race, so I'm going to try to take a shot against him.
Naturally, that kind of afternoon. We've seen a little bit of everything. Cheryl Spite, how good was his mother? Perfect Cheryl, a Breeders' Cup winner, tackling the heavy favorite, Bright Future, the Salvatore Mile, next from Monmouth.
These New York-bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spanderella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back at Belmont at the Big A, America's Day at the Races brought to you in part where you can play all the action you see on screen and beyond at NYRA Bets. Go to nyrabets.com, get signed up, started. Play with us all summer long at Saratoga and all across the country. Latest edition, there was a change in this race. This horse, your winner, finished across the wire 9-2-3-5. The 3 you should be dancing DQ'd. So 9-2-5-1, new order of finish.
I'm convinced they only included the 2 in the inquiry to annoy me because for the life of us, we can't figure out what anybody was looking at with the 2. Anything. Well, obviously, the number 3, justifiably DQ. The 3's in blue will come out into the horse in pink and force over. The 2 is outside the horse in pink, keeping a straight path and doing absolutely nothing while that horse comes out. In fact, you could argue the 2 was a little bit interfered with at that point, just a little bit. But the horse in pink, I think the 5 took the worst of it. But a legitimate DQ. I don't know what they were looking at with the 2, but maybe the 5 just claimed against both, knowing they were both, on both sides.
Latest edition, back to grass. Now the second win on the turf for this 5-year-old mare for the Tom Morley barn, Duchess Views Farm. John Velasquez.
Speaking of Tom Morley.
With the victory. Yeah, more Tom Morley coming up. It's turning into the Tom Morley segment. Stakes race early on tomorrow. New York Stallion Series, spectacular bid division, 6 furlongs sprinting on the grass, and Tom Morley with the big torpedo, who just missed at a mile on the grass in the Woodhaven against Open Company. Now we'll shorten up.
If this was a mile, you'd think he should be 1-9 in here. He was just an incredibly hard luck loser here. The horse who beat him was really like a they knew for George Weaver, but the winner got an absolute dream trip. And I'm not saying Big Torpedo got a bad trip, but he did make the first move and lost, just barely lost a horse who couldn't have gotten a better trip. It's a nice horse. He's a very promising horse. Now, to be fair, he ran credibly in his debut sprinting. He's probably better going longer. He draws well on the inside. And in my opinion, unless somebody really moves forward on the turf, he's going to be very hard to beat at a short price. I'm not trying to beat him, Greg.
Certainly seems that way. We'll take a look at another one in here. If you know how to pronounce his name, please help us out. Javier Castellano will return from Monmouth to ride for Juan Avila.
And really ran respectably in a 3-horse photo. Moved to Gold, who finished 3rd, kind of hung in the stretch, and it was a very solid effort by him. And no argument, he's kind of the main competition for the Big Torpedo. He too has to turn back. We'll see if one of them is more proficient, though I think the Big Torpedo's last race was better than this effort, though this horse is clearly improving and certainly belongs in the conversation.
Multiple winner on the turf, but yeah, he'll sprint for the first time on the grass.
I thought Courtly Baker was a little interesting in here. I think that's the one.
For Saratoga and Barclay Tag.
2 and 4, first time in the grass. They're fun races, and the connections obviously getting in because of New York Stallions, trying to see if they can handle the dirt. Some will, turf, some will, some won't. Maybe more won't. Maybe none will.
After the bid, how did he win that Woodward in 1980? That's a tough field.
It was a tough one. I was in college. I feel privileged to have actually seen the bid run twice live. I was at the Belmont Stakes when he lost to Coastal. Red Board, I bet Coastal. I was at the Marlboro Cup when he faced both Coastal again and General Assembly, who was coming off of that 15-length win in the Travers, the best race in the Travers I've ever seen outside of Arrogate. And he dusted them like they were 10 claimers. He was an incredible, incredible racehorse, spectacular. One of the all-time greatest horses, and maybe the best horse I ever saw run live.
But he dealt with a agree.
Yeah.
There was a walkover, by the way. We kid. The 1980 Woodward. Look at the Grade 3 field for the Salvatore Mile.
I liked him that day, too.
2-turn mile. Coming up in Bright Future, who put together back-to-back wins at Saratoga late last year, including the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup, returns for his first race of his 5-year-old season.
There's got to be a better alternative than Artorias, who's getting overbet because of the Chad Brown, Flavien Prat, Juddmonte factor. I am really rooting for Bright Future, and I have no problem with somebody trying to bet against him because he is better with more distance. But I'm really hoping that he can build on his form from last year because we want to see more good horses, and he is the kind of horse that we could see in the Whitney and Saratoga as a real contender if he can build on last year's form.
75th running of the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile. When we come back, we'll return to Monmouth right after this.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Monmouth Park, the legends who've raced here over the decades, the superstars, the champions, bold ruler, ruffian, as popular as she was brilliant, spectacular, bid, they all ducked him in that 1980 Woodward. Riva Ridge before Secretariat, there was Riva Ridge, and inside information. Blowout winner of the Breeders' Cup Distaff in 95, and some of her handiwork right here at Monmouth Park, trained by Shug McGahee, who had to share the winner's share of the previous stakes race here at Monmouth Park, the Monmouth Stakes, the second dead heat of the afternoon. They have evacuated that paddock, now front side, for the 12th and final and fourth consecutive stakes race, the Salvatore Mile, 75th running. Post-parade, there's Sherlock's Jewel, second to Skippy Longstocking in the Challenger.
Yeah, Shug McGahee looking to go back-to-back after winning the last race, and Skippy Longstocking came out of that race to win the big race at Oakland Park.
Highly anticipated return, Bright Future.
Yeah, 6 behind White Barrio in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Obviously, Grade 1 winner in the Jockey Gold Club, the horse to beat.
Beautifully bred Juddmonte, 6-year-old Artorias.
Yeah, he was fourth in this race last time at 2-1 last year. won his last race at Aqueduct.
5-year-old Artorias. There's Sheryl's Spite here, back to the main track.
This is a horse that ran second at 55-1 in the Breeders' Cup Mile on the turf. Going to try dirt as a 7-year-old. He's only tried it 3 times.
Overlay, Oscar Eclipse.
Yeah, expected to be part of an early pace battle with Mo Visitor right to his outside.
Mo Visitor, who wins every other race, doesn't bode well for his chances today.
Yeah, he's a Ricky Bobby horse. He's either first or last. 6 wins with no second-place finishes out of 15 starts.
Stage Raider justifies brother.
Yeah, this one has a 6x10 lens last time at Fairgrounds. Hasn't raced in over 5 months.
Coastal Mission, 12-time winner.
This is a very fast horse. He's 12 for 20 lifetime. He's been doing it at Charlestown. You know, he stepped it up a little bit at Aqueduct. He took his lumps a little bit, then went to Laurel, won the Frank Whitley. So he's getting a little bit better and better. He's behind Stupor Chow after, you know, in the Maryland Sprint, which is a very key race. The 8, you know, I don't know if he really wants to go this distance, but he's a real horse.
Maggie, Bright Future, giving Javier Castellano all he can handle in the warm-up.
He's awfully fresh, isn't he, Lafitte? As he was pretty calm and cool back in the pad, but once he hit the track, he had run on his mind. But a horse that does come in here looking incredibly fit. So you would think that he kind of revert back to what we saw from him maybe in his starts 2 and 3 back, though those were obviously going considerably longer. And we'll see if the flat mile poses any concerns. He is a horse that obviously has proven that he's okay at it. So I think that big warm-up gives us, the implications that they kind of know that it might be a little bit on the shorter side for him now, but because he's a fresh horse, it is the right distance. He looks so well prepared. This is just very typical for Todd Pletcher and his team. With these route horses coming off layoffs, they are ready to go. So Bright Future, yes, he could run to his name as number 3, Artorias. He was one that I love so much as a 3-year-old, and then he kind of lost his way a little bit and only ran twice as a 4-year-old. But looking at him here, as he does come off the back of a win at a very short price, didn't post the fastest figure, but he looks fantastic. I didn't think he had grown much, kind of going, from the first part of his 3-year-old campaign to the latter half of it. He didn't change much, and you like to see that forward progression, but now he definitely has. He's grown, he's filled out, and I really feel that a mile, we'll see how he negotiates the 2 turns here as opposed to the 1 turn that we've seen in his last 2. I do think it fits him well. Moving on to number 5, Oscar Eclipse, who, at least as of now, as they head towards the gate, is a huge price. And I don't know which Oscar Eclipse we're going to get, but if we get the one from the Sir Shackleton, he could be very dangerous. This is such a good-looking son of Oscar Performance that clearly likes the dirt better than the turf, Lafitte. I'm banking on the fact that he might get back to some of his better efforts today, looking outstanding in the prelims.
Overlay, 18-1. Quickly, Raj, race shape. What are we looking for early?
Well, we expect Oscar Eclipse and Mo Visitor to set a hot early pace, and just tracking behind him, it's Coastal Mission on the outside. It's kind of how I see the race shaping up
I
here.
like the 5, Oscar Eclipse. I mean, that's franking what Maggie's saying. I think the 5 is a big overlay.
Post time for the Salvatore Mile, live on Fox Sports 2. Matt Dinnerman standing by.
Coastal Mission for the Jeff Runco barn, about to load in. We're ready to go for the Salvatore Mile. And they're off in the Salvatore Mile. Bright Future bounced into the bridle right away. He caught an alert beginning. And going to the front, that's Artorias who's going to take back now. Mo Visitor and Oscar Eclipse. Oscar Eclipse going into the turn is the leader here. Oscar Eclipse getting to the rail and leads by 1.5 lengths from Coastal Mission, who takes the 2nd position. Bright Future inside of Sheryl's Spite around the clubhouse turn. And then comes Mo Visitor in the 5th position, 2.5 lengths off the pace. 1.5 lengths to a line of 3 at the back. Sherlock's Jewel, Artorias between horses, and Stage Raider is 3 deep on the course. Compact group, just 4 lengths from first to last. Oscar Eclipse is a narrow leader. Coastal Mission hounding him. 1.5 lengths to a line of runners. Sheryl's Spite still between horses. Mo Visitor outside, and Bright Future and a good gallop, the Grade 1 winner down on the inside of that pair. 1.5 lengths to another trio. Line up at the back. They're all still together. Artorias, Stage Raider in the 3 path, and Sherlock's Jewel is down on the inside. Any one of the 8 could win it as they go into the fourth turn. Oscar Eclipse, Coastal Mission, turns up the pressure, sticks the head in front, and Oscar Eclipse is in the second position now, sent along. Mo Visitor getting closer, 3 deep. Bright Future has plummeted back to the 6th position while in tight on the rail. He needs to really pick it up. He's 6th, and right now just plotting in place at the top of the lane. Mo Visitor looking for the upset, takes the lead. Coastal Mission fighting very, very tenaciously to the inside. Mo Visitor, Coastal Mission, and now Bright Future finds the right running style to kick on, and Bright Future, look at that. Bright Future, the class prevails, wins the Salvatore Bile. Coastal Mission second, Mo Visitor third. Both runners had every chance to beat the Grade 1 winner, but they could not, and Stage Raider was 4th.
Toiling on the turn, seemingly spinning his wheels, and then Bright Future unleashes a furious run up the rail to take down the Salvatore Mile, making his 5-year-old debut a victorious one. Wow.
This is one of those times when you're just in a slump, and then you get a pitcher that's a lefty that's throwing 80. In deep in stretch, they just went by them all. It's just the class took over, and the horses couldn't finish the race. And Matt Dinnerman called the 2 basically dead in the stretch, but then the class just kicked in.
Much the best, overcame a ton of adversity. And when you expect a horse to be a bit rusty coming off the bench and stuff, for him to put in this performance, this is remarkable. He got stopped on the turn, got shut off down the backstretch, got squeezed coming around the last bend, and looked like he was hopelessly out of it.
Did you think he was spent?
Oh, his race
Game
was over. And he got shuffled right back out from 3rd to 6th or 7th on the turn, and all of a sudden he just exploded. I mean, and this isn't even his most favorable trip.
No,
he
it's
wants
true.
to go a bit further. This is a very impressive run on all sorts of
By the way, the
angles.
6 ran giant. We got to give him a little bit of credit because he got smashed at the gate and ran a big race with Kendrick Carmouche. But Bright Future, just that was a nice run there, and ends up 124, 112, actually a pretty good time. So you get even money over 6-1, and you see the 6 and the 7. Mo Visitor, who ran a really big race in here, to be honest with you. And by the way, I don't know what was going on, if I'm seeing something, but it looked like the 5 was jumping shadows down the backside. We've seen a couple horses jump some shadows on the backside. I don't know what's going on.
Down to Maggie.
Here with Eddie Rosen. What's the official title, Eddie?
I don't. It keeps changing. General manager. I think I'm the senior advisor now, due to my advanced age.
For Rapoli Stable. Eddie, this is some performance we saw from Bright Future.
AOF and all. I mean, the announcer called plummeting back to 6th. You know, I'm ready to put down the binoculars, and here he comes flying up the rail. You know,
with ears flicking back and forth.
And he ended up winning relatively easily. Yeah, absolutely.
Future is bright now.
Absolutely. Well named. Yes. Well named.
By you, of course, right now?
No, Mike's in charge of naming.
Is this a horse that we see well on his way back to the Breeders' Cup if everything goes accordingly?
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, we have a bunch of older handicap horses. I mean, Groupie was very impressive last Sunday running against the bias. Dreamlike we have, who's going to run the Stephen Forster, I believe. And now this one. So it's exciting to have some older horses in the handicap division. You know?
Absolutely.
We had a 2-year-old first-time starter win at Belmont, and now a 5-year-old win here. So.
Well, run and get in the picture. I don't want you to hurt yourself, but thank you, Eddie. Eddie Rosen, as he said, senior advisor to Rapoli Stable Lafitte, but Bright Future, wow. I was impressed with that effort because he almost made a second run to get the job done after losing some ground in the turn, Lafitte.
Exciting performance, Bright Future. It could be a pretty productive 24 hours here or so for co-owner Vinny Viola.
Yeah, it could be. Vinny Viola, co-owner of the Florida Panthers. They're up 3-0 on the Edmonton Oilers, looking for a sweep. And I think it will make a lot of the Rangers fans, including our close friend Richard Migliore, feel a lot better that the Rangers did give Florida the best series. But Bright Future, wow, the son of Curling got the job done. And like Andy said, we need horses like this to keep on moving forward.
Adding depth, Raj, to the older horse division with some of the biggest races for older horses still ahead this summer and fall.
Yeah, and they must be at least tingling with the idea or feeling like the Breeders' Cup Classic is somewhere along the radar with this horse, because that's the kind of distance that he wants. And the way he ran today, it's not a far stretch to think that he could be a major player in races like those.
It was almost like he was asleep. And
Yeah,
so, you know
like
what?
it's like the switch was just kind of
I'll just turn
thrown.
it on. And it just took one hit of the crop, and that's all it took. He hit him one time with the crop. He got a little bit of a reminder, and it was like, okay, I'm racing again. It's kind of scary.
You mentioned Breeders' Cup Classic. They've been there before. Vino Rosso a few years back at Santa Anita. There is so much to unpack here. Paul, lasting impression of this sensational Haskell preview day at Monmouth, where we saw a little bit of everything.
2 dead heats and 2 nose bobs. That's all I need to say, Rashid. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, we're talking about Breeders' Cup implication horses. We're talking about Haskell potential horses. I mean, we've seen some really good performances and a lot to look forward to.
Pleasure, gentlemen. We'll do it again tomorrow, 12:30, America's Day at the races. How about Exceed? Earlier today in the Bed of Roses, Arad, Juddmonte, Chad Brown doing what they do, win stakes races. And, yeah, lots to smile about. And right here at Monmouth, NYRA Bets Pegasus, Tuscan Sky, onward and upward. Haskell preview day here at Monmouth. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire to wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire to wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
26